Chapter 2699. The First Transaction. As Yixian's word spread, the entire myriad catacombs was in an uproar. In the distance there were even some indistinct curses, but because the voices were not loud and the situation was under control, Yixian did not care at all and directly ignored them. Shazua and Mei Tang led nearly 100 jailers into the room. At this moment, they were all waiting respectfully at the back of the group of jailers. At first they were confused by what was happening. Naturally, they did not believe that Yixian was a human expert. How could a human expert have the mental power of the demon people? However, they really could not understand what Yixian had done before. At this moment, when Yixian said that he wanted these people to hand over 70% of their precious cultivation resources and various treasures, the prison guards' eyes immediately lit up. When they looked at Yixian's back again, that kind of overflowing admiration could no longer be suppressed. Boss was still the best. After so many twists and turns, in the end it turned out to be such a matter. Although the foreshadowing from before was fake, it was so real that it made it impossible for people to reject or argue with it. It was really a blessing to follow such a boss. Although they had dug out some treasures and resources from these people before, even a fool would know that the things they dug out were definitely a drop in the bucket compared to the treasures they kept in their bodies. In the future, once they handed them over or sent them back to the star field of the demon people's ancestral land, these huge amounts of resources and treasures would all go down the drain. Although in order to obtain 70% of the resources and treasures, they would have to release all of them later, but that did not matter. As long as the benefits were in their hands, it was fine. As for these people, if the higher-ups wanted to do something, what did it have to do with them? They did not see the higher-ups sympathizing with them, the lowest-level demon people prison guards. In this kind of situation, if they did not seize the opportunity to obtain more benefits for themselves, that would be stupid. With this thought in mind, the group of prison guards immediately became even more loyal to Yixian. What a good leader! In order to obtain benefits for his brothers, he had to take such a huge risk. To have met such a leader, they would follow him for the rest of their lives. Yixian naturally didn't know about the emotions in the hearts of these devil cultivator jailers. At this moment he was calm and composed. He wasn't in a hurry at all as he quietly waited for the Federation experts in the cages to reply. Right now the initiative was on his side. He believed that these people were more anxious than him. Sure enough, after the commotion, the entire myriad net hell quickly quieted down. The more than 10,000 experts of the Federation were all in deep thought and dilemma. Although Yixian was indeed demanding an exorbitant price, not only did he want to swear an oath of allegiance, but he also wanted to deduct 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures. It was worth mentioning that this 70% could not be tampered with. The oath was there for all to see. If he really tried to tamper with it, he would be the one to suffer. Under such circumstances, anyone would feel as if a large piece of flesh had been gouged out of their heart. It was so painful that they wanted to cry out in pain. However, what the other party said was reasonable. They didn't even have the chance to argue or bargain to reduce the percentage of the deduction even a little bit. The oath was indeed only a means to protect the inherent rights and interests of others, but it did not reflect the sharing of the risks that others had taken in the past. Therefore, the 70% of cultivation resources and treasures would have to be handed over, even if they did not want to. Although it was painful compared to their own lives, this was a debt that even a fool would calculate. Under such circumstances, after some hesitation and struggle, someone quickly made a decision. All right, this old man will now swear an oath of allegiance. This is my oath brand. Inside this space box is 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures this old man has collected for many years. More than 1,000 meters to the right, an old man with a long beard raised his hand and released a divine sense imprint as he spoke. At the same time, he threw out an ordinary small space box. The Tao Oath imprint contains an additional clause of 70% of the cultivation resources and treasures, so this old man can't do anything about it. I hope fellow Taoist ye can verify this and immediately let me go. Don't panic, this ye still keeps his word. Yixian immediately grinned. First, he used his divine sense to guide the Tao Oath brand into his sea of consciousness. After verifying it, he raised his hand and caught the small space box. He used his divine sense to investigate the inside. The various cultivation resources and treasures inside made his eyelids twitch slightly. It was indeed not cheap. To be able to be treated as a treasure by an existence of this level, and even be left behind by the prison guards when they were searching for it, it was naturally not an ordinary item. In addition to the large quantity, just this transaction alone caused Yixian to be extremely fascinated. Walala. Following the completion of the transaction, Yixian put away all of the cage pillars around the old man with a thought. He directly disappeared into the folded space and disappeared. Senior, please calm down. I'll ask if there's anyone else who wants to leave. If there is, I'll open the main passage in the basement and you can all leave together. If there isn't, I'll immediately open the main passage in the basement. After taking the benefits of the other party, Yixian's attitude became much more courteous. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This is also for your safety. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to leave together in a group? It's very dangerous outside." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything else. Old man Lu, who was beside Yixian, shook his head and sighed with a bitter expression. He was sure that these 10,000 or so Federation experts all hated him in their hearts. However, even if they hated him, with the clause that Yixian had deliberately added in the oath, these people couldn't do anything about it. From this point of view, not only was this brat meticulous, he also had a conscience. In the end, he didn't misjudge him. With this thought, old man Lu immediately accepted his fate. From now on, he and Yixian would be grasshoppers on the same rope. At this moment, Yixian cupped his hands towards the surroundings with a smile and spoke again. "Fellow Taoists, how are your considerations? I've been busy all day and my body is a little tired. How about, let's talk about it tomorrow?" After saying that, Yixian waved his hand and turned around to leave. Seeing this, the 10,000 Federation experts around them all knew that Yixian was just putting on an act. They all hated him so much that the roots of their teeth were itching. However, this matter concerned their lives and deaths, so they didn't dare to do as they pleased. What if Yixian suddenly changed his mind tomorrow and didn't want to do this again? Or what if he raised the original 70% to 80 or 90%? That would really be F***ed up. Chapter 2700. Walk slowly, don't fall. Brother Yi, I've already made my Tao Oath. This is the Tao Oath brand. Take it. And mine. 70% of my cultivation resources and various treasures are in the small space box. Fellow Taoist Yi, help me with this first. I'm going out to take a breather. Don't cut in line those at the back. Don't you know how to go from near to far? I'm the closest to fellow Taoist Yi. Following the successful completion of the first transaction between the old man and Yixian, a large amount of noise and clamor resounded throughout the area. The imprisoned experts of the Federation all took the initiative to swear an oath. Then they threw the training resources and treasures that they had chosen and put in the space boxes to Yixian. This scene was really too shocking. Not to mention Yixian, even the green-bearded old man Lu Wenshuan, who was used to seeing big scenes, directly opened his mouth wide. He stared blankly at the 10,000 small space boxes that were whistling towards him like rain. It should be known that each of the spatial boxes contained a large amount of cultivation resources and various treasures. Now, even the small space boxes could be piled up into a mountain. When the time came, if all the treasures were taken out and piled up together, the amount was simply unimaginable. Perhaps even the stock in the Sky River planet's official treasury could not compare. I give in. I Shazwa am convinced. That's right. I Mei Tang have only heard of 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. That scene must be very frightening. However, only today did I understand that 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time is nothing. Could it compare to the 10,000 small space boxes in front of him? There's simply no comparison. Behind Yixian, the prison guards of Myriad Sifting Prison were already drooling, completely dumbfounded. Only Shazwa and Mei Tang were still mentally strong enough to say a few words. Everyone, don't panic. Come one by one. All of you will have a chance, all of you will have a chance. At this moment, Xian Master Yi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, but he forcefully resisted the urge to dance on the spot. Instead, he had a serious expression on his face as he continuously received the Tao Oath imprints flying towards him. At the same time, His hands continuously pulled at the small spatial box that was whistling towards him. While keeping them into his body, he released a strand of his divine sense to check the items in the small space box. Almost every time he checked, his eyelids would twitch a few times. A bunch of bastards who deserved to die with 1,000 knives, they all had good stuff. Previously, when he broke into the jailer's team, they cooperated with him to bring over those things. At that time, all of them felt extremely pained when they saw those things. Now that he saw their old cards, Yixian finally understood that those guys were all faking it. The resources that were used to support Yixian's infiltration into the enemy's rear were nothing. This was good. Now that Yixian was plundering them, he felt even more at ease. Although there were quite a few small spatial boxes, they all had the same aura as the Dao Oath imprints, so there wasn't any chaos. After an entire 2 hours, Yixian finally verified all of the Dao Oath imprints. As for the cultivation resources and various treasures in the 10,000 plus small spatial boxes, he'd already verified them. Okay, it's done here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. All the cages open for me. With a smile on his face, Yixian almost nodded and bowed to the 10,000 gods of wealth around him. With his last shout, the entire vast myriad sifting prison suddenly resounded with a large number of crackling sounds. More than 10,000 cages, including a small number of cages that didn't contain anyone at all. All the pillars around them rose up and were absorbed into the folded space of myriad sifting prison in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing. In an instant, in the entire myriad sifting prison, there was not a single cage to be seen. This vast space had become a flat channel. Even Shazua, Mei Tang, and the other prison guards had never seen such a scene before. For a moment they were dumbfounded and stood there with their mouths wide open, a deep sense of confusion in their eyes. After a few moments of sluggishness, Shazua and Mei Tang both came back to their senses and turned to Yixian with a bitter expression, pleading with him. Boss, if we don't keep anyone here, we prison guards, won't we lose our jobs? Yes, why don't we at least leave 180 of us here? Otherwise, it will be really difficult for us to get used to it in such a short time. Hearing this, the more than 10,000 experts of the Federation, who had just regained their freedom, immediately cast murderous glances at Shazua and Mei Tang. These words were really too infuriating. They had already made a Dao Oath and handed over 70% of their precious cultivation resources and various treasures. They had just regained their freedom with great difficulty, but these two fellows actually wanted them to stay here for a while just to adjust their mentality and adapt to the new changes. If it weren't for the Dao Oath brand in Yixian's hand, many of these guys would have attacked immediately, wanting to kill Shazua and Mei Tang on the spot. Look at you guys. Yixian immediately rolled his eyes and turned around with a look of disappointment on his face. He said regretfully, besides being prison guards, can't you have any other dreams? We'll talk about this later. I'll take you to find another life above. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Shazua and Mei Tang. He smiled and cupped his hands at the 10,000 experts of the Federation who were glaring at him. He said loudly, the deal is done. Then I won't see you off. I will now open the main passage to the bottom of the cabin. Everyone line up and come one by one. Take care and don't fall. After that, Yixian raised his hand and waved. A wide passage 100 meters in diameter immediately appeared at the center of the cataclysm. Under a huge black membrane of light, the familiar stars of the domain of the graveyard could be vaguely seen. The 10,000 experts of the Federation immediately became excited. They had been imprisoned in the Black Mosquito Bastion for more than 10 years. They had never thought that they would be able to leave alive one day. These thoughts turned into emotions and surged into their hearts. The hatred they felt for Yixian inexplicably faded a lot. Although most of them still just snorted coldly, they immediately turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the huge membrane of light. But there were also many people who were open-minded. After this incident, their state of mind went through ups and downs, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. These people's hearts trembled and they immediately felt like they had an epiphany. Many of them immediately raised their heads and laughed. Then they cupped their hands at Yixian and said loudly, Brother Yi, will meet again someday. Then they jumped into the huge membrane of light and quickly disappeared. Chapter 2701. Another commotion. Outside the Black Mosquito Bastion. 10,000 Federation soldiers rushed out of the Bastion's main cabin in 10 minutes. They appeared in the vast expanse of the domain of the fallen. It was an eye-catching sight. Coincidentally, there was a small squad of demon dwellers passing by in the distance. As a result, the 7 or 8 members of this small squad all hid behind a small planet at the first moment. This scene was quickly witnessed by them from the start to the end. Even more unfortunate was that this squad did not belong to the Black Mosquito Bastion. They were from one of the 9 other bastions. In the domain of the graveyard, although each of the 10 bastions was responsible for a domain, there was no clear dividing line. Therefore, it was quite common for the demon scouts from 2 or 3 neighboring bastions to accidentally wander into the domains of other bastions. This small squad of demon dwellers was in such a situation. The 7 or 8 of them had been muttering to themselves about why there were so few demonkin scouts in this part of the domain of the fallen. Over the last 4 or 5 days they'd only run into a dozen or so. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, he would see such a shocking scene? Every bastion had a 10,000 catacombs, so the 7 or 8 of them immediately understood what was happening. There was no doubt that something had gone wrong with the Black Mosquito Bastion. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a mass release of prisoners from the 10,000 catacombs. We have to report this immediately. Perhaps we'll be rewarded for our efforts. That's right. Although we haven't finished our mining mission, this is an urgent matter. We have to go back now. There's no time to lose, let's hurry back. Our bastion is still very far away from this part of the domain of the fallen. At our current speed, it'll take us at least 10 days to get there. We can't delay any longer. After some discussion, this small squad of demon scouts immediately turned around and ran back. Very soon they disappeared into the vast void of stars in the distance, gradually moving further and further away. Skyriver Planet. Just as Yixian released the 10,000 Federation soldiers, Skyriver Planet was once again in an uproar. When he'd released the green-bearded old man and the other old man who'd completed the first transaction, Yixian's Federation contribution points had only changed a little. But then, as he opened the more than 10,000 cages at the same time, all the Federation contribution points were in place at the same time. The result was that in the Federation Affairs Hall in all the administrative planets of the Myriad Federation, the Federation Contribution Points ranking list of the Federation Contribution Points ranking list of the Federation Contribution Points ranking lists data changed again. It was a huge change, far more terrifying than the one before. Human ranking. 1998. Yixian, Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number. The 131488080. Current Federation Contribution Points. 101876543-0. Before, Yixian had been ranked in the top 8,000. Federation Contribution Points. But now, he directly charged into the top 2,000 and was close to the Earth ranking. His Federation Contribution Points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million points. This was actually very normal. On average, the 10,000 Federation elites who'd been released had only increased his contribution points by 7,000. The key was that the base number was large. The average of 7,000 multiplied by 10,000 would directly increase his contribution points by 70 million. As a result, Yixian's Federation contribution points had exceeded the 100 million mark. If he'd been ranked in the top 900 or so, he would have been able to charge into the Earth ranking. But his strength was still at level 8 core state. And all of this had been accomplished in the short span of a day. Heavens, this guy is insane! Zhao Long gasped. After saying this, he was speechless for a long time. It's over, it's over. At least the higher-ups in the imperial capital will be alerted. Bai Zhengjuan's face was ashen as he slumped in his chair, muttering to himself as if he'd lost his soul. What? What the F***CK? Space pirate He Luoying's vision turned black. She, a supreme existence in the middle stage of the black hole state, could not catch her breath and suffocated on the spot. Gasp! This guy is going to make a fortune. Master Su's eyes were shining as he swallowed hard. Lulua, in the name of the Xinyuan family, immediately request the Skyriver Planet's government to use the Skyriver Planet's superbrain to connect to the level 1 star network. Purplish Warbler clenched her right fist tightly. Her body was trembling because of excitement. Her eyes were burning like fire as she stared at Yixian's name on the big screen in the Sky River Planet Federation's Affairs Hall. However, she immediately passed the order to Lulua beside her. Tell them to apply for 2 consecutive connections. I want to contact the Imperial Capital Star directly and ask the Xianyuan family to send my team immediately. Every core prodigy of the family will have their own sequence team when they decide to compete for the sequence. Hearing this, Lulua's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, "Miss, you haven't accumulated enough strength yet. If you want to compete for the Xianyuan family sequence, you should at least wait until you reach the peak of level 9 black hole to have a chance of succeeding. Otherwise, if you fail, you won't have the chance to enter the Xianyuan family's core power of this generation. Every core prodigy of the family only has one chance to compete for the sequence. We can't be too reckless. There's no need to say more. I've already decided. I'll bet everything on Yixian." Xianyuan Ziying waved her hand without hesitation. "Go and do it. I believe he won't disappoint me. Although he is only at the 8th level of the core realm, and although I don't know how he did it, I know that in the history of the Myriad Luo Federation, there has never been anyone who could surpass him in this realm." Purplish Warbler paused. Her expression suddenly turned gloomy. She sighed and continued. "Although the previous situation was sensational, he's only in the top 8,000. Needless to say, this kind of talent can attract the attention of the Tianqian nation, but it's still not enough to attract the attention of the Imperial Capital Star. But it's different this time. He's already charged into the top 2,000 in an instant, far surpassing me. He'll be able to enter the Earth ranking in less than 1,000. You have to know that any existence on the Earth ranking is an honored guest even in the 3 great imperial capitals. This time, Yixian is destined to be targeted by the major families of the 3 imperial capitals. A person like him is destined to enter the Earth role. Before he enters the Earth role, the price to pay to win him over is even lower. This is something that the old guys in the 3 imperial capitals understand better than I do. Therefore, it's not up to me to decide whether to choose Yixian. It's up to him to decide whether to choose me. This is such a simple logic, yet you still don't understand it? I understand it a long time ago. Chapter 2702. A severe warning. After dealing with the matters of the Myriad Cataclysm at the bottom level, Yixian did not linger on the first level. He immediately led Shazhua, Mei Tang, and nearly 100 other wardens back to the second level, where the Demon's Cavern resided. Then, he handed the group of wardens over to Barker, asking him to arrange for a large amount of cultivation resources and urged them to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Out of caution, Yixian secretly told Barker to be a little more careful in case they made any strange moves. After all, they were not demon slaves, so it was always better to be more careful. However, Yixian also specifically told Barker to keep this matter to himself and not spread it out, in case they were not disloyal. If they really showed suspicion, they might be disloyal. This was not Yixian being suspicious. After all, they were demons and belonged to the enemy camp, so he had to do this. After doing all this, Yixian, Li Mosquito Nabashan, and Old Man Lu returned to the 4th level of the Black Mosquito Bastion. At present, the luxurious hall on the right side of the core area of the 4th level had become Yixian's territory. Even Nabashan and Li Mosquito could only find a place to stay on the periphery of the 4th level. Stinking brat, you really took over the entire Black Mosquito Bastion? After Li Mosquito and Nabashan left, Old Man Lu approached him with a mysterious expression. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Let's not talk about anything else. Tell me, how did you subdue those 2 Black Hole Realm cultivators? I think they were very obedient. There's something mysterious about this. If I say that it's because I'm such a good person that I influenced them, would you believe me? Yixian rolled his eyes and laughed. TSK, you might as well say that you're the illegitimate son of D of the Tianji clan. That's more believable. Old Man Lu was immediately stunned. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yixian with a face full of disdain. He seemed to be muttering something about burning bridges after crossing the river, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. You old man, I haven't made you swear an oath yet. Are you trying to remind me? Also, everyone else has left, so why are you still here? Are you not leaving because you want to eat and drink for free? Yixian laughed inwardly, but his face darkened. Perhaps you've been influenced by my good character and want to stay on the Black Mosquito Bastion as a free laborer? I can do that, but I have to say that. At most. Don't be so narcissistic. If I hadn't taken a fancy to this bastion's ubiquitous dimensional folding matrix and wanted to study it, I wouldn't have kept any of the resources you'd give me. Of space folding bastion. Yixian's eyes immediately lit up. That's easy to say, I'll lend the Black Mosquito to you for research. However, after you have the results, you must help me imprint a spatial folding formation on a small private battleship. At that time the outer appearance will be a small private battleship, but the space inside will be the same as a space fortress. You're a smart kid. I just gave you a hint, and you're already thinking of the same thing as me. Old Man Lu had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't refute this point. Space folding technology is the Tianji clan's newest achievement in space technology. It only appeared in the last few hundred years. Our Wanluo Federation captured a bastion that used this technology in a small battle more than 200 years ago. Unfortunately, after 200 years of research, the Wanluo Federation's various bastions have begun to use space folding technology on a small scale, but it's still not mature enough. As for using it on small private battleships, that's even more impossible. But this idea is clearly a very promising research direction. This old man is most interested in pioneering this kind of technology. As long as I can make a breakthrough in my research, space folding technology will gradually become more common. Many of the Federation's experts will have small private battleships that use space folding technology. That would be a very virtuous thing to do. Old Man Lu rose to his feet as he spoke and extended a hand in front of Yixian. If you want to study space folding technology on the Black Mosquito Bastion, you'll have to travel to every part of this bastion. I don't have the authority to use those portals. Do you understand what I mean, kid? Yixian shrugged his shoulders and immediately sent a spiritual imprint into Old Man Lu's palm. This is the spiritual imprint of the Devil Cultivator. If you are a Devil Cultivator, you can continue to exist, but this is obviously impossible. Therefore, in at most 3 months you will be exhausted. At that time you can come find me again. With this spiritual imprint you can open all the spatial doors. That's good. I'll get to work first. Old Man Lu turned and left. At the same time he reminded Yixian, Kid, you've just obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources and all kinds of treasures. It's very likely that there are some legendary, epic, and even supreme treasures among them. But I advise you not to rush to the selection. Be careful not to be dazzled and blinded. Although you're in control of the Black Mosquito Bastion now, your cultivation base is still too weak. Although you can use the Li Mosquito Bastion and Mount Naibua, they're still external forces. Don't rely too much on them. Besides, just because they're under your control now doesn't mean that they'll always be under your control. There's no such thing as a sure-kill situation for the experts in the Black Hole realm. Don't be careless and suffer a big setback. After he finished speaking, Old Man Lu's figure disappeared and left the hall. Yixian was immediately stunned. After a long time, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply in the direction where Old Man Lu's figure had disappeared. Thank you for your warning, Senior. These words were indeed tantamount to a wake-up call for Yixian. Previously, he had subconsciously thought that all the demon slaves would never have a chance to turn the tables after they were controlled by his slave seal. But now that he thought about it, this was obviously not the case. It should be noted that the demon race's demon core in the female Black Mosquito Bastion's brain had a spiritual restriction placed on it by a demon race commander. The female Black Mosquito Bastion had also said that once its cultivation base increased from the Black Hole Realm Level 6 to the Black Hole Realm Level 7, the female Black Mosquito Bastion would be able to refine it instantly. Since that was the case, the effect was actually the same. It was just that the slave seal was more overbearing and thorough. Why couldn't it be refined? Once the female Black Mosquito Bastion or Mount Naibua Bastion's cultivation base had another breakthrough, surpassing the Black Hole Realm and entering the 9th realm of the Starry Sky Realm, would the level 9 slave seal still be able to enslave them? Or was it that at that time he would have to plant another level 10 slave seal? This kind of thing could obviously be spread to all the other demon slaves. Did that mean that once all the demon slaves broke through a realm, the slave seal in their bodies would have to be upgraded? Chapter 2703. Returned to Sky River planet, Yixian was already on his guard regarding the upgrade of the slave seal, but there was no need to worry about it for the time being. After all, Evenly Mosquito, who had entered late Black Hole Realm, was only at Black Hole 7th Order. It was still too early for her to enter the next realm. However, there were likely to be some who had already reached 8th Order or even 9th Order among the large number of low-level slaves below. Due to their low realms, the speed at which they improved was not slow given the availability of large amounts of cultivation resources. Therefore, it did not take long for them to break through to the next realm. He had to be on his guard. After muttering to himself for a while, Yixian immediately gave the order to Barker to create a roster for all the demon slaves in the Black Mosquito Battlestar. They were divided according to their cultivation levels, especially those who had reached the late stage of a certain realm. Pay close attention to them, and once they reached the 9th step, they would immediately give a small roster to Yixian. In this way, Yixian would be able to prepare a higher-level slave seal in advance. After this was done, he was completely relieved. He did not carefully examine the 10,000 small boxes. After all, the treasure was already in his hands and would not fly away. He could look at it again when he had the time. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to increase his strength again. That way, he would be able to reach the 9th level of the core realm, which was the Great Circle of the core realm. One more step, and he would be able to enter the second Great Circle of the Meteor realm. Previously, Yixian had been rapidly increasing his realms. By the time he reached 7th Order core realm, there was already a hidden danger of instability. Later, in order to compete for the position of Warden Commander in the first layer of the Cataclysm, he had forcibly increased his realms to 8th Order core realm. Originally, he had not planned to increase his realms again in the short term. However, now that he had succeeded in taking over the Black Mosquito Bastion and continuously surging in the Federation's contribution points ranking, Yixian's mental state had been tempered. Therefore, the hidden danger of his realms rising too quickly had been mitigated by the improvement of his mental state. In other words, even if he were to break through to the complete Grade 9 Star Core state, there would be no hidden dangers of instability in his realm. But that was all. If he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to charge into the first level of the Meteor realm in one go, then it was obviously not too appropriate. After all, it was a leap of a large realm. Not to mention anything else, he still had to make more preparations for perfection of his mental state. After considering all of this, Yixian decided to first raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th step of the Star Core realm in one go before doing anything else. After achieving this, his plan was to immediately make another trip to the Heavenly River Star. As for the purpose, of course, it was to use 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for a bottle of level 9 gene cultivation fluid at the Sky River Star's Federation Affairs Hall. Of course, if there was more than one bottle in stock, Yixian would not mind exchanging for a few more. After all, his Federation contribution points had already passed the 100 million mark. It would be a waste not to use them. Keeping them was just a number, and it was all for the sake of gratification. Naturally, a treasure like level 9 gene cultivation fluid would not be stored in the treasury of a small administrative planet like the Heavenly River Star. However, through the planet's supercomputer, information on the exchange could be sent up level by level. According to Yixian's calculations, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid should be stored in the treasury of the Everlasting Dynasty's capital, the Undying Planet. However, as soon as someone paid 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for the fluid, the higher-ups would immediately activate the transmission array and send the exchanged item over. Of course, ordinary items would not be able to enjoy this service. After all, the cost of transporting items from the Undying Planet to the Heavenly River Star was huge. However, a treasure of this level was meant to demonstrate efficiency and the reliability of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange system. Therefore, even if the cost of the transmission process was huge, considering the invisible publicity effect and the effect of disturbing people's hearts, the treasury of the Imperial Capital Star would definitely spare no effort. In other words, as long as Yixian went to the Heavenly River Star and applied for the exchange, he would definitely be able to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid he had been dreaming of for a day at most. As long as he could achieve this, it would be enough for Yixian. As for the consequences of his identity being exposed and being watched by a large number of powerhouses on the Heavenly River Star, Yixian did not care at all. He had the confidence to do so. Of course, there would definitely be a large number of malicious gazes on the heavenly river star. Right now they were all vigilantly scanning the area. Bai Zhongjun, Zhao Long, even the space pirate He Luoying. However, even if Yixian entered the heavenly river star openly, these black hole realm powerhouses would definitely not dare to make a move on Yixian openly. Yixian had now become a legend. He was in the top 2,000 of the ranking list of young masters. More than that, he represented a status and value that the entire Myriad Luo Federation put on the table. If these guys dared to make a move on Yixian openly, Yixian was confident that all the powerhouses of the Federation on the heavenly river star would gang up on them. The power of role models and idols was sometimes limitless. Yixian was not the only one who understood this. These guys were even more so. Therefore, even if they wanted to make a move, they could only do so after Yixian had left the heavenly river star. Once Yixian was out of the heavenly river star and no longer under the protection of the heavenly river star's array, he would have nothing to fear with his black mosquito bastion. It was important to remember that the bastions of the Demonkin or Tianji clan were different from those of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation's bastions could not be absorbed into one's body. Although they used space-folding technology, it was not fully developed. The 10 vanguard bastions of the Demonkin, on the other hand, were fully developed with space-folding technology. Even the weak Yixian could absorb the black mosquito bastion and its crew into his body after refining the superbrain that served as the ship's AI. No one else knew about this. When the time came, Yixian would return to the heavenly river star alone. Of course, this was only on the surface. Once he left Sky River Planet, if he encountered any obstacles, he could throw out an advanced space fortress if necessary. Inside the space fortress there were 2 black hole realm powerhouses, and one of them was even at the advanced stage of the black hole realm. With these thoughts running through his mind, Yixian couldn't help but look forward to his return to the heavenly river star. Chapter 2704. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin 9th Level Perfection Ding. Discovered Star Core Origin. Do you want to start absorbing energy? As Yixian threw a large amount of Star Core Origin to the Devouring system, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Was he finally about to reach the 9th level perfection? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian could not help but become excited and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Soon, the Devouring system activated the bloodline talent of Yixian's Star Devouring Beast and rapidly began to absorb the essence of the Star Core Origin, continuously pouring it into Yixian's body and slowly expanding his meridians. Gradually, it turned into a torrent and rushed toward the bottleneck of the 9th level of the insightful emptiness technique. Throughout the entire process, Yixian's eyes were tightly shut. His consciousness was wrapped around his body, and it was as if he'd arrived at a vast and boundless galaxy. His surroundings were empty and distant, and he emitted an ancient aura that shot straight to his soul. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the void, attracting Yixian's consciousness. The scene changed. A gigantic claw that was as vast as the sky stretched out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed and an entire region of stars collapsed. Then from the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out, its eyes surrounded by endless chaotic mist, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. This was an enormous tortoise, and a single pattern on its body was the size of a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the oppressive aura it emanated enveloped the entire universe, causing space to tremble. It seemed to be unable to endure its oppressive aura and was about to collapse. Huff! Yixian suddenly opened his eyes and heard the sound of his rapid breathing. Only then did he realize that he was sweating profusely. The giant tortoise he saw during cultivation had scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. A small shell pattern on its shell was as large as an entire galaxy. A casual swipe of its forelimbs could destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy. Could such a terrifying giant tortoise really exist in the real world? What was the relationship between it and the Dongshu chapter that he cultivated? This wasn't the first time that Yixian had seen this giant tortoise. Although he couldn't see the tortoise roaming in the boundless galaxy every time he cultivated, he had to immerse himself in it. Under the influence of some kind of aura, it could only be realized. However, he had seen it once when he first cultivated the incomplete Dongshu scripture. This time the aura the giant tortoise gave him was even more terrifying. It was no wonder that the devouring system had identified an incomplete cultivation method as a supreme treasure of the starry sky level. Yixian could not imagine how terrifying the level of the complete Dongshu cultivation method would be. Thinking back to the ancient aura he felt just now, two words suddenly appeared in Yixian's mind. Primordial desolation. Apart from the legendary desolate era, where else could such an ancient aura be found? In addition, a gigantic tortoise that was as large as the starry sky would probably only appear in that fascinating prehistoric era. Could it be that the incomplete Dongshu chapter that he cultivated originated from the desolate era? This thought frightened Yixian, but at the same time it also made his heart beat faster. However, it was obvious that he couldn't get the answer. Just as Yixian was lost in thought, the system's notification quietly sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. 9th level core realm. 9th level? Perfect core realm? Yixian was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly checked the situation within his body and found that his strength had increased by several times. The true qi of the starry sky, which far surpassed the true qi of the immortal god, was as vast as a river, giving him an inexplicable sense of confidence. It's time to go back to the Sky River planet. I must get the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. I can't delay any longer. After finishing his cultivation, Yixian pondered for a while and decided what to do next. With a flip of his hand, he took out the star essence crystal box that contained the fragment of the immortal grade star superbrain. Yixian spread out his divine sense and penetrated the box to sense it, but he couldn't find the slightest trace of life. Although the fragment of this immortal-level superbrain hadn't completely withered away, as if it was undergoing nirvana, the few tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid that Yixian had poured into the star marrow crystal box were clearly not enough to awaken its activity. His only chance was the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. After making up his mind, Yixian immediately stood up and put the star essence crystal box into his undying world again. It was also at this time that Barker walked into the core hall of the 4th floor of the Black Mosquito mothership with 2 small booklets in his hands. After standing still, he extended his hand and handed them over to Yixian. Master, all of the demon slaves have been recorded, and their cultivation levels are recorded in detail. The other booklet is for the demon slaves that have reached the 9th step in each realm, a total of 38 of them. These 2 booklets are copies. I still have the original with me. Okay, I understand. Yixian was once again impressed by Barker's attention to detail. He then flipped open the booklet containing the names of the demon slaves who were at the 9th level Great Perfection. These 38 demon slaves were basically at the satellite and planet realms, which were the 3rd and 4th level Great Perfection. If Yixian wanted to ensure absolute control over them, he only needed to refine 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. It wouldn't be too troublesome. This matter had to be dealt with before they left for Sky River Planet. Otherwise, if they were ambushed after leaving Sky River Planet, it would be really depressing if their own backyard caught fire in the middle of a battle. Although the 38 demon slaves weren't enough to overturn the heavens, they were still a hidden danger. After spending half a day, Yixian finished refining the required 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. He then spread out his psychic power and investigated the 3rd Division's elite living quarters. In the end, Yixian locked onto a demon slave called Wen9. This guy's cultivation level wasn't low. He had reached the 9th level Great Perfection of the planet realm. Since it was a break, Wen9 wasn't on duty in the 3rd floor's engine room. Instead, he was cultivating in a villa in the living quarters. Ever since Yixian had taken control of the Black Mosquito mothership, the demon slaves under his command were no longer divided according to their cultivation level. They were divided according to their positions. This guy called Wen9 wasn't in charge of the 3rd floor's engine room, so even if it was a cave, he could only share rooms with others. Considering that Wen9's strength was far greater than his own, Yixian called Li Mosquito to accompany him. The two of them quietly entered Wen9's villa. Chapter 2705. The little ancestor is here. The result was no surprise. 2 hours later, Wen9 broke through and regained his consciousness. He even seemed to retain memories of his time as Yixian's slave. He was a devious one, and had planned to sneak into the engine area and use the Black Mosquito's communication system to send a message to the other 9 bastions. Of course, he couldn't do that. Even if he did go to the engine area and take control of the communication system, he wouldn't be able to send out a signal without Yi Xian's approval. Because the superbrain, which was the main control center of the Black Mosquito Bastion, had been refined by Yi Xian, these little Mingtang couldn't escape his senses and control. Yi Xian had Li Mosquito act and take control of 1-9, then planted a 5th-rank slave seal in him. Everything returned to normal after that. But Yi Xian wasn't in a good mood. Although 1-9's actions confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions, they weren't good news to begin with. He was going to be busy in the days to come. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the time to figure out how to get rid of this problem. There were too many things to do, and he could only put them aside for the time being and deal with them later. He quickly planted the other 37 4th and 5th rank slave seals. For the time being, there wouldn't be any more problems. Barker would also keep a close eye on him. Once he discovered an 8th rank slave breaking through to the 9th level, he would report it to Yi Xian. For the time being, this was the only way to deal with it. After settling this matter, Yi Xian gathered Mount Naibwa, Li Mosquito, Barker, and the other trusted aides. After giving them such instructions, he left the Black Mosquito Star Fortress and appeared in the void of the Graveyard Star region outside the Star Fortress. It had been more than a month since he'd been captured in the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh at his sudden return. He looked up and saw the Black Death Star. Black Mosquito Bastion hovered behind it, at the edge of the domain's core. It was said that there were a few natural wormholes that were famous in several universes. Through those natural wormholes, one could go to the first universe, the second universe where a large number of races of the Federation lived, and even the vast and boundless nameless star region. Of course, if it was the latter, they would not be able to return. In the first universe and the second universe, natural wormholes had been discovered that were connected to this place. Perhaps there were some in the nameless star field as well, but they had yet to be discovered. With a thought, Yi Xian raised his hand and stored the Black Mosquito into his body. From the outside, a big fellow with a diameter of 10,000 meters was indeed frightening. However, because the entire Black Mosquito had been refined into a magic treasure by Yi Xian, he could control it as he wished. What's more, it used a lot of mature spacefolding technology. Even with Yi Xian's current strength, he could store a large number of demons in the Black Mosquito Bastion with no problem. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to take the Black Mosquito Bastion directly to Sky River. If he did, he'd only need to use a very expensive short-distance warp to save a lot of time. After all, they were at the edge of the domain's core. Even with the Purple Star Shuttle's speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. However, in that case it would be tantamount to exposing everything that Yi Xian had done. Although the Black Mosquito Star Fortress was built by the Tianji clan based on the human race's Star Fortress, all of the human race's star fortresses had serial numbers. No one in the domain of the graveyard would pay attention to them. If they went near the Sky River planet, the supercomputer in the Sky River planet would scan them, and they would be exposed. So he could only take it with him. As for when they were ambushed, there was nothing he could do. It was different from his current situation. In fact, other than the Black Mosquito Bastion, he didn't even dare take the Lido Mosquito or Mount Naibwa with him. These two guys had the same appearance as humans, but it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the interior of Sky River Star. They could not pass the identity scan of Sky River Star's star defense array. It was true that the demons couldn't distinguish them with their naked eyes and divine sense, but the superbrain of the administrative planet had the ability to do so. It was also for this reason that the Demunkin's 10 bastions were only active in the core region of the domain of the Fallen. They wouldn't go near the edge of the domain of the Milky Way. If they were captured and brought back to the Milky Way star system, they would be exposed. After summoning the Purple Star Shuttle, Yi Xian hurried along the way. It took him a full 6 days to finally see the Heavenly River Star in front of him. Today, the Heavenly River planet didn't look any different from usual. The only difference was that there seemed to be more Federation powerhouses coming in and out. After all, the commotion caused by the interstellar mercenary brother Yi, whose serial number ended with 8080, 6 days ago was quite effective in stirring up people's hearts. Over the past few days, countless denizens of the Federation had come from far away. After replenishing their supplies on Sky River, they couldn't wait to enter the domain of the domain. In their opinion, if an interstellar mercenary with a cultivation base of only star core state level 8 could achieve such a feat, what was impossible for them if their luck was slightly better? Yixian silently passed through a passage in the star defense array, outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere, and entered the interior of the Heavenly River planet. He then headed straight for the huge platform that was suspended above the sea. That was where the Sky River Federation's business hall was located. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Zhengjun had already issued an order to Heavenly River planet's superbrain. Once Yixian returned, he would be notified immediately. The entire administrative planet was under the control of the supercomputer, so it didn't take much effort to do this. As the Sky River planet's manager, Bai Zhengjun had a certain level of authority in front of the supercomputer. In fact, he had the highest authority in the entire Sky River planet. Even Xiaolong couldn't get in touch with the supercomputer. Even so, his authority was limited. At the very least, he couldn't order the supercomputer to activate the domain's defensive array and attack Yixian. The people on the heaven, earth, and human roles all had extraordinary status. Once Bai Zhengjun issued such an order, it would be rejected immediately. In fact, the reason why he ordered the supercomputer to monitor Yixian's return and send him a message as soon as he arrived on Sky River planet was not like last time. He didn't want to attack Yixian. At this moment, Bai Zhengjun was in his own residence. He immediately received a notification from the Sky River Star Space Supercomputer. Chapter 2706. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 10,000 people turn out. Bai Zhengjun was not the only one keeping an eye on Yixian. For example, Xiaolong, He Luoying, and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were all in the same group. Xiaolong had no way of contacting Yixian's superbrain, but he had subordinates who had seen Yixian in person. Therefore, 6 days ago, Xiaolong sent out several people, each with a close-up image of Yixian, to guard the entrances of Sky River Star's great defensive formation. They closely watched everyone who entered Sky River Star. One of them was Lucky. The passageway he was guarding was the one that Yixian had entered. Overjoyed, this guy immediately notified Xiaolong. He was immediately praised so much that he was about to fly into the sky. He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were even more direct. She then found out that Yixian needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Although she did not know why Yixian, who was only in the first realm of cultivation, needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid that was only used to enter the 9th realm. But there was one thing she could vaguely guess. The reason Yixian had obtained so many Federation contribution points in such a short time was because he wanted to exchange them for the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Because Xianyuan had told Yixian that there was a small amount of level 9 gene cultivation fluid in the exchange vault of the Everlasting Dynasty's Federation. Although she did not know how Yixian had done all this, she was sure of one thing. Once Yixian could leave, he would definitely return to Sky River Star to exchange for it. Of course, he could go to other administrative planets, but Sky River Star was the closest. If he relied on a small personal warship to go to other administrative planets, it would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Xianyuan stayed in the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He didn't even bother to visit Master Su, who was dealing with the small black hole in the nearby star field. Of course, another reason why she had stayed on the Sky River Star instead of searching for Yixian in the domain of the buried meteorites was that she was waiting for the Xianyuan family on the capital star to send her a battle team to compete with her. As for the Purplish Warbler's request to officially start the family sequence competition, the Xianyuan family initially refused and suggested that she should only apply after she had reached the black hole realm. However, the Purplish Warbler insisted and said that she was an old acquaintance of Yixian. The Xianyuan family immediately agreed. From this, it could be seen that Yixian's name was well known even on the capital star. As for He Luoying, he had the same idea as the Purplish Warbler. Although he didn't know that Yixian was in urgent need of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, he at least knew that anyone who suddenly had hundreds of millions of Federation contribution points would definitely go to the nearest administrative planet Federation Hall to exchange for them as soon as they had the time. After all, the Federation contribution points were only useful for getting on the heaven, earth, and human lists. They were just a bunch of numbers for fun. It was better to exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources from the Federation. Therefore, He Luoying had been guarding the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He wasn't like Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who didn't dare to attack anyone on the heaven, earth and human lists. He was originally a space pirate, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as the benefits were enough, it wasn't impossible for him to betray the Wan Luo Federation. Although not all space pirates were like this, He Luoying was undoubtedly one of them with no bottom line. Yi Xian had been to the Federation Hall of Sky River Star twice before, so he was very familiar with this place. After landing on this huge platform, Yi Xian didn't go to any other areas this time. In fact, the treasures he prepared to exchange for this time were only level 9 gene cultivation fluids. He didn't want to exchange for anything else. He didn't even plan to participate in the auction. Why? Because there were still more than 10,000 small boxes piled up in his undying world. To be able to be recognized as valuable by the demon cultivator scouts of the Tianji clan, and only be able to capture and imprison them instead of directly killing them, they were obviously not ordinary people. Each of them took out 70% of their cultivation resources in various treasures. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he would probably be able to find anything he needed from the 10,000 plus small spatial boxes. Of course, the devouring origin was an exception. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to exchange for anything else. He believed that something like the Federation contribution points would be of great use in the future. The Wan Luo Federation wouldn't just take out ordinary treasures to reward him. Perhaps after entering the Earth leaderboard, he would be able to see more treasures available for exchange with his authority. With this in mind, Yi Xian didn't plan to waste his Federation contribution points on ordinary treasures and resources. Apart from exchanging for level 9 gene cultivation fluids, he would save everything else. He headed straight for the Federation Hall of Sky River Star's contribution points exchange area. There were a total of 10 windows in the contribution points exchange area, and there were quite a lot of people. It was also because of this that He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler didn't notice Yi Xian immediately. After all, he had been deliberately keeping a low profile. However, when the line reached Yi Xian, he requested to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids from the beautiful AI robot at the window. After his identity was scanned, Yi Xian's request was displayed on the big screen on the main wall of the Hall of Sky River Star. For a moment, the entire Hall of Sky River Star was in an uproar. Someone actually wants to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids? What kind of god was this? 10 million points per tube, okay? Is this a joke? Must be a joke. This is something that powerhouses who have reached Black Hole Realm level 9 and want to advance to a higher realm need. Who would have? Oh my god, it's 8,080. 80. It can't be, right? My idol has descended? No wonder. Apart from him, who else would be so generous as to exchange for 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluids? The Wan Luo Federation's official contribution points exchange area, Ku Chin's stock is going to be swept clean by him alone. His Federation contribution points are over 100 million, and he earned that in just a few days. If you have that much, you dare to exchange for 10 tubes, let alone 3. Move away. Don't block my view. This is my idol. I want to see the voice and smile of the great man up close. As the news of the appearance of Yi Xian's real body spread out, the entire office of the Heavenly River Star Federation immediately emptied out. The other offices were all empty. Everyone was crowding toward the office, so much so that the Purplish Warbler and his servant could not move forward. Black Luoying, on the other hand, retreated as far away as possible. With coldness in her eyes, she locked onto Yi Xian with her telepathic thoughts. Chapter 2707. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. The ultimate trial by Zhengjuan's purpose in coming here this time was to resolve the grudge between them. After all, Yi Xian was about to enter the Earth role. Even if he couldn't, he was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. His precious son, who held an important position in the capital Tianjin planet, couldn't compare to him. Therefore, Bai Zhengjun really planned to let go of the grudge between them. He only hoped that Yi Xian wouldn't be so calculative. Therefore, when he hurried over, he almost put down his status as a star manager and spoke in an obvious tone of flattery. Of course, from Bai Zhengjuan's point of view, it wasn't shameful to curry favor with a human prodigy who was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. In fact, the other Federation powerhouses also thought the same. They were even more eager than Bai Zhengjun. At this moment, as Bai Zhengjun's voice rang out, a large number of valiant guards, who looked like law enforcement officers on Earth, descended from the sky. They pushed and shoved, and very soon they cleared a space around Yixian. The Federation powerhouses, who were pushed to the side, didn't dare to say anything. Their faces were full of helplessness. As the star manager of the Tianhe planet, although Bai Zhengjun didn't have military power, he still had an official armed force in charge of administration. These guards were almost all the private soldiers of the Bai family. On the Tianhe planet, they were definitely an existence that no one dared to provoke. Even the purplish warbler was blocked out of the crowd. Although she was a black hole realm powerhouse, she didn't dare to confront Bai Zhengjun directly because she was inside the Tianhe planet and was afraid of the threat of the star defense array. Besides, there was no need for that. She and Yixian were old friends. When she found an opportunity later, she could just wave her hand and say a few words to him. Chief Bai Xingzhang, you're clearly up to no good. Just as the large number of official guards of the Heavenly River planet had cleared out an empty space in the Federation Exchange Hall, revealing Yixian's lonely figure standing there, Bai Zhengjun was about to descend and greet him when an extremely abrupt and unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Long's face was full of sarcasm. Behind him was a group of personal guards. They were striding forward. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard again. I heard that after Brother Yi left the auction last time, not long after he left the Sky River Star, he encountered several planet-level battleships that wanted to rob him. Moreover, all of them were engraved with concealment arrays. In the Sky River Star field, who can have such a few advanced large-scale battleships? I think everyone knows in their hearts, right? As soon as they heard this, a large number of Federation powerhouses around suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. Some of the more timid ones even lowered their heads, fearing that they had heard something they shouldn't have and would be killed as soon as they left this place. Bai Zhengjun's face instantly darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Long, who was striding forward. He gritted his teeth, but for a moment he was speechless. It was not easy to adjust his state of mind and resolve the grudge between him and Yixian in a warm and unrestrained manner. Unexpectedly, before he could even open his mouth, Zhao Long had ruined the situation. The words just now had undoubtedly aroused old hatred in Yixian's heart. If he stepped forward now and spoke up, the effect would most likely be the opposite of what he had hoped for. Thinking of this, Bai Zhengjun hated Zhao Long so much that he almost hated him to death. Brother Yi, come. Let me introduce myself. This humble one is Zhao Long, the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly River Star Federation garrison. Seeing Bai Zhengjun standing to one side with a dark expression, deep in thought, Zhao Long laughed inwardly. However, his feet did not stop moving. He quickly walked over to Yixian, his face full of joy. Brother Yi, I actually heard some news about what happened last time. Later on, I led a fleet and rushed over. But who would have thought that we would end up empty-handed? I was still grieving these past few days, but when I saw Brother Yi soar into the sky and enter the young ranking list, I finally felt at ease. He spoke as if Yixian was his biological father. Just the slightest bit of danger made him lose his appetite for food and drink. Yixian almost vomited from hearing this. Just as Yixian was feeling conflicted and did not know how to feign civility with Zhao Long, the beautiful female AI robot at the window beside him unexpectedly spoke up. She actually indicated that the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that Yixian had exchanged for had been delivered. This news shocked even Yixian. Beside him, Zhao Long and Bai Zhengjun, who were not far away, felt their eyelids twitch when they heard this. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was definitely a top-grade item stored in the Immortal Star Federation Exchange warehouse of the Immortal Star Dynasty's imperial capital. After all, in the entire Immortal Star Dynasty, the only person who could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid was only a wealthy clan on an immortal star. This kind of item was a hot commodity in the 3 imperial capitals. It was impossible for it to be stored in the Immortal Star Federation Exchange warehouse of the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when someone from one of the lower administrative planets took out 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for this item, The normal procedure would be to first go from the imperial capital immortal star to the imperial capital heavenly underworld star, then from the imperial capital heavenly underworld star to the imperial capital heavenly dust star. Finally, from the imperial capital heavenly dust star to the imperial capital heavenly river star, the imperial capital heavenly river star, and finally from the imperial capital heavenly river star to the imperial capital heavenly river star. They would have to transfer 3 times in between. Even if they used a starry sky grade long-distance teleportation array, it would still take about a day or so. But now, from the time Yixian made the exchange request to the time when the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid were delivered to the heavenly river star, less than an hour had passed. What did this mean? This meant that the exchange item did not have to go through a transfer between the imperial capital and the imperial capital. It was directly sent from the imperial capital immortal star. Although this situation was not impossible, the imperial capital immortal star was located in the central district of the third universe. It was immeasurably far away from the heavenly river star, which was located at the edge of the third universe. The amount of energy used to send an item directly from the imperial capital immortal star to the heavenly river star was much greater than the transfer between the various levels. It was just a Federation expert exchanging for 3 vials of gene cultivation fluid. There was obviously something fishy going on here. While they were stunned, by Zhang Jun and Zhao Long subconsciously turned to look at each other. They exchanged a look. Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock. The ultimate trial. Ultimate, the meaning of extremity. Legend had it that among the descendants of the imperial family on the imperial capital immortal star, there was such an ultimate trial. Once the descendants of the imperial family who applied for the ultimate trial succeeded, they would have a great advantage in the competition for the succession of the imperial dynasty in the future. The ultimate trial would add a lot of points to them. The so-called ultimate trial pursued a kind of ultimate exploration of one's ability. The descendants of the royal family who were participating in the ultimate trial couldn't have any Dao protectors by their side. They had to rely on themselves to fight for everything. Although no one knew what was considered a success in the ultimate trial, there was one thing that everyone knew. Chapter 2708. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Real Prince. No wonder Yixian had been temporarily registered as a citizen of the Federation on the Sky River planet. Before that, it was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even the interstellar mercenaries had registered on the Sky River planet. This guy was clearly a prince who was in the middle of an ultimate level trial. This was the only way to explain all the shocking things he had done before and after. Even though he had obtained a young astral devourer, not every dead star in the graveyard star field contained a large amount of astral core origin. This had been proven countless times. If that was the case, how could he have obtained such a large amount of astral core origin in such a short time? It was obvious that he had obtained it from the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Furthermore, he had obtained more than 100 million Federation contribution points in just 6 days. This had never happened before. Either the imperial family had obtained a large amount of contribution points through some special secret method, or someone in the imperial capital had tampered with the immortal-grade astral superbrain in the imperial capital to achieve this. In short, he was a prince who had come to the imperial capital to gain experience. Even his cultivation level had been deliberately suppressed to the astral core state. His real cultivation level had probably reached the black hole state level 9. Otherwise, why would he need the level 9 gene cultivation fluid? The gene cultivation fluid had only 2 uses. One was to provide energy for the astral superbrain. A level 9 item was specifically used by the immortal-grade astral superbrain. In the entire immortal dynasty, there was only one such item on the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Therefore, this use could be completely ruled out. The other use was for cultivators in the science and technology faction. After reaching the 9th level, they would need to be injected with a higher level gene cultivation fluid in order to break through to the next level. After that, they would need to absorb the astral core origins energy until they reached the 9th level. Only then would they need to be injected with a higher level gene cultivation fluid. Of course, one injection might not necessarily help them break through to the next level. That was why they had exchanged for 3 tubes. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long felt their legs go weak. They had an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground immediately. Given their status when facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would only be slightly more respectful in tone and manner. However, if they were facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would have to kneel. Moreover, they weren't forced to kneel, they were willing. As for the princes from the imperial capital, they were practically begging the other party to give them a chance to kneel down and express their feelings of admiration, no matter how much they cried and screamed about wanting to die. After all, the immortal dynasty represented was the human race. Half of the power of the Federation had was the absolute power of the Third Universe. Many powerhouses in the Federation who might not even get a chance to visit the imperial capital in their lives. They couldn't. That was realm? That was translation was is blood? That was translation Lu. Translation Ben was could translation was translation if they translation of ye translation if was translation was ye translation stars blood was in the territory. Not only could he not kneel, but he also could not show too much enthusiasm. That would also be seen through by others. In any case, the fact that he had run over here meant that he had already guessed the prince's identity. Now that he had left coldly, the prince naturally understood. He might even praise himself for knowing his limits and knowing the severity of the matter. In the future, it would not be a dream for him to soar and enter the immortal star. Of course, the coldness on the surface was not true coldness. In fact, he had to be even more passionate in private. Disregarding everything else, just the safety of the prince alone was enough to ensure his safety. Although the prince was most likely a black hole realm level 9 expert himself and definitely had some life-saving trump cards bestowed upon him by the royal family, this was still a form of attitude. This kind of attitude was a bargaining chip for him to achieve great success in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Long and Bai Zhengjuan's hearts lit up. On the surface, they pretended to be polite and exchanged a few pleasantries. Soon they left in a hurry. Many of the Federation powerhouses who were watching this scene were confused. The purplish warbler, who was squeezed out of the crowd, seemed to have guessed something. His expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a while with a frown, he could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "Those two idiots have such wild imaginations. But then again, if this guy hadn't asked me how to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, I'm afraid I would have guessed the same." As a prince from the imperial city, how could he not know this? But these 3 tubes of gene cultivation fluid were sent directly from the immortal star of the imperial capital without caring about the huge amount of energy used. This is indeed strange. Although the speed of his rise is indeed too fast, he's still on the mortal leaderboard after all. Such a situation shouldn't attract the attention of the dynasty. As for why it's so obvious, it definitely shouldn't be so obvious. What's the mystery behind this? It's really puzzling. As he muttered to himself, the purplish warbler was also a little confused. At the same time, on the side of the central domain of the Third Universe, which was infinitely far away from the heavenly river star, on the incomparably huge and terrifying immortal star, in the depths of the imperial city, an old woman was looking up at the sky with a worried expression. Her eyes were full of concern and she muttered to herself, "Xian, you are too careless. You changed your identity and left the word Xian in your name. Even I saw it at a glance. I secretly used my private power to help you send 3 tubes of the 9th level liquid over. How could others not see it? Hurry up and break through to the black hole realm, and then you'll be able to complete the ultimate trial. At that time you'll be able to return to the imperial capital. For the past 100 years, I've been on tenterhooks every single day, afraid that you'd be plotted against by your brothers outside." Achoo! In another direction at the edge of the core area of the graveyard star field, a young man with a handsome face and a cultivation base of the 7th level, the galaxy grade, was rapidly approaching the Sky River star. Then he suddenly sneezed. Could it be that Mother is thinking about me again? Sigh, it's been more than 100 years. I do miss Mother a little. But soon. I Long Xian am now at the galaxy grade 9th level. This time when I return to the Sky River star in exchange for a tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, I'll be able to break through to the black hole realm 1st level. At that time, I'll be able to hunt the demon scouts faster. What a pity. A tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid costs 1 million contribution points. Although I have the secret technique of the Imperial Dynasty that allows me to distinguish between demon and human experts, I've only accumulated a little more than 3 million contribution points over the years. I can't even get on the human ranking list. This time I'll have to spend 1 million contribution points. It's really heart-wrenching. Shaking his head and sighing, Longxian was about to speed up when a huge space fortress suddenly appeared not far away. Its aura had locked onto him. The Black Wind? It's over. Chapter 2709. Fellow Taoists, please stay. As a martialist of the Federation who was at the 7th major boundary of the Starry Sky Realm, Longxian was obviously very valuable to the Tianji tribe. Any martialist below the Black Hole Realm was definitely not a simple person. So when Tyrant Cha spotted him, he didn't hesitate to activate the mysterious Black Pillar of Light. A wide tunnel opened beneath the bastion and pulled Longxian into one of the Black Wind's 10,000 cataclysmic prison. He was locked up in one of the cages. This was a certain prince of an immortal dynasty, an absolutely important figure. Yet, he had fallen into the hands of the demons so easily. From this, it could be seen how cruel and realistic the so-called ultimate trial of the immortal dynasty's imperial family was. What the empire needed were truly capable royal descendants. If they could not prove their abilities, then it would be better to get rid of them early rather than ruin the entire empire in the future. In any case, on the immortal star of the imperial capital, there were countless descendants of the imperial family. At this moment, the leader of the Demonkin Scout Corps, Barakai, was sitting in a luxurious hall in the center of the 4th floor of the Black Wind. Beside him stood several of his trusted stewards and the Demon Dweller think tanks. Regarding the capture of a 7th-stage galaxy-stage human expert, Barakai did not care at all. There were at least 800 of such existences in the Black Wind ship's hold, if not 1,000, so it was not enough to attract his attention. If he learned of Longxian's identity, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to the Black Mosquito, which he had lost contact with. He would rush to the deepest part of the domain of the fallen domain and return to the domain of the devil through the large natural wormhole that connected to the first universe. Then he would contact his master, the Tianji race, and receive his battle merits. But all of this was destined to be impossible. Indeed, the reason Bachai had taken control of the Black Wind from the depths of the domain of the falling stars and warped to the edge of this mysterious region was because of the Black Mosquito. The release of a large number of conclave powerhouses from the Black Mosquito had been inadvertently witnessed by a few Demonkin scouts. They immediately returned to their bastion and reported the matter, which was then brought to Barakai's attention. Bachai immediately contacted the Black Mosquito ship. Unfortunately, the Black Mosquito ship had been absorbed into Yixian's body, so it was impossible to contact it. As such, no matter how stupid Barakai was, he would be able to understand that something had happened to the Black Mosquito ship. Although he did not know what had happened to the Black Mosquito, it was not difficult to guess. He was almost certain after a little thought. Everything was related to the interstellar mercenary of the Federation known as Yixian, who had risen to fame in the Federation a few days ago. At the time, Bachai had been muttering to himself about how he had managed to amass over 100 million Federation merit points in a matter of days. Now it seemed that this was related to the Black Mosquito ship's fall. A bastion belonging to the Demon Kin, its resources, and the 10,000 captured Federation powerhouses were all worth over 100 million Federation merit points. Although this was only a guess, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected changes. The result enraged Bachai, and he roared like thunder. As the leader of a team sent by the Demonkin race to the edge of the third universe, one of the 10 space fortresses under his command had fallen into the hands of the enemy, along with more than 10,000 Demonkin scouts and a huge amount of resources. Moreover, the enemy was just an ant with a cultivation base of the Star Core realm. If news of this were to spread, all the clansmen of the Devil Cultivator would not be able to help but laugh at him loudly. The Tianji clan would not let him go so easily, and would punish him severely. Fortunately, this matter had not spread yet. As long as he could salvage the situation in time and take back the Black Mosquito ship, this secret would most likely be kept. At worst, he could just kill the 10,000 Demonkin scouts in the ship. It was with this goal in mind that Bachai had rushed to the Sky River sector alone with the Black Wind without even informing the other 8 bastions. The people on the Black Wind were his most trusted subordinates. The other 8 bastions were under his command, but they were from different tribes. They weren't his people, so he couldn't allow them to participate in this mission. If they did, the secret would be exposed. Damn it! How did that Yixian guy do it? Did Mount Naibua grow up eating shit? How could a mere Starcore Realm ant take away the entire Black Mosquito ship? If he's still alive, I'll kill him with my own hands after I take back the Black Mosquito ship. As a Great Perfection Black Hole Realm Rank 9 powerhouse, it was a piece of cake for Bachai to kill a Black Hole Realm Rank 4 powerhouse like Bachai. At this moment, as these angry words left his mouth, the anger in Bachai's heart seemed to have been vented a little. His tone slightly slowed down, but his eyes became even colder. Humph humph. That guy called Yixian actually dared to brazenly appear in Heavenly River Star after doing such a thing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he walks out of Heavenly River Star, I'll be able to kill him immediately. As Barakai's cold voice rang out, the Black Wind once more activated its concealment array. It vanished, and silently began to move closer to Sky River. Sky River Sector, Federation Affairs Hall's platform. After Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long left in a hurry, Yixian immediately turned around and walked to the counter behind him. He took a small space box from the beautiful female robot. There must be 3 tubes of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid inside. The Myriad Federation could not do anything to this matter. Therefore, considering that there were too many people around, Yixian did not open it to check. He flipped his hand and threw it into the undying world in his body. Only then did he finally calm down. Now that the matter was settled, it was not good to stay here any longer. Yixian did not pay attention to the enthusiastic Federation powerhouses who were gradually gathering around him. He immediately leaped up and left the huge platform where the Federation Affairs Hall was located. He rushed toward another passage outside the Sky Defense Array. Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long's attitudes just now were extremely strange. Perhaps because they realized that Yixian was about to leave, they hurriedly returned to prepare for the ambush. Therefore, Yixian had to leave as soon as possible. Whether he was afraid or not was one thing, but it was obviously best to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 2710. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin, so you misunderstood me too. So it's fellow Taoist Xianyuan. When Yixian turned around and saw the purplish warbler and Lu Luo chasing after him, he immediately stopped. He had a good impression of this woman. After all, she was the one who had given him a huge harvest on the Heavenly River planet. Although it was a fair trade, Yixian still owed her a favor. Because of this, when Yixian saw the purplish warbler chasing after him with an anxious expression, he couldn't help but joke. Fellow Taoist Xianyuan, are you trying to warn me to be careful again? Don't worry, they couldn't stop me last time. And they won't be able to do the same this time. Fellow Taoist, ye must be joking. I'm ashamed to say that I misjudged you last time. Fellow Taoist, ye is a dragon among men. Yet I actually thought that you would fall into the hands of shameless people like Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long. I apologize to fellow Taoist Yi first. If Xianyuan Ziying was still curious about Yixian last time, but the feeling of looking down on him didn't change, then this time she took the initiative to lower herself and even put herself in a position lower than Yixian's. At this moment, her attitude was extremely modest, not at all like the attitude a middle-stage black hole realm expert should have towards a star core realm ant. This wasn't strange at all, and it wasn't that the purplish warbler was being pretentious. In her mind, Yixian was indeed an existence she should look up to. After all, in the Thousand Luo Federation contribution rankings, he was already close to the Earth ranking, while the purplish warbler was still at the bottom of the middle of the human ranking. At this point, the purplish warbler suddenly changed the topic and shook her head with a bitter smile. But fellow Taoist Yi, you misunderstood me this time. I didn't want to warn you because there's no need to. This time Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long won't scheme against you. However, you should be careful of that space pirate He Luoing. I just saw her standing far away on the Federation's affairs platform with a flicker in her eyes. She's just a space pirate. I don't care. Yixian nodded and cupped his hands in thanks. Then he asked curiously, I wonder how fellow Taoist Xianyuan is so sure that Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long won't attack me this time? I'm sure. Not only will they not attack you, fellow Taoist Yi, they'll even try to curry favor with you. Fellow Taoist Yi, You haven't forgotten the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that were urgently delivered from the undying star of the imperial capital, have you? The purplish warbler smiled faintly and then explained the details in detail. Yixian was immediately stunned. After a few seconds he smiled, but the expression on his face was extremely strange. Although you won't be in any danger this time, you're really brave. You know that you've become a famous person and that Bai Zhongjun is very likely to want to kill you, yet you still dare to swagger to the Sky River planet. Seeing Yixian smile, the purplish warbler couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just this courage alone is enough to make this little sister sigh in admiration. It seems that I'll have to follow Big Brother Yi in the future and learn a lot from him. Without batting an eyelid, she had already gotten closer to him. It had to be said that this girl's ability to observe people's expressions wasn't weak. She could tell that Yixian was in a good mood and didn't let go of this opportunity. Little sister, I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Yixian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't refuse after all, his impression of this girl was quite good. However, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Yixian wasn't pretending, he sincerely thought so. Big Brother Yi, you're too pedantic. Seeing that Yixian didn't refuse immediately, and even though he tried to shirk the responsibility, his words were extremely sincere, the purplish warbler's expression turned solemn. She cupped her hands towards Yixian again and bowed. In my generation of cultivators, the one who has reached the top first. I truly admire Big Brother Ye's achievements. I sincerely acknowledge you as my big brother. If you think that your cultivation is not as good as mine, I also think that my ranking on the human ranking list is not as good as yours. Let's not be so calculative, shall we? Furthermore, although Ziying is already at the middle stage of the black hole realm, her actual age is less than 200 years old. Her cultivation was built up through the accumulation of her family's resources. Without this, what is Ziying compared to Big Brother Yi? Less than 200 years old was indeed not considered old for a powerhouse under the starry sky. It could even be said that she had just entered her youth. It should be known that even ordinary Federation citizens who hadn't entered the path of cultivation had a normal lifespan of more than 500 years. Yixian was even more so. How many years had he spent on his journey? Therefore, he really did deserve to be called Big Brother. Of course, the most important thing was that the purplish warbler was straightforward and unpretentious. She gave him a very good impression. Otherwise, Yixian would never have agreed to it no matter what. But now, he shook his head and smiled bitterly without saying anything. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The purplish warbler was overjoyed. She immediately called him Big Brother Yi again and again. Even Yixian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw how well behaved she was. As they chatted and laughed, the maid Lulua followed behind them. Soon they passed through the sky curtain passage in front of them and left the Sky River planet, arriving at the void of the universe outside. Looking up, a huge fleet of dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and a 5,000-meter diameter nebula state bastion appeared in their sight. They were waiting for them in the vast starry sky not far away. Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long, who had respectful smiles on their faces, immediately came forward to welcome them. These two fellows who had always been secretly fighting against each other, had unexpectedly joined forces in the matter of pleasing the imperial capital prince. There was no infighting between them. Thinking about it, it was normal. The value of a prince was not something any one of them could take for themselves. On the contrary, if they could really get on the prince's good side, when they reached the immortal star in the imperial capital, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough alone. If they could go with someone who knew them well, it would obviously be a good thing. It was also for this reason that these two fellows had tacitly agreed to join forces on this matter. In fact, when Yixian and the purplish warbler had just come out of the sky curtain passage, they had already heard the conversation between Yixian and the purplish warbler. Seeing that even the purplish warbler, a proud daughter of heaven from a powerful family on the imperial capital star, was deliberately trying to curry favor with Yixian by calling him Big Brother Yi, the two of them clearly confirmed their guess. Now that they had come together, the smiles on their faces had already become more respectful and humble. When they came closer, they cupped their hands and bowed. Huang, Brother Yi, your current identity is no small matter. This time, your whereabouts on the Sky River planet have been exposed, and I am afraid that it will attract some covetous eyes. Therefore, the two of us feel a great responsibility and have decided to escort you all the way. Chapter 27:11. The black wind startling appearance of these two fellows. One was the leader of the Heavenly River Planet, and the other was the commander of the Heavenly River Planet's federal garrison. Now they were moving out at the same time, bringing such a huge fleet with them. They were working hard to ask for orders to escort Yixian. At the same time, they seemed to be afraid that this would affect Yixian, so they actually took the initiative to show their sincerity and asked Yixian to just do what he was supposed to do and pretend that they didn't exist. Yixian was a little embarrassed by their attitude, but when he thought about the good deeds these two fellows had done in the past, he immediately calmed down. It was fine to take advantage of this opportunity to collect some interest. What's more, if he insisted on refusing, he was afraid that the effect would backfire and cause the two of them to become suspicious. After all, their attitude was enough to show that they had already guessed the identity of the prince. If Yixian was really the prince, then in this situation he naturally wouldn't care too much about this matter. If he really did care too much about it, it would only lower his status. With this thought in mind, Yixian didn't say anything. He coldly glanced at the two of them, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the graveyard star filled with the purplish warbler and Luluo, because he didn't want to expose the fact that he had just completed the fourth fusion of the purple star shuttle, and although he had many other small warships in his possession, he hadn't refined any of them. This was something he had neglected before. As such, Yixian and the others didn't summon their small private warships. The purplish warbler wanted to summon the Xianyuan Ark, but Yixian politely refused. He still wanted to go into the depths of the star field and bid farewell to the two women for the time being, so there was no need for him to enter their small private warships. In this way, the three of them crossed the void with their physical bodies, only to find that they were escorted by a space fortress and dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warships. This scene was extremely strange. The experts of the Federation that they occasionally encountered along the way all stopped in their tracks and looked stunned as if they had seen a ghost. In the meantime, He Luoying, the space pirate who had been hiding her scent and body, and tailing them closely after they left through the channel on the other side of the Heavenly River Planet, couldn't have been more frustrated. If Yixian and the purplish warbler had brought out a small private warship, he would have most likely given up. He had seen the speed of Yixian's warship before. Even if it was him, he would not be able to catch up to it, no matter if he used his physical body to traverse the void or brought out a warship. However, now that the three of them were traveling through the void with their physical bodies, He Luoying saw hope and gritted her teeth to stay behind. Because he knew that Bai Zhengying and Zhao Long, who had been escorting him all this time, would leave sooner or later. It was impossible for them to leave Heavenly River Star behind and follow this prince around, right? If that was the case, he had a chance. Although the purplish warbler was not weak, his level was about the same as his. In his estimation, his target Yixian was definitely not in the black hole realm, even if he had concealed his cultivation. Under such circumstances, there was still a chance that he could kidnap Yixian when he was caught off guard if he suddenly took action in secret. Also, the chance was quite high. It was definitely worth a try. One day later, Yixian and his companions had entered the edge of the graveyard of meteorites. The last expert of the Federation they encountered along the way had been half a day ago. Besides, that person didn't follow them, and his cultivation was not high either. All in all, there was no need to worry about their safety at all. Besides, Yixian had the purplish warbler, an expert in the black hole realm, with him. Even he might be in the black hole realm too. Also, he had a small private warship that was extremely fast. Besides, Bai Zhengying and Zhao Long's so-called escort was just a gesture. It was enough for them to follow them for one day. If they continued to follow them, the prince would probably be displeased. Therefore, the fleet behind them soon stopped and slowly returned to the ship. He Luoying, who had concealed her body in her qi, saw the opportunity and quickened her pace. Very soon she was behind the three of them. As a boundless and mighty aura suddenly appeared without any warning, the space within a radius of 100 miles emitted a slight trembling sound. Following that, an energy claw that was as large as a mountain suddenly pressed down towards Yixian's head. He Luoying? The purplish warbler's expression changed greatly. She suddenly roared, "Lu Luo, protect brother Yi. I'm going to kill her." In the next moment, A purple ribbon surged out of the purplish warbler's body and expanded in the wind, turning into a purple river that soared into the sky and blocked He Luoying's enormous claw immediately. Then she dashed forward and dragged He Luoying away, covering 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The reason for that was obviously because she was worried that the shockwaves from the fierce battle between two black hole realm experts might accidentally hurt Yixian. Realizing what was going on, Yixian couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He was going to raise his hand and activate the Black Mosquito Bastion, but when he saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River, which was still vaguely visible, he dropped the idea. At the same time, in the central control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion that was 5 kilometers in diameter, Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long both exclaimed in shock. F***CK. He Luoying? She's asking for it. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor immediately. Get back immediately, space jump. Following the furious roars of Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long, which sounded as if their parents had died, a space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared without any warning in the originally empty space above Yixian and Lu Luo. It was the Black Wind, the flagship of the Demon Scouts. In fact, the Black Wind had been waiting not far ahead. When it saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River gradually moving away, it was about to attack, but He Luoying beat it to it. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the result. Hum. The faint buzzing sound of the void vibrating sounded again. As soon as the Black Wind appeared, it shot out a black beam of light about 100 meters in diameter from the bottom cabin and enveloped Yixian and Lu Luo without any suspense. Whoosh! The huge black beam of light flashed and disappeared, but it was soon retracted. Then the Black Wind activated the concealment array again and disappeared. It was most likely that it had activated a space jump at the first moment and left. Inside the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion of planet Heavenly River, Bai Zhangjun and Zhao Long's faces turned pale. They sat on the ground and exclaimed in shock. Black Wind? That's clearly the Black Wind. It's over, the prince was captured by the demon. This is a natural disaster. The Heavenly Dust Kingdom is finished. Chapter 27:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing He Luoying. Following the disappearance of Yixian and Lu Luo, even the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Xianyuan Ziying, who was originally fighting in the vast void 100 kilometers away, had a drastic change in expression. Even the space pirate He Luoying was completely dumbfounded. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stared blankly in the direction where the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Speechless for a moment for He Luoying, there was no point in continuing the fight since the target was gone. For Xianyuan Ziying, the people she wanted to protect had been captured by the demons. It was meaningless to continue fighting He Luoying. If I'm not wrong, this kid was also taken away by a demon battlestar last time. This is too unlucky. After being stunned for a moment, the purplish warbler's expression quickly became strange. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. But he's someone who can create miracles. He was fine last time. This time he'll be fine too. You're crazy. That's the Black Wind of a demon scout. I've only heard about it for so many years. Today I've opened my eyes. He Luoying heard the purplish warbler's murmur and rolled her eyes. She then dashed away as she spoke. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the Cosmic Cloud State Battlestar of the Sky River Fleet, that had just completed a space jump, shot out two scorching white energy beams with a diameter of 500 meters without warning. These weren't the star cannons of planetary state or stellar state warships. These were real destruction cannons that could incinerate even a meteor in an instant. He Luoying dashed towards one of the destruction cannons. She was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Her body was enveloped by the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons and was instantly sent flying. The other destruction cannons were aimed at the purplish warbler. Damn it! The latter's face immediately turned pale. Without hesitation, she crushed the sapphire ring on her right hand. With a flash of blue light, the purplish warbler's body was instantly enveloped and turned into a faint ray of light. She then disappeared before the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons reached her. In the void where she was, there was a figure that looked like Xianyuan Ziying, but had a stiff and lifeless face. Half an instant later, It was struck by the 500-meter diameter energy beam of the destruction cannon and turned into ashes. At the same time, in the control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Battlestar, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long stared at the big screen in front of them. Then, they looked at each other with a serious expression. He Luoying is definitely dead. As for the little girl from the Xianyuan family, I don't think I saw it clearly. With such speed, even a black hole state wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I saw it clearly. She's dead too. Also, the prince and that Lulua girl definitely won't be able to come back. In other words, what happened before is temporarily suppressed. Not necessarily. We've met a lot of powerful people from the Federation on our way here. They all saw us protecting the prince. Humph, it doesn't matter. We'll find them one by one and kill them all. No matter what, we can't let anyone know that the prince was kidnapped by the demons. We can't let anyone know that it's related to us. By the way, the people in your fleet are all reliable. 1/3 of them are not direct descendants of the Zhao family. Don't worry, when we get back, they will be put under house arrest. Within a month, all of them will die in accidents. At this point, Zhao Long turned his head and exchanged a glance with Bai Zhengjun. Both of them had a strange look in their eyes. Although they didn't say it out loud, both of them knew what was going on. After this incident, the two of them, who had been at odds with each other for many years, could be considered to have completely become a team. Even when they were trying to curry favor with the prince, their relationship was not as strong and stable as it was now. All of this was so ironic. Whoosh! Just as Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long were nervously returning with the entire fleet, in another direction, thousands of miles away from the scene of the incident, a faint blue light flashed, and then the figure of Xianyuan, whose face was ashen, quietly appeared. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and glanced at the sapphire ring on her right hand. There was an obvious crack on the originally deep blue surface of the ring. This crack made Xianyuan Ziying's expression even more unsightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, these two idiots actually offended me, the representative of the Xianyuan family, in order to silence me. Humph, they made me pay such a heavy price. You just wait and see. At this point, Xianyuan Ziying's brow furrowed and she fell into deep thought. Her mutterings also became much calmer. Right now, I only have 2 uses left of the Phantom Ring's 3 uses. I can't return to Heavenly River Star anymore. I can't even visit Grandmaster Su anymore. Otherwise, once Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long find out that this young lady is still alive, I'm afraid that those idiots will do their best to ban me from this star field. The only thing I can do now is to go to the core of the graveyard and secretly look for the Black Wind Bastion. Big Brother Yi, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Xianyuan Ziying's expression darkened when she heard the last sentence. She let out a faint sigh before quickly concealing herself and silently heading towards the core area of the domain of the graveyard. She knew the bastion was somewhere in the depths of the starfield, but finding it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding it was a matter of luck. In fact, even if she did find the Black Wind, what could she do? After taking Yixian and Luluo away, the Black Wind immediately activated its concealment formation and warped through space. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000,000 kilometers away and appeared behind a giant black Death Star. At the same time, Yixian and Luluo were wrapped in a pillar of black light and appeared in a luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The bastion's pillar of light didn't only take people to the lowest level of the myriad hells, but it could also take them to any location on any floor. For an important captive like Yixian, the Devil Cultivator Scout Big Head Baguai had to interrogate him as soon as possible. However, it was impossible for him to go to a place like the Myriad Heaven Prison, so he naturally brought Yixian and Luluo to the luxurious hall on the top floor. Chapter 2713. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations Bachai was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yixian's heart was burning with anxiety. Yes, he still had the Black Mosquito, Li Mosquito, and Naibuishan. However, even Li Mosquito was only at rank 7 of the Black Hole Realm and had just entered the late stage. Naibuishan was even worse, as he was still at the middle stage of the Black Hole Realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Ba Chai, who was at the peak of rank 9. Furthermore, the two of them were inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, which had been stored in the Undying World within Yixian's body. Given his current low cultivation, He had been able to store a black hole realm powerhouse in his body because of the Black Mosquito Bastion's ability to fold space. However, if he wanted to release a star realm powerhouse from the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to do so. He would have to first release the Black Mosquito Bastion before he could do so. However, he was currently inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, so there was no way he could release another spacetime bastion from within it. Folded space was also repellent, which was a disadvantage. Besides, so what if he could release the Black Mosquito Bastion? Even if he used up all the power of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to defeat Ba Chai. Instead, he would have to rely on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the Black Mosquito Bastion was now in the undying world within his body. As long as he did not take it out, even Ba Chai, who was at rank 9 of the Black Hole Realm, would not be able to detect it. Even if he wanted to extort a confession, as long as Yi Xian could grit his teeth and bear with it, the other party would not be able to do anything. In other words, he could not even count on the Black Mosquito Bastion now, let alone Lulua. She was only at rank 7 of the planet realm, so Ba Chai could kill her with one finger. In the end, if Yi Xian wanted to save himself now, he could not count on his strength. His only chance was to scheme. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his brain and began to calculate and deduce frantically. Needless to say, after a short few breaths, he really found a way out. It was an extremely dangerous way that could only temporarily solve the problem at hand, and would cause endless troubles in the future. Even so, he still made up his mind at the first moment because there was no better plan than this one. How dare you attack the Black Mosquito under my command? You're quite bold, aren't you? You're courting death. After grabbing onto Yi Xian, Ba Chai wasn't in a hurry. He had a lazy expression on his face as he looked at Yi Xian with a cold smile. Speak, where is the Black Mosquito? How did you manage to do all this? If I'm satisfied with your answer, I might spare your life. Bullsh * T. Do I need you to spare my life? You are just a small scout leader. Who do you think you are? Without waiting for Ba Chai to finish speaking, Yi Xian had already jumped up and roared. As he angrily rebuked, he pointed his finger at Ba Chai, and the index finger of his right hand was almost on his nose. You bastard, this Holy Sun's plan has only been completed halfway, and I have only just obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I just happened to hook up with the direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, a level 8 gene cultivation fluid, and you destroyed it. You should think carefully about how to explain it to the Demon Emperor when you return. After saying this, Yi Xian still hadn't vented his anger. He fiercely spat at the dumbstruck Ba Chai. High Priest Wenxing's painstaking efforts were all messed up by you, you idiot. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, apart from Yi Xian, Luluo, and Bastion, there were more than 10 figures in the luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. They were all Bastion's trusted stewards and advisors. But now, all of them were stunned by Yi Xian's words. After a long while, Bastion swallowed his saliva and asked, Yu, how do you know about High Priest Wenxing? Yu, what did you mean? What did I mean? That's what I meant. Yi Xian glared at him and directly activated the spirit core in his mind. In an instant, a pure devil chi source energy spread out, so clear that it was like a large brick hanging under his eyelids. There was no need to sense it. As long as it was a person, they would be able to sense it. Heavens! Yi Xian, you are a demon? Luluo was the first to react. Her face was full of shock as she recalled what Yi Xian had just said. It turned out that this guy was a spy who had infiltrated the human race. He had schemed against the purplish warbler to get close to her, and had set his sights on the Xianyuan family's level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula. Thinking of this, Lulu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she roared. You bastard, to think that Ziying and I trusted you so much. You approached us because of the imperial capital's Xianyuan family's formula for the grade 8 liquid? I will kill you. As she roared, Luluo raised her hand to slap Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to stun her and she fainted on the floor. She was a Planet 7 stage powerhouse, so she shouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Xian had only succeeded because Luluo's mind had already collapsed. Coupled with Yi Xian's sneak attack, Yi Xian had succeeded. Look, this is what you did. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Yixian secretly praised Lu Luo's cooperation, but his expression didn't change. He glared at Ba Chai and reprimanded sternly. I obeyed the orders of the Demon King and was given a secret technique by High Priest Wen Xing that allowed me to fool the human race's superbrain for a short period of time. It wasn't easy for me to sneak in and get an identity. Then, I pretended to rescue a large number of Black Mosquito Federation powerhouses to obtain a large number of Federation contribution points. It wasn't easy for me to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Now that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula was about to be in my hands, you interfered. After returning to the demon domain, you can go to the Demon King and High Priest Wen Xing to receive your punishment. Yixian had only said these words after careful consideration. He had learned everything about the demon race from Naibua Mountain when he was bored. Coincidentally, Wen Xing, who was the Demon King's high priest, was from the Black Mosquito tribe. Therefore, Yixian's words weren't too flawed. The demon race had a total of 10 tribes, each with 1,000,000 tribesmen and one great commander. The 10 great commanders led the 10 tribes and were under the control of the Demon King. The demon race's 10 space fortresses in the Third Universe's graveyard domain were actually from the 10 different tribes. The Black Mosquito ship was from the Black Mosquito tribe, and the Black Wind ship was from the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, Ba Chai didn't know much about the Black Mosquito tribe. However, he knew that High Priest Wen Xing was a favorite of the Demon King, and was also from the Black Mosquito tribe. Under such circumstances, the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son had come here to carry out the Demon King's secret mission with High Priest Wen Xing's help. He had avoided him, the frontline leader, and instead went directly to the Black Mosquito ship from the Black Mosquito tribe. This was completely reasonable. Most importantly, Yixian's demon mind power couldn't be faked. It was clearly very pure. His cultivation realm wasn't high, but his mind power level wasn't low. This was the characteristic of the Holy Son of the 10 tribes. Chapter 27:14. Re-entering the 10,000 Cataclysm. Seeing the incomparably enraged Yixian, the leader of the demon scouts, Ba Chai, had a gloomy expression. For a moment he fell silent. What Yixian had said was unacceptable to him. But what was worse was that no matter how Ba Chai analyzed, he couldn't find any suspicious points that could be magnified. In reality, just the fact that the other party was a demon was enough to explain everything. In the face of this fact, even if he could find some suspicious points in the other party's words, the final result would clearly be pale and powerless. There was not much meaning to it at all. As he muttered to himself as he searched for Yixian's words, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Unknowingly, Ba Kai had already accepted what Yixian said as the truth. But he was unwilling. They had agreed to vent their anger, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge mistake. No one would be able to accept this matter calmly in a short time. As his eyes flickered, Ba Chui pondered for a moment. In the end he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth and glared at Yixian. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the Black Mosquito? If there is even half a word of concealment, I, Ba Chai, as the supreme commander of the demon army at the front line, have the right to kill you on the spot. At most, I will just go back and ask the high priest for a crime of ignorance. Kid, you better think carefully. Yixian's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart instantly became uneasy. Yixian was an unreasonable and cruel person. Now that he was angry and humiliated, he might actually dare to do what he said just now. If possible, Yixian really didn't want to gamble with his own life. But now he had no way out. Once the Black Mosquito ship was taken out, the other party would definitely be able to see the problem from the number of demons inside. This was inexplicable. It was fine to pretend to release the Federation captives, but how could there be less than 3,000 demon scouts left? Since Ba Chai had been waiting outside the Heavenly River Star, it meant that he had come prepared. He had most likely already grasped the distribution of demon scouts in the star field where the Black Mosquito ship was located. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. After realizing the situation, Yixian sighed inwardly. He could only brace himself and walk down this dark path. I'm not scared. If Boss Barakai wants to betray the demon-human race, I'll just do it. Yixian glanced at Ba Chai with disdain. His heart trembled, but his face was calm and fearless. He even mocked back and secretly warned, "Don't forget, when this saint was captured by you on the Black Wind, Many people in the Myriad Luo Federation saw it. With my current ranking on the Federation's contribution rankings, this matter will soon spread. When the Demon King asks about it, if you can't hand him over, I believe I don't need to remind you of the consequences, right? Although it was a threat, it was the truth. Ba Chai was only one of the 10 leaders of the Black Wind tribe. So how could he dare to go against the Nephilim Emperor? When he heard Yi Xian's words, just imagining the scene of the Nephilim Emperor's anger made his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Since you want to use the Nephilim Emperor to pressure me, then fine, let's do business. After thinking about it, Ba Chai clearly had a countermeasure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared fiercely at Yi Xian and laughed strangely. Even if you really have a secret mission from the Nephilim Emperor, I, Ba Chai, don't know about it. It's hard to verify whether it's true or false. Not to mention that you are the Black Mosquito tribe's saint. Even if you call yourself the Demon Prince, I still have to verify it before I can be sure of this matter. So, it's almost time to return to the demon-human star field. Since it's related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor, it doesn't matter if I return 2 years earlier. But before that, your identity is clear, so you can only obediently stay in the Myriad Luo Hell. As for this human woman, she's useless anyway. Let me vent my anger on her. Boom! As he finished speaking, Ba Chai's expression suddenly turned sinister. He lowered his head to look at the unconscious Lu Luo on the ground. Then before Yi Xian could recover, Ba Chai had already raised his palm and slammed it down with a bang. With a loud bang, the bloody mist that filled the sky instantly dispersed. The unconscious Lu Luo was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a fingernail-sized piece of flesh. Ha ha ha. This person's identity is suspicious, but this is related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor. This leader doesn't dare to be negligent. Immediately inform the other 8 space fortresses to send all the resources to the wormhole area. This leader will return to the demon-human star field in advance. As for this person, he will be temporarily detained in the Myriad Luo Hell. Shio! Laughing wildly, Ba Chai waved his hand as he spoke. A black membrane of light 100 meters in diameter instantly appeared on the floor of the hall. Yi Xian, who was shocked by Lu Luo's tragic death, was caught off guard. He only felt the air beneath his feet as his body fell into the black membrane of light. Bang bang! Clang clang! His body fell heavily to the ground. Before Yi Xian could get up, a familiar sound rang in his ears. It was the sound of the myriad cataclysmic prison cage falling down. Looking around, his face gradually darkened. Everything around him was familiar yet unfamiliar. The environment was exactly the same as the first floor of the Black Mosquito's lower cabin. However, the Federation experts imprisoned in the cages in the distance were all unfamiliar faces. Without a doubt, this was the myriad cataclysmic prison in the Black Wind's lower cabin. In just a few short months, he had been imprisoned in 2 different demon-human fortresses. This was really annoying. What made him feel even more guilty was Lu Luo's death. When he thought about how that girl had fallen into a coma with a huge grudge against him before her death, and how he didn't even have a chance to explain himself, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable surge of pent-up anger in his chest. He clenched his teeth, only wanting to kill. After a long time, Yi Xian's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage, he closed his eyes and quickly analyzed the situation he was facing. There was no doubt that as soon as he returned to the demon-human star field, his lies would immediately be exposed. The huge trouble he had mentioned before was this matter. To him, there were only 2 paths to take. Either he stopped Ba Chai from returning to the demon-human star field, or he had to kill or subdue Ba Chai before the Black Wind entered the wormhole and returned to the first universe on the other side. No matter which of these 2 paths he chose, he had to refine a level 9 or even level 10 slave seal. Only then could he be considered to have the conditions to make a move. The reason why he needed a grade 10 slave seal was because Ba Chai was already in the 8th realm, the Black Hole realm. Once he stepped into the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm, even a grade 9 slave seal might not be enough to protect him. Chapter 27:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Legendary Battleship Purple Cave Shuttle Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yi Xian, who had been imprisoned in the myriad shifting hells once again, hadn't moved his body at all. His eyes were shut tight and he was in a state where he had forgotten everything. Although he appeared to be extremely calm, the mind source core in his mind was the exact opposite. It was constantly operating frantically. Within 10 days, a large amount of spirit source energy was continuously extracted from the spirit source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Then, according to the unique method of condensing a slave seal, he condensed it again and again, compressing it again and again. From the very beginning, the first-level slave seal continuously increased its level and quality. However, the slave seal that Yi Xian had condensed was only 1. As the level of the slave seal increased, the amount of time and energy required to condense it would increase exponentially. Even the amount of mind source power that had to be invested would increase exponentially. If Yi Xian wanted to condense a level 10 slave seal, he would need at least half a month, given his usual speed. However, this time he had sunk into a complete frenzy. He hadn't slept or rested for 10 days and nights before he finally managed to condense the slave seal in his mind and forcibly raise it to level 10. This was the first level 10 slave seal that Yi Xian had condensed. Compared to the previous slave seals, after reaching level 10, the pure black color of the slave seal had turned into a black with hints of purple. It also emitted an indescribably mysterious aura. Yi Xian had a lot of confidence in this level 10 slave seal after just one look. He had a faint feeling that the slave seal after level 10 seemed to be different from before. It wasn't just the color, but most of its effectiveness had also undergone a qualitative change. However, this was just a guess at the moment. He would have to wait until he successfully planted this level 10 slave seal on Barakai before he could verify it. After the successful condensation of this level 10 slave seal, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down by half. However, this was only half of it. In his opinion, having a level 10 slave seal only meant that he had the qualifications to attack Barakai. However, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Xian decided to make some preparations before he made his move, in case he had no way out if he failed. He planned to fuse the battle armor, battle weapon, and personal warship that had already been fused 4 times. He believed that after completing the 5th fusion, the battle armor and warship, which were already top grade, would most likely be upgraded to star grade legendary grade treasures in one fell swoop. And, because of the birth of the sword spirit, the sword, the demonic bloodstar essence, a legendary grade treasure, and the sword. In this way, even if the operation to plant the slave imprint on Ba Chai failed, once they shed all pretense of cordiality, whether it was struggling or waiting for an opportunity to escape, Yi Xian would be more confident. Of course, in order to achieve quality improvement, the level and quality of the consumables and similar treasures added to the 5th fusion had to be carefully selected. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately became spirited and began to carefully choose. Yi Xian didn't look through the tens of thousands of small space boxes in his undying world. Firstly, there were too many of them, and secondly, although the people he had extorted were all quite wealthy, the best things were in the 30% share that they kept for themselves. Although the 70% share that Yi Xian obtained was also extremely rare, it was clearly insufficient for the important 5th fusion. Fortunately, he had found a few decent legendary, epic, and even supreme grade treasures and materials in the Black Mosquito ship's 3rd warehouse. This time they were just right for him. After some consideration, Yi Xian chose 3 of them. They were star-tier crystals, undying void metal, and the wormhole warship. There were a total of 3 pieces of star-tier crystals. Yi Xian only took one and planned to refine it into his Demon Blood Star Essence Sword. It was an epic-grade mineral that could enhance the sword's spirituality. As for the Void Indestructible Gold, Yi Xian planned to refine it into the Violet Phoenix Glass Armor. It was a Starry Sky treasure-grade mineral, and with the fusion of this metal, Yi Xian's battle armor would definitely level up. It wouldn't be impossible for it to jump to the epic grade. After all, the Void Indestructible Gold that was fused into the Void Indestructible Gold was a rare Starry Sky ore. As for the wormhole ship, there was no need to mention it. Although it was only an epic warship, it was extremely sturdy and could withstand the terrifying crushing force of the wormhole jump. If this ship was fused with the Purple Star Shuttle, allowing the Purple Star Shuttle to possess such terrifying sturdiness, then once the 10th level slave seal on Bachai failed, Yixian would still be able to think of a way to escape from the Black Wind Battlestar. Even if Yixian was dragged into the depths of the graveyard's core, the natural wormhole that led to the first universe, Yixian wouldn't be afraid. Yixian ran through all the details once more, and made sure he didn't overlook anything. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the Purple Star Shuttle and the wormhole warship he'd just taken from the Undying World into the Devouring system. To be more precise, it was the fusion system attached to the Devouring system. The familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Purple Star Shuttle and wormhole warship. Begin fusion? Yixian immediately gave a definite reply. Then with a thought he threw over a large pile of star core sources. This was the energy required for the fusion process. Ding! Beginning the 5th fusion of Purple Star Shuttle. Progress 1. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the notification. According to past experience, the 5th fusion would take a long time, at least 6 days. Yixian took advantage of this time to close his eyes again and began to refine a new slave seal, just in case. 6 days later, Yixian withdrew his consciousness from the continuous refinement of the slave seal. After waiting for half a day, the notification that the 5th fusion was complete finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 5th fusion is a success. The Purple Hole Shuttle has been acquired. Grade: Legendary Private Warship. Although it was only at the legendary level, Yixian was already extremely satisfied. After all, a successful fusion meant that his Purple Hole Shuttle would be able to withstand the terrifying void-crushing force of a natural wormhole jump, like those large warships and space fortresses. Yixian's consciousness quickly sank into his body with such joy. After examining it for a while, he discovered that the Purple Hole Shuttle's sleek and handsome appearance hadn't changed at all. However, there were now some slightly blunt edges that looked like muscles. Its color had also changed from its original light purple to a purplish black, and its aura was more restrained and heavy. At a glance, it was obvious that its sturdiness had improved by a large margin. Immediately after, Yixian directly threw the remaining 4 treasures and consumables to the fusion system at the same time. A notification sounded out in his mind in the next instant. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword and Star Tear Crystal. Begin fusion. Chapter 2716. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Epic Grade Battle Armor. Yixian gave an affirmative reply when he heard the notification. At the same time, he threw over a large amount of star core energy that would be used as energy for the fusion. After doing all this, he closed his eyes again. This time, the fusion of 2 treasures at the same time would take a longer time, at least 11 or 12 days, which was enough time for him to condense a large number of slave seals for backup. Fortunately, the last batch of Demonkin brain cores he had thrown to the Devouring system for decomposition was quite large. Furthermore, most of them were elite Demonkin brain cores, so their quality was pretty good. The mind power source they contained was also quite boundless. Otherwise, if he had continued to crazily condense slave seals, the mind power source core in his knowledge sea would have been sucked dry. 12 days later, Yixian opened his eyes. Sure enough, in the next instant, the system notification that the fusion of 2 treasures was successful sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Devil Bloodstar Tear Sword has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Indestructible Glass Armor has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Everything was as Yixian had speculated. The battle armor and battle armor that had completed the 5th fusion surpassed Yixian's small private battleship in terms of grade and reached the Starry Sky Epic grade. The Devil Bloodstar Tear Sword had already been promoted to the legendary rank after the birth of the Devil Bloodsword Spirit. This time, with the addition of the epic rank Star Tear's Mother Tear, it was expected that the Devil Bloodstar Tear Sword would advance to the epic rank. The reason why the Indestructible Glass Armor, which had also been successfully integrated for the 5th time, could skip the legendary grade and be promoted to the epic grade in one fell swoop, was because the indestructible void metal that had been integrated this time was an extremely precious mineral of the starry sky level. After completing the 5th fusion, the Devil Bloodstar tier sword and the indestructible glass armor, which had both become epic grade battle armors, were different from before in terms of appearance and aura. Although the Devil Bloodstar tier sword was still blood red in color, there were now some silvery white teardrop-shaped engravings on the blood red patterns that originally covered the blade. It looked much more lively, and its power had definitely increased by quite a bit as well. As for the indestructible glass armor, after this fusion, it was no longer as feminine as before. Its lines were firm, and it gave off the aura of the void metal, as well as an inexplicable, mysterious and inspiring. After a full 28 days, Yi Xian could be said to be preparing for the 5th fusion of the battle armor and the battleship. In addition to the first level slave seal, he had the number of slave marks in the following 18 days. The star translation, 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 e-translation, translation, translation, e-translation, translation, translator. When everything was ready, Yi Xian began to consider the next step of the plan. What he wanted to know the most was the location of the Black Wind. For example, was it still in the graveyard star field? Or had it entered the deepest wormhole in the core of the star field, and was currently in the process of jumping through wormholes? This was very important. It was related to what Yi Xian should do in case he failed to plant a slave seal on Ba Chai. Unfortunately, although he had the purple hole shuttle, he could only leave the cage, and could not walk out of the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Wind. The old method he used in the Black Mosquito ship could not be used again. On the one hand, time was of the essence, and there was no way he could eat up the purple wind layer by layer. Besides, he did not have enough slave marks now, so he did not have the time to continue forming more. More importantly, when he was on the Black Mosquito ship, he was basically a nobody, and did not attract any attention. But here, Yi Xian did not have the opportunity to sneak into the prison and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Those people had obviously been warned by Ba Chai, and during this period of time they would wander around twice a day and keep an eye on him. As long as there was the slightest movement, Ba Chai, who was on the top floor of the Black Wind, would be alerted immediately. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids he had just exchanged. If he used all 3 of them at the same time, perhaps the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain would be able to recover in a short period of time. If that was the case, then with this fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, Yi Xian would be able to activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the Devouring system. In other words, it was like a portable satellite base station, and no matter where he was, he would be able to forcibly invade the star network of the nearby administrative planet. He would even be able to use the star network of the administrative planet and invade the star network of a higher level. Of course, taking into account the energy consumption of the fusion system, once this independent communication system was activated, it would most likely be used in the same way. Invading the star network of an administrative planet might be easy, but if he used this method to forcefully connect to the star network, the energy consumption would increase exponentially. However, this was not a problem for Yi Xian now. The amount of star core origin in his undying world was simply too vast, and he did not feel any heartache about using it. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to successfully activate this starry sky independent communication system. This way, even if he was trapped in the bottom level of the Black Wind, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from the outside world without anyone noticing. He might even be able to directly invade the star superbrain at the top of the Black Wind's main AI control center. If that was really the case, once Yi Xian successfully took control of the Black Wind, Ba Chai would instantly meet a tragic end. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart palpitated with excitement. He immediately took out the small box containing the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain from his undying world. At the same time, he also took out an ordinary small box. This was the item that Yi Xian received from a female AI robot at the exchange counter of the Sky River Star Federation Affairs Hall a month ago. Inside the box were the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluid, worth 30 million Federation contribution points. Due to the complicated circumstances at that time, and the fact that Yi Xian was certain that the Myriad Net Alliance would not tamper with this kind of thing, he did not open the small box to inspect it. But now he casually sent out a Divine Sense imprint to erase the simple seal on the small box. As the small box was opened, a small but extremely bright golden light shot out from the box without any warning. It instantly entered Yi Xian's forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. As if it had grown eyes, it directly imprinted itself on Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Then, a majestic and mysterious energy suddenly exploded, causing Yi Xian's body to shake violently and almost fall down. Chapter 27:17. Immortal Ancestral Dragon Blood Boom. A terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens, and the earth resounded in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His primordial spirit and consciousness were unable to resist at all. In an instant it was as if they were being pulled into a huge black hole, entering a dreamlike place. This was an expanse of the starry sky. It was spacious, distant, and silent, and it revealed an extremely strong and simple aura. It was like at the end of a certain universe, and it flowed along the river of time to return to the legendary primeval times. What was strange was that with the appearance of this ancient starry sky, the roar in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also instantly stopped. Turning his head to look around, his eyes immediately burst out with suspicion and confusion. This mysterious starry sky that revealed a strong ancient aura seemed vaguely familiar. Right, it was exactly the same aura as the mysterious starry sky that he had seen twice when he was cultivating the incomplete Dongshu scripture. The only difference was that in the ancient starry sky scene that the incomplete Dongshu scripture brought to him, there was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as the entire universe, but here there was nothing. Roar! Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, at the end of the endless starry sky in the distance, a high-pitched roar that could split the heavens and earth suddenly came without warning, like the roar of a dragon. No, it was not like this was indeed the roar of a dragon, because in the next moment, in the deep galaxy at the end of his line of sight, a golden figure that was not the slightest bit weaker than the Dongshu giant turtle appeared. A dragon! A golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar! Just as Yi Xian was in shock, the golden dragon had already stretched out its neck and roared again. With a casual wave of its right front claw, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, forming a huge black hole that revealed an endless devouring power. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but it was unable to shake even a single scale of the golden dragon. Terrifying. An absolutely terrifying existence, just like the Dongshu giant turtle, should be an existence of the same level. Perhaps they only existed in the primordial times. In the current world, it was impossible for such a powerful life form to exist. Swish! As the second dragon roar faded away, the giant golden dragon in the distance seemed to inadvertently glance in the direction of Yi Xian. Then, as the giant golden dragon raised its right front claw and pointed at Yi Xian across the endless void, the sound of breaking air instantly approached. A ray of light that was only the size of a fingernail but blossomed with a blazing golden light directly entered the dragon's forehead. This scene was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid before he was pulled into this mysterious void by the sudden boom in his mind. It was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Before Yi Xian could think about the cause and effect of the cause and effect, his primordial spirit consciousness had already been shaken again. In an instant, he was squeezed out of the mysterious illusion of the starry sky by an irresistible force. At the same time, it was as if a star had exploded within his sea of consciousness, and a large amount of ancient, obscure, and mysterious runes instantly appeared. What was even stranger was that Yi Xian clearly didn't recognize a single one of them, but as these ancient runes transformed into a river of runes that charged into his primordial spirit, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, and all of his profundities were instantly comprehended. The giant golden dragon that was in existence of the same level as the Dongshu giant turtle was called the ancestral dragon, and the tiny ray of light that shot into the forehead of Yixian's primordial spirit, when it bent its claw in the ancient illusion of the starry sky just now, was a drop of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, called the immortal ancestral dragon's blood. To put it bluntly, it was actually a seed of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Of course, this seed was not personally given to Yixian by the golden ancestral dragon. The illusion just now was only the shadow of the inheritance that was branded in this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. The real immortal ancestral dragon's blood had actually been shot out from the small space box that contained the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. It had entered Yixian's body and branded in his primordial spirit. This drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood represented the inheritance of a bloodline, and the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into Yixian's primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky represented the inheritance of a power. To put it simply, if you obtained the actual drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, it was equivalent to you having a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body, but that was it. Only when you obtained the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into your primordial spirit, in the ancient illusion of the starry sky, would the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body be officially recognized. The vast amount of obscure runes contained within the ray of golden light was the secret of the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance. It was a body tempering technique unique to the golden dragon tribe that could be called an immortal treasure body after reaching the pinnacle. The grade of this body tempering technique was definitely not inferior to the incomplete Dongshu technique that Yixian had obtained, which was suspected to be related to the Dongshu giant tortoise. Furthermore, this technique was complete. This was simply an enormous fortune. Yixian didn't need any more cultivation techniques. He had the Golden Dragon tribe's inherited technique for body tempering, and he had the incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise's spirit source core. Even the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was different from the spirit source core of an ordinary demon. While other people's spirit source cores were black, his spirit source core was purplish-black. Physical body, spirit, mind, power. If Yixian developed these 3 aspects at the same time, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Yixian felt as if he was in a dream. The incomplete Dongshu giant tortoise's and the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness could be considered a huge surprise. However, compared to the immortal ancestral dragon's blood and the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance, they were really insignificant. This time Yixian was clearly a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. He had inexplicably obtained a huge fortune, a fortune from the immortal imperial family. As the drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood was branded into Yixian's primordial spirit and merged with his consciousness, the figure of an old woman appeared in his mind. She was graceful, luxurious, and extraordinary, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. In addition to this old woman's figure, there were also a few simple words. Xin'er, I never expected that you would reach the black hole great circle in just a short 100 years. I am very gratified. Since this is what you need, I will use my personal authority to deliver these 3 vials of level 9 liquid to you as quickly as possible. In addition, there is also a drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood that you have always dreamed of. There are only a few drops of this item left in the imperial family's ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors of the dragon clan. It is said to be the supreme blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Originally, it could only be bestowed to the direct descendants of the imperial family, who have completed the ultimate trial. I have bitterly begged your father for more than 10 years and paid a hefty price to obtain it in advance. I hope that it can help you break through the black hole realm in one fell swoop and successfully obtain the recognition of this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. You will inherit the power inheritance contained in the ancestral dragon's blood and brand your primordial spirit with the ancestral dragon's aura. Chapter 27:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black wind trembled. After explaining everything, the image of the woman and the voice in Yixian's mind quickly dissipated. There was no longer any trace of them. Yixian understood after thinking about it for a while. After all, the woman's action was against the rules. The requirements of the Everlasting Dynasty's ultimate trial were very strict. She couldn't leave any traces that could make her be restrained by her opponent. As the image and voice in his mind disappeared, Yi Xian completely understood the cause and effect of this matter. It was no wonder that Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long would misunderstand. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Even a certain noble lady of the imperial family on the immortal star, far away in the imperial capital, firmly believed that he was her son, let alone others. On one hand, Yi Xian's identity had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of him before. This was in line with the requirements for a direct descendant of the imperial family to participate in the ultimate trial. On top of that, not only did he happen to have the word Xian in his name, but he also made it into the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution point ranking in just a few days. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The real direct descendant of the imperial family must have come to the graveyard domain and had a way to quickly obtain a large amount of contribution points from the Federation. And the noble lady in the everlasting star of the imperial capital just so happened to know about this. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the Sky River domain, which was the closest star to the graveyard domain. How could she not misunderstand? When too many coincidences were put together, it was no longer a coincidence. It was the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was the only explanation for all of this. While sighing, Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw the small spatial box in his right hand. 3 tubes of golden level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be seen inside the box. I can finally begin. I hope that piece of the immortal grade superbrain can recover its vitality as soon as possible. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately opened the small box of star essence crystals in his left hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all 3 tubes of level 9 liquid into it, submerging the piece of superbrain fragment that was like a withered yellow slice within the box. Following which he sensed the aura of the star essence source crystal and closed it again. With a flip of his hand, he kept the star essence source crystal into his undying world. Robber! Robber! Bastard! You despicable and shameless bastard! How dare you take it away from us? That drop of immortal progenitor is obviously mine. Return it or I'll... As soon as all of this was done, not far from the right side of the cage, a manic cursing voice that seemed to be filled with resentment suddenly sounded. It stunned Yi Xian and he reflexively turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, in his line of sight. In the cage closest to Yi Xian 300 to 400 meters away, there was a young cultivator with an imposing appearance. He was crouching in front of the pillar of the cage, staring straight at Yi Xian. His eyes were as red as blood and filled with resentment. His expression was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to devour someone. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Long Xian? He almost called out the immortal dragon blood? In addition, this person's appearance was similar to that of the noblewoman of the royal family. The facts were very clear. The guy in the opposite cage was most likely a direct descendant of the royal family of the immortal dynasty, and he was in the final trial. Although he did come to the graveyard starfield, he was so unlucky that he was captured at the bottom of the Black Wind and became a prisoner of the demon. It was not difficult to understand why the other party could confirm that he had taken away his fortune at a glance. How could something like the immortal dragon blood be ordinary? As a direct descendant of the royal family, the other party could sense his aura as soon as he appeared. In addition, with the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids that appeared in his hands just now, the other party could roughly analyze the inside story with a little deduction. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately embarrassed. Although there was a reason for this and everything was just an accident, the fact that he had taken what originally belonged to the other party was undeniable. Even if he hadn't been seen with Yi Xian's character, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Now, not only was the victim in front of him, but he even saw the whole process of Yi Xian obtaining the drop of immortal dragon blood with his own eyes. This matter was so coincidental that it was unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how embarrassed he was, there was no other way. That drop of immortal dragon blood had been branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and melted his divine sense. It was like an inseparable whole body. Even if Yi Xian wanted to return it, there was absolutely no way he could take it out and return it in one piece. However, the other party was a prince. With his status, even if Yixian had a lot of good things on him, it would be difficult to find anything that could enter the eyes of the family. Moreover, even if Yixian had something that was comparable to the immortal ancestral dragon blood, he might not be able to be so heartless as to give it away. This matter was really difficult. Yixian was in a dilemma. He felt guilty and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. For a moment he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Prince Longxian, who was in the cage, had been cursing the entire time. Seeing that Yixian didn't respond, he believed that Yixian was determined to deny it. The curses in his mouth became more and more unpleasant to hear. Unknowingly, even Yixian frowned as his annoyance grew. In the end, Yixian simply closed his eyes and sealed his 5 senses, treating everything in the outside world as if it didn't exist. Even the slight apologetic feeling in his heart disappeared in an instant after he received the stench from the other party. He was a proud person. How could he allow others to casually curse him like this? Everything had a cause and effect. If he accidentally obtained the immortal dragon blood from the other party was the cause, then in Yixian's view, the curses he had just received from the other party were enough to be the cause. From now on, they didn't owe each other anything and had no more disputes. His heart was at ease. Thinking of this, Yixian's state of mind gradually calmed down. He soon forgot about Prince Longxian in the opposite cage and entered a state of deep concentration. He analyzed the current situation and deduced the subsequent countermeasures. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have captured the biological frequency of the immortal superbrain. Do you want to examine it immediately? So fast? These 3 words flashed in his mind. Yixian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the small box of star marrow crystals that he had just put into the undying world and opened it. As the lid was opened, an extremely obscure and faint mysterious aura rushed out. However, when Yixian tried to sense it carefully, he strangely found that he couldn't touch anything. It was as if the aura didn't exist at all. Rumble. While he was marveling inwardly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The floor of the cataclysm under his feet suddenly shook violently. This was the rhythm of the entire Black Wind Bastion shaking. A light flashed in Yixian's mind and he immediately closed the box. Chapter 27:19. The superbrain's level suppression. The only use of a superbrain was to act as a biological intelligence hub in a multitude of interstellar networks of varying sizes. It could be as large as the third universe's interstellar network, as small as the interstellar network of an administrative planet, or even the interstellar network of a bastion. Its function was similar to that of a human's brain. This had to do with the level of the superbrain. For example, the one in the imperishable star of the everlasting dynasty was the highest level of immortal rank. The one that could be used in the interstellar network of a bastion was the most common of all superbrains. For example, the ones that acted as the control hub of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's bastions were the most common. The Black Mosquito's superbrain had been refined by Yixian. Its effect was similar to controlling a human's thoughts. Since then, the Black Mosquito had become Yixian's personal property. He could control everything with a single thought. Through this incident, Yixian had become very familiar with the superbrain's aura. Just now, when the Black Wind had shuddered violently without warning, Yixian had caught a whiff of the superbrain's aura. It was dim, but there was a clear sense of fear. That was why an idea flashed through his mind so quickly. He almost subconsciously closed the small box containing the immortal rank star essence crystal that contained the fragment of the star essence crystal. At this moment, as the small crystal box closed, the violent trembling of the Black Wind instantly disappeared. Just this point alone was enough to confirm Yixian's guess. As expected, the immortal rank superbrain had a natural advantage over the normal rank superbrain. This was very normal. Many creatures in the natural world were like this. Although the box in his hand contained only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain, it still exuded the unique aura of an immortal rank superbrain when it was rejuvenated by the 9th grade gene cultivation fluid. It may be weak, but it was real. The other existences might not have reacted, but for all the normal level superbrains, it was like a commoner meeting a king. It was impossible for them not to tremble. This kind of level suppression effect was just the natural instinct of the superbrain species. It had nothing much to do with Yi Xian. But now it was this unexpected discovery that made him feel enlightened. All his troubles and worries had actually vanished completely in an instant, and it was like a violent gale had swept past, causing the clouds to disperse and the mist to become clear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal rank space superbrain fragment. Activation requirements met. Would you like to activate the space-level personal communication system? As Yi Xian put away the star marrow crystal box that contained the immortal rank star superbrain fragment and tossed it to the devouring system, the long-awaited system notification soon rang. At this moment, Yi Xian's breathing quickened, and he gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Following that, the notifications from the devouring system sounded again, one after another like a bombardment. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Starry Sky Personal Communication System has been successfully activated. Current level of the star brain. Fragment. Current level star brain frequency coverage. 1 light moon in diameter. Current level network communication ability. Connection is limited to same level communication. Cross-level communication is not allowed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Discovered star brain frequency coverage. Type: Micro-local area network. Star brain level. Normal. Would you like to connect to it immediately? When the system notification finally ended in his mind, Yi Xian felt a little dazed. After calming himself down, he began to analyze it one by one. First of all, the Starry Sky Personal Communication System had been successfully activated. Moreover, the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain seemed to have become the core of this communication system from now on. Just like the immortal rank star superbrain on the immortal planet, it would handle all the exchange of data. Furthermore, from the analysis of the notification just now, the newly activated personal communication system seemed to have different levels, and these levels were directly linked to the star superbrain, which was the intelligence core of the system. Right now, the intelligence core of the system was only a fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, so it was the lowest level. The furthest the star brain's frequency could cover was 1 light moon. Of course, this distance would increase in the future as the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain grew. As for how it would grow, Yi Xian didn't have time to examine it in detail. Other than that, the fragmented personal communication system could only capture the frequency signals of other space networks within the diameter of 1 light moon. After connecting, it could only move within the space network of this level, and there was no way it could forcibly cross the boundary and invade the network of the next level. For example, if it captured the frequency signals of the star network of the Sky River planet, then once connected it could only move within this level of star network. If it wanted to go against the flow and invade a higher level of star network of the heavenly dust star nation, unfortunately it was not enough. As for the micro-local area network mentioned by the system, it was without a doubt the internal network of the Black Wind Bastion. From the content of the notification, Yi Xian's personal communication system was able to detect and capture the frequency signals of other star superbrains to connect to other star networks. After all the galactic-level networks, from the top network covering the entire universe 3 to the local network inside a space fortress, were all galactic supercomputers. The only difference was that they were of different levels. After understanding the basic situation, Yi Xian didn't immediately give the order to connect to the Black Wind's AI core. He couldn't escape anyway. What he was most concerned about was the growth and evolution of this immortal rank star superbrain fragment. After all, the function of this fragment was too simple and too weak. It was too different from Yi Xian's original intention. With this question in mind, he immediately searched the internal database of the personal communication system. It didn't take long for him to understand. The AI core of this personal communication system that Yi Xian had just activated was only a fragment of a fragment. But as long as it was active again, then it would be like Earth's Tai-Sui fungus. It would grow through constant cell division until it was completely restored to its original form. Of course, the star superbrain was like Tai-Sui fungus. It was a strange existence that existed between life and non-life. It didn't have any cells, but the general idea was correct. The only difference was that the Tai-Sui fungus on Earth would grow slowly even if it was soaked in clear water. However, The fragment of the superbrain had to use a special mineral called the demonic black crystal in order to achieve the same effect. Coincidentally, not only did Yixian have this demon sense black crystal, he had a lot of it. Chapter 27:20. What a big pie. The appearance of the dark crystals of demonicity seemed like a coincidence, but it wasn't hard to see why. As everyone knew, the higher the level of the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center, the wider the Starry Sky Network's coverage. The reason for this was that the Starry Sky Network's network signal was actually the biological frequency emitted by the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center. The more powerful the superbrain, the more powerful its waves were. This kind of frequency was essentially the same as the psychic powers of the demonkin. It was understandable that both the demonkin and the superbrain needed the dark crystals of demonicity. The so-called black crystal of demonic will contained a special power that could amplify the mental power of a demonkin. It was obvious that the amplification effect was beneficial to the superbrain's biological wave frequency as well. Yixian calmed down when he understood the situation. He had more than enough dark crystals of demonicity, more than enough for him to use. But this wasn't the time to worry about it. Their first priority was to capture Black Wind. Yixian immediately gave an order to the newly activated communication system. Immediately connect to the internal local area network of the Black Wind Bastion, and subdue and refine the main control center of the Black Wind Bastion, which was also the ordinary superbrain. Following the order, Yixian clearly felt a strange dark energy throbbing within his body. It was a bit like the mental energy of the devil cultivator, but also a bit like the spiritual sense of a human cultivator. It was probably the unique biological frequency of the Starry Sky superbrain. This strand of biological frequency didn't need Yixian to control it at all. It followed the aura of the same kind of frequency and wandered out of Yixian's body, as if it was an invisible and intangible thread. One end was connected to Yixian's primordial spirit consciousness, and the other end was quickly twisting and turning, seamlessly inserting a needle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 4th floor of the Black Wind Battlestar, and entered the central control hall of the 4th floor's core area. In the next moment, Yixian's mind inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was in a spiritual relationship as he sensed another strand of the same wave frequency. However, it was much weaker and carried a sense of fear. It was obvious that the immortal level superbrain frequency that extended from his body had successfully formed a connection with the artificial intelligence center of Black Wind. In the next moment, a large number of grasps surged into Yixian's mind like a surging river, encompassing everything within the Black Wind. Due to the large amount of data, Yixian was caught off guard and felt dizzy. This was because he wasn't familiar with the operation. Once he got the hang of it, he could selectively search for the data he needed and ignore the rest. Fortunately, his psychic powers were strong. He recovered after a few moments of dizziness. After that, Yixian began to examine the data he'd just acquired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the data didn't just include access to the main passage in Aegis, but also access to all of the Bastion's portals. It also included access to all of the portals and portals on all 4 levels of the Bastion. Moreover, all of them had the highest level of authority. In other words, if Yixian was willing, he would be able to completely change the activation imprint of all the spatial gates without anyone noticing. In this way, even Ba Chai would find it difficult to move an inch within the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. Even his psychic seal had lost its effect. Portals and passageways couldn't be opened, so where could he go? Apart from that, the Bastion's defenses and offensive formations were all included in the data. In his ecstasy, Yixian immediately refined the Black Wind's superbrain. He then spent some time to change all of the control permissions. In short, all of the demonkin experts on Black Wind lost all of their authority in the blink of an eye. Everything was now in Yixian's hands. If he wanted to, he could absorb the Black Wind into his undying world with a single thought, just like the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he clearly didn't plan to do so immediately. Yixian even left a temporary expiration period for the activation of the portals and passageways. This was because he found a piece of information in the database of the Black Wind's AI core. In 2 days, the Black Wind would arrive at the edge of the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard. At that time, all of the demonkin scouts, except for the Black Mosquito Bastion, would arrive at the wormhole. Their purpose was to transfer the large amount of rare minerals, star cores, and other treasures they had mined in their respective domains over the years to the Black Wind. They would be brought back to the Demunkins' ancestral land by the Black Wind, which was about to return to the Demunkins' domain in the first universe. Before this, the Black Mosquito Bastion's vast amount of resources had made Yi Xian so happy that he almost couldn't control himself. In 2 days, the other 9 bastions, including the Black Wind, would gather all of the resources and treasures they had collected over the years. Yi Xian almost couldn't bear the thought of such a scene. In short, it was such a big pie that he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't eat it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yi Xian stayed in the cage of the 10,000 nets at the bottom of the Black Wind, but through the Black Wind's AI, nothing in the entire bastion could escape his senses. When he was bored, he tried to connect to the Sky River network, which was the closest to him, through the Black Wind's internal LAN. He wanted to know how the Sky River network reacted after he was abducted. But the results were disappointing. The levels of the LAN were very strict. The immortal-grade AI on the immortal planet in the Imperial capital controlled the level 1 LAN. The AI in the capitals of the 3 great empires controlled the level 2 LAN. In the territories of the 3 great empires, the superbrains in the capital planets of the smaller empires controlled a large amount of level 3 star net. Below the small nations were administrative planets like the Sky River star. What the superbrain controlled was a level 4 star net that covered a certain number of nearby star regions. The level 5 LAN below level 4 was more of a general term. It referred to the LAN controlled by the AI in each battleship or bastion. In other words, the Black Wind's LAN was level 5. Even if the AI in the Sky River star's LAN could reach the Black Wind's LAN, it was level 4. The fragmentary AI could only connect to other networks. It couldn't force its way into the level 1 network, so it was hopeless. Of course, Yi Xian could use his AI to connect to the Sky River star's level 4 network, the capital planet's level 3 network, or even the Imperial capital planet's level 2 network. But the prerequisite is that you must at least be able to detect the super brain waves of the star network, right? Chapter 27-21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Opening. The Myriad Prison. The Graveyard Star Zone was located in the middle of the cultivation sector and the technology sector of the third universe. There were several naturally formed wormholes in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone. One end of the wormholes was in the third universe, and the other end was in other universes or even in the nameless void. 2 of the wormholes were proven to be connected to the first universe, which was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan, and the second universe, which was occupied by the Thousand Luo Federation and other space races except for the human race. Other than that, there were 3 other natural wormholes. Nobody knew where they were connected to, and few people dared to enter them because none of the experts who entered the 3 natural wormholes ever came back. Although the 5 natural wormholes were all located in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone, they were quite far away from each other. They were at least several light-years away. Of course, given the current technological strength and the cultivation civilization of the Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan, a distance of several light-years was nothing in the eyes of true experts. The natural wormhole that was connected to the first universe, which was controlled by the Heavenly Legacy clan, happened to be at the edge of the 5 natural wormholes. Moreover, because this natural wormhole was the only passage for the Tianji clan of the first universe, and the many slave clans under their command to enter the third universe of the human race, it was rare to see the figures of the Federation around this wormhole. The closer one was to the edge of the wormhole, the fewer human cultivators and experts of the Thousand Luo Federation could be seen. As time passed, the space closest to the edge of the wormhole had almost become the frontline base of the Heavenly Legacy clan and their slave races in the third universe. A large number of slaves of the Heavenly Legacy clan in all kinds of shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere near the wormhole. But today, this star field was rather deserted, because 8 of the 10 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps had strangely arrived in one day. Of the 3 known stable universes, the first universe was in the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race. The second universe was inhabited by a large number of other space races that had joined the Federation. The first universe, on the other hand, had long been unified by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Even in the third universe, the human race was actually divided into 2 camps. Although they were harmonious with each other, they were different forces after all. But in the first universe, the Heavenly Legacy clan deserved to be the only overlord. He had countless slave races under his command, and among them, the Demonkin race was special. They looked no different from humans and were very difficult to distinguish, so they were favored by the Heaven's Legacy race the most. Among the many slave races of the Tianji clan, the other races only had a few scattered powerhouses enter the third universe of the human race. The demon race was Demon Army. Was the Demon Army. 10 space fortresses were given by the leaders of the Heavenly Legacy clan were hands. The 10 space fortresses given by the leaders was Legacy clan. The 10 space fortresses space were space translation, and Luo translation of translation was space star translation. Because of this, the other servants of the Heaven's Legacy race in the first universe did not dare to provoke the Demonkin race. Unknowingly, the demon race had become the most powerful slave race under the command of the Tianji clan. Therefore, when the 8 demon race space fortresses descended at the same time, the other Tianji clan slave race experts who were originally active in this area hurriedly retreated at the first possible moment. Boom! In the distance, a black bastion 10,000 meters in diameter was closing in like a small meteor. It rumbled as it approached. It soon arrived and landed in front of the other 8 space fortresses that were lined up at the edge of the wormhole. The last space fortress to arrive was Black Wind. Whoosh! 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 As Black Wind arrived, the other 8 space fortresses that had been waiting there all shot out beams of black light toward Black Wind from different directions. At the same time, a black light screen that was 1,000 meters wide appeared in the center of Black Wind. It was like an entrance to a tunnel. The 8 beams of black light all landed on the light screen and remained steady. It didn't take long for the 8 bastions in front of the Black Wind to begin the transfer of resources and treasures from the 8 bastions to the Black Wind. The 8 pillars of black light acted like a pipeline for the ship. If it was only a small amount of resources and treasures, it was completely possible to use a spatial box to store them, but because the quantity was too large and many of the treasures were too high in grade, ordinary spatial storage magic treasures could not store them at all, so this was the only way. The 10 space fortresses of the demon race had returned to the demon domain at the edge of the first universe every 20 years, unless there was a special reason. The latest return was less than 2 years away. For nearly 20 years, every bastion had been manned by 10,000 demon scouts, who worked as laborers and hunters. They had been mining star core and other rare minerals in the domain of the graveyard. They had also been searching for suitable targets and killing them for treasures. It wasn't hard to imagine how enormous the amount of resources and treasures they had accumulated was. Because of this, even though the 8 space fortresses on the other side of the space fortress used the fastest way to transport resources and treasures, the entire process still took nearly 2 hours to complete. One by one, the 8 bastions withdrew their pillars of black light and departed. The black curtain of light that hung in the middle of the Black Wind's hull, like an entrance to 1,000 meters wide, vanished as well. All of this was naturally controlled by the head scout of the demon cultivator, Ba Chai, who was in charge of the Black Wind. However, in reality, even Ba Chai didn't know that the reason why he was able to do this was entirely because Yixian had temporarily released his authority. His purpose was to receive this enormous amount of resources and treasures. It was free anyway. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. When all of this was over, Yixian immediately retracted the authority he had temporarily granted him. All of the resources and treasures he had received were stored in the 3rd level of Black Wind's warehouse. As he retracted the temporary authority, all of the storehouses were completely sealed. Not to mention the warehouse keeper devils guarding the storehouses. Even Barakai was unable to open them. Hum! A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, echoing in every corner of Black Wind's basement. All of the Prisoner Federation's experts were alarmed. Chapter 27-22. Amnesty. What's the situation? The opening of the myriad net hell's main passage in the lower cabin immediately alarmed Ba Chai, who was in the core hall of the top floor of the Black Wind. He, who was enjoying the care of 2 beautiful demonkin women, immediately stood up in shock and flew into a rage. Who opened the myriad net hell's main passage? Hurry up and check the central control room. The only ones with this authority were the 5 demonkin think tanks sitting in the central control room to the left of the core area of the top floor. At this moment, when the 5 subordinates accompanying Ba Chai in the luxurious hall received the order, Two of them immediately walked towards the entrance of the luxurious hall. At the same time, they extended their mental power and transmitted the mental imprint to open the entrance of the hall. In the next instant, his spiritual brand landed on the sensor device on the side of the door. The latter flickered with a faint black light, but the door didn't move at all. He didn't open it at all. The two Demon Dweller managers were stunned for a moment, and the other person immediately did the same and also shot out a spiritual imprint. In the end, as expected, there was still no response. It would be strange if they could. All of the Black Wind's authority had been taken back by Yi Xian, and the entire bastion had been refined into a personal artifact like the Black Mosquito. Forget about the two of them. Even Ba Chai wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the penthouse. Boss, something big seems to have happened. I don't think we can open the door. Their hearts shook violently. The two Demon Heart trusted aides stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ba Chai, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. At the same time, at the bottom of the Myriad Net hell, following the opening of the main passage at the center of Myriad Net's prison, a series of cracking noises rang out. The pillars around the nearly 10,000 cages scattered throughout the vast black prison were slowly retracting into the folded space of this area. Of course, all of this was done by Yi Xian. However, he didn't open all of the cages, only about 80% of them. It was completely random. The remaining 20% of the cages were completely silent. After refining the superbrain that was the core of the Black Wind's AI, Yi Xian directly grasped the identities of these 10,000 Federation prisoners. The 7,000 Federation powerhouses he released basically didn't have any background, but their cultivations weren't bad. Since Yi Xian couldn't subdue them like how he did the Demonkin thought translation, and they basically didn't mean they didn't have any precious treasures, it was better to just let them and earn a large amount of Federation contribution points for him. As translation, Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian. He didn't plan Yi Xian. Yi Xian would Yi Xian the Federation war was Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian didn't plan Xian translation art Xian translation. Xian. Among them was Long Xian, a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty who was closest to his cage. At this moment, with 80% of the cages open and the main passage to leave the bastion open, the 7,000 Federation powerhouses who had just escaped were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. They all rushed toward the main passage at the center of the black prison. Although everything that was happening in front of them was too strange, they didn't have time to think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity to escape. If the main passage closed again, that would be a real trap. Time waits for no man. In an instant, a large number of powerhouses from the Federation flew over and rushed into the black light curtain passage. Their figures disappeared, and they were completely free. This scene was like the legendary pardoning of the entire world. At the same time, near the edge of the Cataclysm prison, nearly 100 prison wardens also rushed over. Although their cultivation was low, the mysterious black fog in the black prison had a suppressive effect on the consciousness of human powerhouses. They couldn't use their cultivation at all. Even if they wanted to fight, they could only rely on their physical strength. Therefore, these prison wardens had no fear. Although they were confused by such a large-scale escape, at least they knew what they had to do. No matter what, they had to keep as many as they could. The more they kept, the better the rewards they would receive when they returned. Soon, the 100 prison wardens rushed to the edge of the black prison's main passage and began a fierce battle with some of the Federation powerhouses who had just arrived. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to any of this. The cages were closed and the main passage was open. He had done all he could. If some of these people couldn't escape in the end, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. 300 to 400 meters to the right, Prince Long Xian was angrily clinging to one of the pillars of his cage, slapping and roaring. He watched helplessly as most of his fellow prisoners escaped from their cages. More than half of them had even completely escaped through the black light curtain's main passage. Only he and a small number of unlucky prisoners' cages were unresponsive. This kind of differential treatment simply infuriated him. Open the door. Son of a bitch. Are you blind? I'm a prince. I'm the third prince of the dynasty. You should save me first. F***ck me. After slapping for a while without any reaction, Long Xian was in despair. He even revealed his identity as he roared. He felt that he was too unlucky. He had been fine for so many years in the domain of the buried meteorite, but recently, he had a lot of bad luck. First, he was captured by the Black Wind on his way back to the Sky River planet. Then he found out that the immortal dragon blood that his mother had prepared for him had fallen into someone else's hands. Now more than 7,000 prisoners had been pardoned, but he didn't get a share. Kachak. Just as Long Xian was roaring crazily, he suddenly heard the sound of the pillars of the cage rising and disappearing into the folded space. His face was filled with joy at first, but then he subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he found that his cage didn't respond, his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, Long Xian's gaze followed the direction of the cracking sound. 300 meters away, Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face as he calmly walked out of the cage with his hands behind his back. He even seemed to faintly glance in his direction. F***ck. This is not fair. Son of a bitch. I'm a prince. I'm Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty. You can't treat me like this. F***ck me. Seeing that Yi Xian was able to escape, but there was still no reaction from his side, Long Xian felt completely unbalanced. He continued to roar, which was heard by a large number of Federation experts who passed by his cage and were rushing toward the Black Prison's main passage. Unfortunately, no one gave him a second glance. So what if he was Prince Xian? Was he more important than running for his life? Chapter 27-23. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Trapped in a wormhole after exiting the Black Wind, Yi Xian immediately hid behind a small Death Star not far away and lay in wait. Roughly 10 minutes later, when he estimated that most of the 7,000+ federal experts had left, he finally made his move. With a single thought, he kept the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Of course, he had also closed the main channel of the Myriad Net's prison's black light screen. According to his original plan, Yi Xian planned to first hide in a remote and secluded star region, then refine some slave seals. After completing all of this, he would release the Black Wind and enter to subdue the demon scout within the Battlestar. Of course, he couldn't subdue all of them. After all, he still needed a large number of demon brain cores to upgrade his spirit source core. He could just subdue half and kill half. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed out from the back of the small Death Star that he was hiding in earlier. Just as he was about to activate the Purple Hole shuttle, an irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came from the space to his right. Rumble. Not only did this force appear abruptly, but it was so strong that it caused the nearby void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's figure was pulled in uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. He streaked across the void and shot forward rapidly. When he turned his head in horror, he clearly saw that in the natural wormhole on the right that led to the first universe, there seemed to be a black light flashing quietly. And this inexplicably terrifying suction force was coming from the wormhole. F***ck. At this critical moment, Yi Xian only had time to curse. Then he summoned the Purple Hole shuttle and entered the wormhole immediately. In the next instant, the black light flashed again in the natural wormhole. Before the Purple Hole shuttle could be activated, it was sucked in instantly and disappeared completely as if it had entered a black hole. Just as the Purple Hole shuttle was sucked in by the terrifying power of the natural wormhole leading to the first universe and disappeared into the wormhole, the Sky River star, which had just calmed down because of Yi Xian's recent departure, was once again bustling with activity. This time Yi Xian released more than 7,000 Federation powerhouses and refined the Black Wind. He obtained a huge amount of rare resources and treasures that were originally going to be sent to the demon's ancestral land, and then offered to the Tianji clan. Although outsiders didn't know about all of this, along with his identity as a Federation member, the interstellar mercenary card that was imprinted in Yi Xian's mind was completely aware of it. Moreover, before Yi Xian took out the Purple Hole shuttle, this information had already been sent out by the interstellar mercenary card using a special signal frequency. Therefore, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points skyrocketed once again. Because of this, Yi Xian finally left the human ranking list. At this moment, All the information related to him on the human ranking list were displayed in the Federation's Hall of Affairs at almost the same time. Earth ranking. 999th. Yixian. 9th level core realm. Interstellar mercenary serial number. The 131488080. Current Federation contribution points. 176878943, 30 million. Previously, Yixian was ranked 1998 on the human ranking list and had slightly more than 100 million Federation contribution points. However, he had already used up 30 million of them. Now, his Federation contribution points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million, allowing Yixian to rush out of the human ranking list and enter the Earth ranking. Although his cultivation had jumped from 8th level core realm to 9th level core realm, he was still in the first major realm, the core realm. On the Earth ranking list, there was no one else who had achieved this. However, all of this had happened in the short span of a day. It was difficult for the entire Sky River planet not to be shaken. Right now, the Federation's Hall of Affairs in the sky above the Sky River Star Ocean was in a complete uproar. A large number of Federation powerhouses and interstellar mercenaries were looking up at the information screen with envy, exclaiming from time to time, "Oh my God, it's happening again!" As expected of my idol. How long has it been since he left? In the blink of an eye, more than 70 million Federation contribution points have entered his account. If I had known earlier, I would have shamelessly begged him to take me out with him. Maybe some of these 70 million would have landed on me. That's more than 70 million contribution points we're talking about. He got it in the blink of an eye. Think about it, we've been in this star field for over 100 years, and we've only accumulated a little more than 1,000 points. At the same time, far away in another star field, on the immortal planet of the Empire's capital, the noblewoman suspected to be Long Xian's birth mother wept with joy when she heard the news of the Yixian Federation contribution points ranking list. "Xian, you are indeed mother's good son. It's only been a month and you've already earned more than 70 million Federation contribution points. You must have killed the leader of the demon race's scouts and made a breakthrough in your realm. You little brat, you've obviously broken through the black hole realm and entered the 9th major realm. Why did you hide your cultivation to be 9th level core realm? You're still as naughty as before." Achoo! As the graceful noblewoman on the undying star of the imperial capital whispered in joy, the third prince Long Xian, who was still imprisoned in the lowest level of the Black Wind, sneezed as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but think of his mother. Long Xian sat down on the ground and choked with sobs. "Oh mother, your son wants to go home. I've been so unlucky recently. It's so dangerous outside." In just 3 short days by Zhang Jun and Zhao Long, the commander of the heavenly river planet, had already met 7 or 8 times to discuss matters in secret. Even now, the two of them still felt that it was inconceivable that Yixian had left the mortal ranking 3 days ago and charged into the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. They had personally witnessed the prince being taken away by the Demon Scouts clan ship, the Black Wind. He had already become their captive, yet he was still able to earn so many contribution points. This was completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Long was happily striding into Bai Zhengjuan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed out loud. "Haha, good news, great news. It's been confirmed. Our prince is fine and he even made a great contribution." An hour ago, a large number of Federation experts returned to the Sky River planet one after another. When they saw the prince's ranking, they revealed a piece of news. It turns out that they all escaped from the Black Wind 3 days ago. There are thousands of them in total. This is exactly the same time as when the prince entered the Earth ranking list. Without a doubt, the prince saved those people. Otherwise, there's no way he could explain his 70 million contribution points. Moreover, the prince's identity has been confirmed. Some of those people said it themselves. At that time, there was indeed a young man in the Black Wind's myriad prison who called himself Prince Xian of the Empire. We didn't guess wrong. TSK. We don't have to worry anymore. As expected of Prince Xian of the Empire. Maybe he was captured on purpose just to earn contribution points. Chapter 27-24. Translator. Neobo Studio Editor. Naobo studio descending on the demon domain when Bai Zhengjun heard Zhao Long mention the 30% of the Federation's soldiers that he had eliminated using various methods in the past month. Bai Zhengjun was stunned for a moment. Then he awkwardly twitched his mouth. He was the one who had reminded Zhao Long of this matter, so Bai Zhengjun was more or less responsible for it. One had to know that the Tianqian nation had stationed a total of more than 100,000 Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet. 30% was more than 30,000. Zhao Long was really ruthless. In just a short month, he had eliminated 30,000 soldiers under his command. On average, that was more than 1,000 people per day. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bai Zhengjun suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy in the past. He was really ruthless. Fortunately, because of Prince Xian, the two of them had turned from enemies to friends. Moreover, they had common interests and were firmly tied together. This made Bai Zhengjun feel slightly gratified. After calming down, Bai Zhengjun immediately smiled and led Zhao Long to sit down in the living room. Brother Zhao, you're wrong. Although it's a pity that 30% of the Federation soldiers were eliminated, we've already confirmed Prince Xian's identity. We even have a good understanding of his mentality and methods. Under such circumstances, as long as we have a few more interactions in the future, with our abilities, it's definitely not surprising that Prince Xian would take a fancy to us and reward us. And with Prince Xian's support, the two of us won't care about this small Heavenly River planet. When the time comes, we can directly go to the Imperial capital to complete the mission. Not to mention the 30,000 soldiers stationed there. Even if all the Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet are gone, it won't matter to you or me. Ha ha ha. That's true. Zhao Long was happy to hear this and immediately laughed again. His face was full of emotion. This is really a turn of events. This Zhao never thought that after our prince was captured by the demon's Black Wind flagship, not only would he be fine, but he would also be able to cause such a commotion in the demon space fortress. It's really amazing. Of course. He is a direct descendant of the imperial family from the imperial capital's immortal star. How could we see through him so easily? At this point, Bai Zhengjun seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and his expression changed. This isn't good. At that time, the black wind of the demon scouts took away one of the maids of the purplish warbler. Could she still be alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the news of Xuanyuan's disappearance be exposed when he returns? Zhao Long was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Rumble. Boom. Yixian's heart had already risen to his throat, as the thunderous explosions continued to resound in his ears. He concentrated his attention and tried his best to control the trembling violet cave shuttle, as he aimlessly moved forward along the endless darkness before him. At this moment, he was already trapped in the natural wormhole that led to the first universe. If he had not successfully summoned the violet cave shuttle the instant before his body fell into the wormhole and instantly entered the inner cabin of the warship, he would have been smashed to pieces. This was a large natural wormhole that connected two universes. Even a large planet-level warship might not be able to completely protect it. With the strength of Yi Xian's body alone, it was obvious that he could not withstand the crushing force of the void within the wormhole. Fortunately, the violet cave shuttle that had just completed its fifth fusion not long ago did not disappoint him. After merging with the wormhole warship, the strength of the violet cave shuttle had increased by at least several times. Even though it was being tossed around by the void crushing force in the wormhole like a small boat in a raging sea, it still managed to withstand it and did not disintegrate. This situation lasted for more than a month. During this time, Yixian did not relax at all. Although the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing, he relied on his intuition to control the violet cave shuttle and move forward with all his might. At this moment, at the end of the endless darkness in front of him, an extremely dim ray of starlight finally appeared. Yixian was stunned for a moment, then his spirits were lifted. The violet cave shuttle's speed was almost instantly raised to the extreme by him, and like a small purple-black meteor, it rapidly moved forward. Boom! The instant they rushed out of the wormhole, the hull of the purple hole shuttle shook violently again, but the tremors quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of them was, shockingly, a vast expanse of the Milky Way. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he had already stepped out of the warship. After waving his hand and keeping the Violet Cave shuttle into the undying world in his body, he concealed himself and randomly chose a direction. As he moved forward, he sized up this unfamiliar star field. It was the same endless void, and the same countless stars, big and small, scattered like the stars in the sky. This star field didn't seem to be any different from the third universe of the human race. However, Yi Xian understood that this place most likely didn't belong to the third universe of the human race. Instead, it was the first universe occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Previously, after refining the Black Mosquito battle star, Yi Xian more or less understood the first universe of the Demonkin's ancestral land through the Black Mosquito Battlestar's central superbrain. According to what he knew, the ancestral land of the entire Demonkin race was a desolate star field at the edge of the first universe, and the natural wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race was in the deepest part of the Demonkin star field. Therefore, Yi Xian had come from the third universe through the wormhole, and now the void of stars he had arrived in should be a corner of the hinterland of the Demonkin star field. Although the Demonkin star field was located at the edge of the first universe, its territory was vast. At the center of the star field was an enormous black star called the Demonkin star. This star was the ancestral land of the Demonkin imperial family. The endless void of stars around the Demonkin star field was divided between the 10 great tribes of the Demonkin race. Each tribe had a sizable star field. Each tribe had a grand commander and a high priest. In the entire Demonkin race, they were second only to the Demonkin emperor, and their cultivations were all above the black hole realm. Below the grand commander were the head leaders like Ba Chai, and under them were 10 head leaders. In other words, each Demonkin tribe had a population of nearly 1 million, and the entire Demonkin race had a population of more than 10 million. It didn't sound like a lot, but when he thought about how every Demonkin was worth at least 1,000 Federation points, Yi Xian couldn't stop his heart from pounding. When it came to earning Federation points, what better place than the Demonkin star field? In Yi Xian's eyes, the Demonkin star field was an unguarded fantasy hunting ground. Chapter 27-25. Cleansing the black wind for 3 whole days, Yi Xian controlled the purple cave shuttle with its concealment formation activated. Finally, they stopped at an extremely quiet border region. After putting away the purple hole shuttle, Yi Xian directly threw the black mosquito ship out of the undying world within his body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the inner cabin of the black mosquito ship. At the same time, he immediately used his mental energy to summon Barker, Mount Naibwa, Li Mosquito, and the other demon slaves. After a short while, they arrived at the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Yi Xian first asked Barker about the cultivation progress of all the demon slaves on the Black Mosquito shuttle. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned to Nabashan and Li Mosquito. I have already refined the Black Wind. Right now Ba Chai and all the demon scouts on the Black Wind are trapped inside. The 2 of you come with me. Help me subdue Ba Chai and clean up the Black Wind. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Barker. Also inform Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu to choose 500 powerful Demonkin slaves. They will enter the Black Wind with me, and hunt the low-level Demonkin in the 2nd floor of the cave dwelling area. We will dissect their brains and extract their cores. After receiving the order, Barker immediately turned and left. In less than 2 hours, he returned to report that 1,000 Demonkin slaves were ready to depart at any time. In that case, let's depart. Yi Xian rose at once. With a wave of his hand, he led Nabashan and Li Mosquito out of the Black Mosquito shuttle. At the same time, a black curtain of light about 100 meters in radius appeared in the middle of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu each led 500 elite Demonkin slaves, and rushed out with murderous intent. Whoosh! The sound of air braking was fleeting. When all the Demonkin slaves had come out, Yi Xian put the Black Mosquito shuttle into his undying world and threw the Black Wind out. We have plenty of time. Let's start from the 2nd floor of the Demon Dweller's cave. As he spoke, Yi Xian immediately sent out a spiritual imprint. Soon after, a door quickly appeared on the hull of the Black Wind battleship. Boom! Yi Xian took the lead. Just as his figure appeared in the central square of the 2nd floor of the Black Wind ship, a light rumbling sound suddenly came from his right. A demonic dweller scout who happened to be in the area threw a punch at them furiously. His cultivation base was not bad, 9th level core realm. You're already at the great circle of the 9th step, yet you're still hanging around on the 2nd floor. Looks like you're not very successful in the black wind. Pursing his lips, Yi Xian's figure swayed slightly as he dodged the opponent's punch. At the same time, he did not hesitate to shoot out a level 2 slave seal. At the same time, Mount Naibwa and Li Mosquito, as well as the 1,000 demon slave elites led by Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu, all arrived one after another. The originally spacious central plaza was instantly filled with people. Alright, you guys are free to do what you want from now on. Kill all the demonic dweller scouts below 5th level core realm. Dissect their brains and extract their cores. As for the corpses, clean them up after the battle and pile them up in the central square. After saying that, Yi Zhuan casually chose a main passage and his figure flickered slightly as he shot out like lightning. Through the superbrain of the Black Wind ship, Yi Xian was already familiar with the situation inside this space fortress. Right now, there were about 1,500 demonic dweller elites on the 3rd and 4th floor of the Black Wind ship. These guys' cultivation bases were not bad. After all, this was the flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Corps. Their leader Ba Chai personally oversaw the place. The strength of his subordinates was naturally higher than the other 9 space fortresses. Basically, they were between the 3rd level satellite realm and the 6th level nebula realm. Of these 1,500 powerful demonic dweller elites, Yi Xian planned to subdue 1,000 of them and kill 500 of them. Apart from that, there were about 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers in the 2nd floor of the demonic dwellings. All of them were at the core realm. Of these 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers, Yi Xian planned to subdue half of them and kill the other half. In that case, he needed to prepare a terrifying 5,000 slave seals. Among them, there were 1,000 slave seals from 3rd to 6th level. Right now, Yi Xian only had less than 500 slave seals. 2 9th level, 4 8th level, 10 7th level, and about 400 3rd level to 6th level. These were all emergency slave seals that he had reserved. As for the 5,000 slave seals needed to cleanse the entire Black Wind ship, he had to make a last-minute effort to condense them. With this goal in mind, Yi Xian directly arrived at a level 3 passageway. He picked a demon cultivator cave and subdued the dozen or so demon cultivator scouts inside. Then, he had them wait outside the cave and act as guards. Then, he turned around and entered the dwelling. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus on condensing demonic seals. With his current level of spiritual power, the speed at which he condensed the most common 1st-level slave seals was much faster than before. In less than 2 days, he had already condensed 4,000 1st-level slave seals. The next step was simple. Yi Xian wandered around as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw demonic dwellers with 6th-level cultivation and above, he waved his hand and subdued them immediately. A total of 4,000 1st-level slave seals were used up in less than a day. At the same time, Gue Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the demonic slaves' hunting mission was coming to an end. They began a thorough search of the entire 2nd floor to eliminate any demonic slaves that had slipped through the net. On the other hand, Yi Xian entered a demonic dweller dwelling again to cultivate the last 1,000 strengthened 3rd to 6th level slave seals. Although the number of slave seals he had condensed this time was only a quarter of the previous ones, they were all strengthened slave seals that were at least level 3, so it took even more time. Yi Xian only walked out of the demon cultivator's cave after a full 3 days. At the same time, thousands of demonic dwellers' corpses that had been cleaned up in the past 3 days were piled up like a mountain in the central square of the 2nd floor's dwelling area. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu immediately went up to him and handed him over the 4,000 demonic cores that they had obtained from dissecting the demonic dwellers' brains. After Yi Xian took them, he immediately tossed them to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to immediately decompose and extract the spiritual origin power in the demonic cores. After doing all that, Yi Xian took out the Devil Blood Star tier sword that had been upgraded to an epic combat weapon. With a shake of his hand he tossed it out. Along with a cheerful sound, the sword instantly turned into a blood-red color. It drifted and flashed as it plunged into the mountain-like pile of corpses and began to absorb the blood essence in the corpses. Chapter 27-26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Zhejian Baqian, less than 6 days. The second floor of the Black Wind's demon dwellings had been completely cleaned out. However, Yixian did not rush to the third and fourth levels immediately. Instead, he spent another half a day reorganizing the situation. He assigned 4 Kiliarchs to each pick their own centurions and worked their way down from level to level. In the end, he formed 4 complete 1,000-man demon slave legions. During this time, Gue Haidao led 500 elite demon slaves to the lowest level of the Black Wind, the Myriad Prison, and killed the hundreds of demon prison guards. Yixian did not plan to deal with the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation who were still imprisoned in the Myriad Prison. Since they could not escape, he would deal with them when he had the time. After everything was done, Yixian only brought Li Mosquito and Naboshan with him as he descended to the third level. The entire third level was filled with elite demons who were all at the third level of the satellite realm and above. Yixian was no match for them with his current strength. As such, he stayed at the back throughout the entire process of clearing out the third level, allowing Li Mosquito and Naboshan to crush the demons in front. All he needed to do was to casually throw out enhanced versions of advanced slave seals when the demon elites he encountered along the way were suppressed by the Li Mosquito and the Mount Naibwa. It was extremely easy. The 2 Black Hole Realm experts attacked at the same time and swept through the entire third level in less than half a day. Nearly 400 of the 1,000 elite demons were killed, and another 800 were subdued by Yixian with slave seals. As for the last 200 people, Yixian deliberately left them for the fourth level. There were about 300 elite demons on the fourth level. After subduing 200 of them, the rest would be killed as well. Before entering the fourth level, Yixian made a trip to the third level's warehouse. His goal was to store the various resources and treasures in the warehouse into his undying world. Almost 20 years of accumulation from the 9 bastions was not enough to describe the vast amount of resources and treasures that Yixian had pocketed. What was left behind were ordinary items. After that, the 3 of them entered the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The demons on the 4th floor were extremely powerful. For example, the close to 100 bodyguards were basically all at the Nebula Realm. Even so, in the face of 2 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, they were nothing more than ants. With Black Mosquito and Naboshan taking action, it only took Yixian about 2 hours to clean up the outer area outside the circular corridor on the 4th floor. The last 200 demonic slaves were finally completely used up. Nearly half of them were personal guards with a Nebula Realm cultivation base. At this point, only the 3rd floor of the Black Wind Bastion and the core area of the 4th floor's circular corridor had not been cleaned up. Yixian planned to leave the demonic nest until the very end. In the core area of the 4th floor, there were only a dozen or so demonic powerhouses trapped there. Apart from the leader Ba Chai himself, there were only 5 think tanks, 5 stewards, 2 female demonic slaves, and 4 of Ba Chai's trusted aides. Yixian planned to use the slave seal to subdue Ba Chai, 1 think tank and 1 steward each. The rest could all be killed. Yixian had clearly informed Li Mosquito and Naboshan of this before entering the core area of the 4th floor. It would be convenient for them to make a move. It would be best if they could wipe out the rest as soon as they entered. Ba Chai was a peerless existence with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm Class 9 perfection. Although Li Mosquito and Naboshan were also in the Black Hole Realm, they were only Class 7 and Class 4. The 2 of them were barely able to fight Ba Chai together, so how could they have the spare energy to deal with other intruders? Your mission is very simple. After entering, the first thing you need to do is to kill the rest as soon as possible. In addition, you only need to work together to delay Ba Chai for a while. It's best if you can provoke him and distract him. Standing in front of the entrance to the core area of the 4th floor, Yixian turned to Li Mosquito and Naboshan beside him and reminded them again. This last point is very important. It can be said to be the key to success or failure. Remember this. After he finished speaking, Yixian immediately activated the spirit core within his sea of consciousness and directly activated the perfect vibration skill. In an instant, his figure disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even sense the slightest bit of aura, as if he had completely disappeared. Whoosh! Immediately after, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual imprint. After it entered the sensor device on the side of the door, the originally tightly closed door suddenly opened. In the next instant, Lee Mosquito and Naboshan's figures flickered and turned into two swift streaks of light that shot in side by side. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, quietly followed behind them. Naboshan? Black Mosquito? The strange sound of the door suddenly opening alarmed Ba Chai and his many think tanks and confidants in the sofa area of the hall. They all subconsciously turned their heads to look. Almost at the same time, Ba Chai exclaimed in surprise. At first, his face was stunned. Then he seemed to realize something and instantly flew into a rage. So it was the two of you who were playing tricks in the dark. This daddy must kill you. Boom! Whoosh! Before the furious Ba Chai could finish his words, Naboshan and Black Mosquito, who had rushed forward, had already attacked at the same time. They did not hold back and used all their strength. A majestic and mighty spiritual pressure swept out from Naboshan's body like a hurricane setting off a tsunami. It gave up on Ba Chai and instantly descended on the heads of the few demon dweller think tanks on his left side. Accompanied by the loud rumbling sound of space being shaken, it suddenly crushed down. Puff! Ka-cha-cha! Facing the full force attack of a black hole realm powerhouse, the few demon dweller think tanks were caught off guard and immediately spat out blood without any suspense. There was even a series of ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking. Their bodies had already withered and turned into a pile of meat paste, limp on the ground. At the same time, Lee Mosquito directly returned to the body of a black mosquito demonic beast. Not only did her body turn into an ugly and terrifying giant mosquito in the blink of an eye, a pair of black translucent membranes stretched out from her back. With a light pat, countless black energy wind blades burst out of thin air, sweeping forward in an overwhelming manner. Like a hot knife through butter, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did it lock onto the figures of the other demon dweller butlers and attendants, even Ba Chai was no exception. He was also enveloped in the black cloud formed by countless spiritual wind blades. In the blink of an eye, a large area was completely enveloped, and the sound of tearing silk was constantly heard. This was the strange sound of flesh and blood being cut by the spiritual wind blades. Countless spiritual wind blades, in the blink of an eye, dismembered all the demon dweller butlers and guards except Ba Chai, turning them into countless pieces of flesh of varying sizes and falling to the ground. Chapter 27:27. Super Big Eater. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 confidants, stewards and attendants were almost completely annihilated. But Ba Chai reacted from the extreme shock in an instant. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. His expression was ferocious to the extreme. Moreover, a strand of an irresistible and violent aura surged out from within his body. It raged out like a raging wave, and it transformed into a surging torrent that obliterated all things in the world. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. His whole body and mind were enveloped by an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. His life was hanging by a thread. Destruction vortex. In the face of this irresistible terrifying aura, a strong desire to survive suddenly exploded from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart and spread rapidly, causing Yi Xian to go completely crazy. He didn't even pay attention to the perfect vibration technique. His expression was ferocious as he roared resolutely. At the same time, the purple-black spiritual source core hanging in the central domain of the sea of consciousness in his mind also began to rotate at a crazy speed at this moment. All the spiritual source power contained in it was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and whizzed toward Ba Chai. At the same time, the 10th level slave seal also turned into a faint light and followed closely behind. Puff! Humph! Dang dang dang! In the next moment, the terrifying pressure roaring out from Ba Chai's body had also arrived in front of him. It was as if a huge star was blasting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward without any suspense. Even Lee Mosquito, who was also at the late stage of the black hole realm, immediately let out a muffled groan in the face of this terrifying pressure of the perfect stage 9. Her body, which was suspended in the air, was like a fallen leaf in a violent wind, showing a sense of being blown by the wind and rain. As for Naboshan, whose cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the black hole realm, his body was instantly rushed out and flew back hundreds of meters in the air. After landing on the ground, he was still frantically retreating. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded through the air. At this moment, the small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but was actually formed from the extreme compression of all the origin energy in Yixian's mind's core, also exploded with a loud bang. After condensing to the extreme, the vast and boundless spirit source energy completely bloomed at this moment. In less than half an instant, it had enveloped a large space of several hundred meters around Ba Chai. The boundless spirit source energy collided with each other, instantly forming a gigantic energy vortex. Berserk and tyrannical, it seemed capable of annihilating everything. Caught off guard, even Ba Chai, a perfect black hole stage 9 supreme existence, froze for a few moments in the face of this mental energy whirlpool that was so violent and berserk that it was descending upon him. Just at this moment, the level 10 slave seal that had turned into a weak ray of light quietly fell to the side of his neck. It entered his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed by Yixian, who was retreating backwards. His heartstrings relaxed, but at the same time his vision turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. After a full 7 days, Yixian finally woke up from his coma. Although he had regained consciousness, he was still in a very bad state. There was not a single spot on his body that did not hurt. It was as if there was a ruthless, ferocious star beast hiding in his mind, continuously roaring and roaring. The rumbling sounds of explosions reverberated endlessly, giving him a splitting headache. All of this was caused by him completely exhausting all the spirit source energy accumulated in the spirit source core in his mind. It was the result of an extreme overdraft of his spirit source energy. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Do you want to immediately extract the spirit source? Just as Yixian was feeling gloomy over the fact that the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was completely empty, the familiar system prompt sounded at the right time. It turned out that the demon core he had thrown to the system to deal with had been completely decomposed. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately ordered the system to immediately extract all the spirit source. Soon, a warm current appeared in Yixian's sea of consciousness, slowly but continuously pouring into the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. The almost exploding pain in Yixian's mind gradually subsided because of this. After nearly an hour, it finally disappeared completely. Only then did Yixian realize that he was lying on a sofa in the core hall, on the top floor of the Black Wind Fortress. As for Li Mosquito and Naboshin, they were sitting cross-legged on another sofa not far away, cultivating. In addition, there was another figure in the hall. It was Ba Chai, who had been subdued by the level 10 slave seal. At this moment, he was also sitting cross-legged on a sofa not far away with his eyes closed in meditation. The violent and arrogant aura from before had long disappeared. "Master, you're awake?" After all, he was a supreme existence at the Black Hole Realm 9th stage. Even if he was in a state of meditation, Ba Chai still sensed Yixian's awakening at the first moment. He opened his eyes and got up to walk over. On the other side, Naboshin and Li Mosquito were awakened at the same time. They immediately stood up and walked over side by side. Yixian immediately asked about what happened after he fainted. Only then did he know that it was already 7 days later. If he counted the time he spent in the lower 2 floors, Yixian had been on the Black Wind for half a month. Fortunately, the Demon Scout's bastions were engraved with a concealment formation. The Black Wind was currently in such a state of concealment, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by the demon race powerhouses accidentally passing by. At present, Yixian's state had not yet recovered, so it was indeed not appropriate for him to leave in a short period of time. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to use this opportunity to study the immortal star superfragment. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately waved his hand, allowing Ba Chai, Naboshin, and Li Mosquito to move freely. There was no need for them to accompany him here. Then he took out a small space box from the undying world in his body, which contained a large amount of demonic black crystals. Ding discovered demonic black crystals. Do you want to immediately absorb the demonic black crystals to nourish the star brain fragment? After opening the small space box, Yixian flipped his hand and threw it directly to the devouring system in his body. The next moment, the familiar system prompt quietly sounded in his mind. Absorb at full force now. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb immediately, and then no longer cared about this matter. Everything would be handled by the devouring system. What he did not expect was that in less than an hour, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! All demonic black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragments current level. Fragment. Used up? Yi Xian was stunned and almost suspected that he was hallucinating. One had to know that the small space box that he had just thrown to the devouring system contained 100 cubic meters of demonic thought black crystals. They were piled up like a small mountain, yet the immortal-grade cosmic super brain fragment that was only the size of a fingernail had been completely consumed in less than 2 hours. Chapter 27-28. Black Mosquito Holy Child's Trial. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian retrieved 2 more dimensional boxes from his undying world and tossed them to the devouring system. Once again, he gave the order to absorb as much as he could. These 2 boxes also contained 100 cubic meters of black crystals. These crystals were the most common type of cultivation resource in the bastions of the Demonkin Scouts, and they were stored in large quantities. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about the consumption of these crystals. The only thing he was worried about was the growth rate of the immortal-ranked super brain fragment. What if this guy didn't show any reaction after being bombarded with so many demonic black crystals? It would be really troublesome if that guy didn't move at all. With this big matter in mind, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to meditate and recuperate. He waited anxiously. About 4 hours later, the familiar system beep appeared in his mind again. Ding! All demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fragmented level? Yi Xian was once again dumbfounded. With the first absorption from before, Yi Xian had already expected that the 2 small spatial boxes he threw out this time would be used up in at most 4 hours. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that even after swallowing 200 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, it was still fragmented level. This was clearly not the right rhythm. This time, I've thrown 10 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals at once. If there's still no reaction, then there's no justice in this world. After being disappointed twice in a row, Yi Xian couldn't keep his calm. This time he took out 10-dimensional boxes from his undying world, totaling 1,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, and threw them all at the devouring system. After waiting anxiously for nearly 20 hours, the long-awaited system notification rang out once again. Ding! All black wool crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fuck. I've already thrown in 1,300 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, and there's still no reaction. Isn't this a little too shameless? Hearing that the result was still the same, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer. He was so angry that he even cursed. He was going crazy. This is the last time. If you continue to shamelessly refuse to budge, then I won't serve you anymore. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian decided to try one last time. This time, he threw in 100-dimensional boxes from his undying world. The amount of demon sense black crystals in each box was a terrifying 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals. After that, Yi Xian began to anxiously wait for a long time. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day that the system notification that he had been waiting for finally sounded out again. Demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. What the F***ck? Yi Xian collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gnashed his teeth and even had the heart to kill someone. The unwillingness that was stuck in his chest suddenly rose up and became even more intense. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't plan to continue trying. If there was no reaction even after throwing in 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to throw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals next? He didn't care about the demon sense black crystals, but he couldn't afford to waste time. If he really threw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to anxiously wait for the Imperial Guards for 2 months? He might even go crazy. Thinking like this, Yi Xian gave up the urge to try again. After his state of mind completely calmed down, he continued to ponder over this matter. Even Ba Chai, Naboshan, and Li Mosquito were called over by him to analyze and ponder together. Of course, Yixian couldn't reveal sensitive information like the immortal grade star superbrain fragment and his personal star communication system. He just casually brushed it aside. The problem should be with the demon sense black crystals. When he finished explaining the general situation, Lee Mosquito didn't think much and immediately responded, "You should have some of the most common ordinary demon sense black crystals, right? If they really don't work, I suggest you try to get some multi-pupil thought crystals." Multi-pupil thought crystals? What's the difference? Yixian was stunned. Only now did he know that the demon sense black crystals were the same as the star core origin. They were divided into different grades. And the ones he had were probably the most common low-grade ones. No wonder they didn't work. After all, the main body of the star superbrain fragment was an immortal grade star superbrain. Even if it was reduced to a fragment, its grade didn't change. How could it be interested in the most common low-grade demon sense black crystals? Multi-pupil thought crystals refer to the demon sense star crystals with pupil halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal is just a translucent black crystal. The crystal is completely empty, and there's nothing inside. Seeing that Yixian was confused, Lee Mosquito explained patiently with a faint smile. As for the multi-pupil thought crystal, you can see layers of halos like pupils inside the crystal. At least one layer and at most 9. The more halos there are, the higher the grade of the crystal. So, if the multi-pupil thought crystal is broken down, it can be called single-pupil thought crystal, dual-pupil thought crystal, 8-pupil thought crystal, and finally 9-pupil thought crystal. I see. Yixian immediately understood and then shook his head with a bitter smile. If that's the case, I really can't find a single multi-pupil thought crystal in the sea of demon sense black crystals I have. I don't even have a single pupil thought crystal, let alone a 7-pupil thought crystal. At this point, Yixian frowned and turned to glare at Ba Chai. Don't tell me you've kept all of them? There are 2 huge space fortresses, but you can't find even a single pupil thought crystal. This is very unusual. Whether it's a single pupil thought crystal or a 7-pupil thought crystal, normal demon sense elites can't come into contact with it. Lee Mosquito covered her mouth and smiled, then said again, because in the entire vast demon sense star region, there is only one place that can produce multi-pupil thought crystal. Be it 8-pupil thought crystal, 9-pupil thought crystal, or the worst single-pupil thought crystal, they all come from there. Normal demon sense elites can't enter at all. So, even if there are some multi-pupil thought crystals flowing out from there, they are all controlled by some high-ranking demon sense elites. Normal demon sense elites can't even take a look at them. However, if Master really wants to enter that place, there is an excellent opportunity right now. At this point, there seemed to be an extremely dark light flashing in the depths of Lee Mosquito's eyes. She paused for a moment, then continued, among the 10 demon sense tribes, there is currently a vacancy for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun. If I remember correctly, there are still about 2 months before the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun selection trial begins. As long as Master gets a trial spot, he can swagger into that area. Because all the Holy Sons of the 10 tribes of the demonic dwellers were selected from the forbidden land of Saint Devil on the demonic emperor planet. Chapter 27-29. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Target Black Mosquito Tribe. So, I have to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe first, obtain the qualification to be the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, and then go to the demonic emperor planet in the center of the demonic star area with the other trial takers? It seems a bit cumbersome. After hearing Lee Mosquito's explanation, Yixian finally understood, but he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at Lee Mosquito again and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way to enter the forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet other than the trial takers?" The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is not a place that can be entered casually. It is said that even the inheritance of the demonic tribe originated from there. Therefore, it is the most important place in the entire demonic star area. Besides the trial takers of the 10 tribes and the demonic emperor clan, only the 10 great commanders and 10 high priests of the 10 tribes and the direct descendants of the demonic emperor clan are qualified to enter. But even these people can't enter at any time. They only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. Even the demonic emperor himself is the same. The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is a very mysterious and independent void. The once-a-century restriction is one of the rules of this void. It is like the great Tao that everything in the universe follows. It is not something that can be changed or reversed at will. I see. Yixian nodded, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and continued. It seems that we can only go to the Black Mosquito tribe to obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the demonic emperor planet. There is no time to lose. Let's go now. As he spoke, Yixian turned to Batchai. You stay on the Black Wind. The supply of black crystals of demonic will on the 3rd floor of the warehouse has been opened. Increase the combat strength of the 4,000-man demonic slaves on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. As for the 1,000-odd Federation prisoners on the bottom floor of the Myriad prison, ignore them for now. There is no need to send the jailers. Let them be for a while. After the trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe are over, I will come and deal with them. After that, Yixian immediately left the Black Wind with Li Mosquito and Nabashan. After stepping out of the Black Wind, the 3 of them appeared in the void of the universe in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind ship, which had been refined into a magic treasure, instantly entered Yixian's body and was kept in his undying world. Then Yixian took out the Black Mosquito ship again. After giving a few instructions to Naibua Shan, he let him return to the Black Mosquito ship and take charge of it. The reason why Yixian didn't want Mount Naibua to stay outside and head to the Black Mosquito tribe with him was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, if not for the fact that he was familiar with the Demonkin starfield and needed a guide by his side, he would even want to drive Lizzie back to the Black Mosquito ship. Although with their powerful black hole realm strength, if they stayed by Yixian's side, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety when he walked through the Devil Domain. However, this kind of reliance was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there would be great consequences. Yixian had just entered this starry sky world with the universe galaxy as the background, and his cultivation realm was still at the first great realm at the bottom. It was the golden period when he should face difficulties, experience trials and grow, and quickly improve his cultivation realm. It could be said that everything was starting from the beginning. If there was a black hole realm powerhouse by his side at all times like a flower in a greenhouse, it was tantamount to destroying his future. Soon as Yixian opened the black channel of the Black Mosquito ship, Mount Naibua's figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After putting the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world in his body, Yixian turned his head and instructed Lizzie to hide her cultivation realm at the 3rd great realm, the satellite realm, and told her some things to pay attention to when traveling in the Demonkin starfield in the future. Then, he waved his hand and took out an ordinary private battleship that had just been refined, which was inconspicuous in both appearance and performance. He entered the battleship with Lizzie and quickly headed toward the starfield where the Black Mosquito tribe was located. The Black Mosquito tribe was located in the northwest of the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet. The territory ruled by the tribe occupied 1/10 of the vast void of the entire Demonkin star field. In this vast star field, there were countless large and small stars scattered about, but the overall situation was basically similar to that of Universe 3, which was occupied by the human race. Most of the large and small stars distributed in the void were extremely desolate. Not to mention intelligent life, there weren't even any plants. At most, they were rich in all kinds of rare minerals and resources. This kind of desolate mineral star occupied about 90% of the total. The remaining 10% of the stars were divided into 2 types. One was the demonic beast star that was occupied by various demonic beasts. Li Mosquito was captured by the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe from the Mosquito star. That was her ancestral land. The entire Mosquito star was filled with countless Black Mosquito demonic beasts. Among all the demon beast stars in that star field, the Demon Beast star was the largest and most eye-catching. This was why the Black Mosquito tribe was called the Black Mosquito tribe. The Demon Beast star occupied more than 90% of the small 10% of the stars that had life. The last 10% of the stars was where the demons of the Black Mosquito tribe lived and reproduced. It was called the Demon Beast star. There were only 10 of them. The 10 Demon Beast stars were respectively commanded by the 10 great leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons under their command. The Demon Beast warriors, which were similar to the human race's army, were all in the tens of thousands. Among the 10 Demon Beast stars, The one called the Black Mosquito Star was the headquarters of the entire tribe. The great commander and high priest, who had the most authority in the entire tribe, were in charge of the Black Mosquito Star. The demon beast great leader of the Black Mosquito Star, Nabashan, was sent out to represent the Black Mosquito tribe to control a space fortress and go to Universe 3 of the human race as a frontline scout. Apart from the Black Mosquito tribe, the other 9 demon tribes were basically the same. Those who were sent out to represent the tribe to control a demon beast scout space fortress were all demon beast great leaders of the tribe's main stars. As for the trial tests for the Holy Sun, generally speaking, the trial takers were selected from their own tribes. Each demon tribe only had one place for the trial test. That was to say, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only 10 demon dwellers could enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil in the Demon Royal Star. Yixian had just arrived and he was a new face. It wasn't an easy task for him to obtain a share of the spoils from the 10 outer trial spots. It could even be said that there was not much hope. Yixian learned all this from the Li Mosquito tribe while he was on his way to the Black Mosquito tribe. Only now did he know that the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm was called the Origin realm. The great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofengtai, and the high priest Hui Gulei were both in the Origin realm. Chapter 2730. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The first appearance of strangeness. Although Zhuofengtai, the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, had a powerful cultivation base of Origin level 3 and walked the path of physical strengthening, in fact, Zhuofengtai might not be a match for High Priest Huigyul, who was only at Origin level 1, if he went all out. This kind of situation was also common in the other 9 demon tribes. The great commander of a tribe usually had a powerful cultivation base and held real power. Although the high priest's cultivation base was lower and did not care about worldly affairs, his status was extraordinary. This was because to become a high priest, one must first become a tribe's holy son. After becoming a holy son, one must also obtain some kind of spiritual power inheritance from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land or a secret method to use spiritual power. Only then could one become a high priest. Among the 10 demon tribes, apart from the great commander and the high priest, the Holy Son was also qualified to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, but he could only enter once every century. Because of this, every time a tribe's Holy Son died and a new Holy Son had to be selected, almost all the demons in the tribe were tempted. After all, if one became a Holy Son, they would have the opportunity to become the tribe's high priest, which was a step to the sky. Considering that there were too many competitors, and the overall strength of all the demon tribe powerhouses under the Black Mosquito Star, which was the tribe's main planet, was definitely better, Yixian decided to choose one of the 9 demon tribes as the starting point. 2 days later, Yixian's private warship finally entered the Black Mosquito tribe's territory. The closest demon tribe star in the void ahead was the Black Mountain Star. After Yixian asked Li Mosquito for the direction, he immediately urged the warship to rush over. The leader of the Black Mountain Star was called Sha Ming, and he was a demon tribe powerhouse who walked the path of body cultivation. His cultivation base was at Black Hole Realm Level 2, which was 2 levels lower than the Black Mountain Star. Not long after, a huge planet with an atmosphere appeared in the endless void ahead. According to the direction that Li Mosquito had pointed out, this planet should be one of the 10 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, the Black Mountain Planet. Yixian and Li Mosquito immediately exited the private battleship. Jier waved his hand to put away the battleship and went straight ahead. In the Demonkin Star area, and even in the first universe where the other slaves belonged to the Tianji clan, things like battleships and magic treasures were very common. In the context of the Star Age, even different universes could be traveled back and forth through wormholes. Therefore, whether it was a cultivation system or anything else, as long as there was something extraordinary about it, it would spread quickly. In fact, Yixian and Li Mosquito had encountered quite a few Demonkin warships on their way here from the very edge of the Demonkin Star region. At first, Yixian was a little surprised, but he got used to it after seeing so many of them. However, although the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, had achievements in science and technology that surpassed the human races, the Demonkin were nothing more than a slave race of the Tianji clan. For a slave race like this, the Tianji clan would not spare any effort to take care of them. Therefore, none of the Demonkin planets in the Demonkin Star area had anything like the defensive formations of the human race's administrative planets. However, the star network still existed. After all, the first universe was so big that if the star network was not popularized, the Tianji clan would not be able to easily control all the slave races under their command. Moreover, the star network of the first universe also used the star superbrain as a biological intelligence center. Even the planets of the third universe's human race's science and technology faction only used ordinary superbrains as the intelligence center of the starry sky network. As for the demonkin, as the servant race of the Tianji race, the superbrains used by the ordinary demonkin planets in their starry sky field were naturally not high-quality goods. In fact, it was very likely that the star superbrains used by the 10 bastions of the demonkin scout corps were the lowest of the low. If that was the case, then Yixian could refine the Blackwind star superbrain as well as he did the Blackwinds. The idea flashed through Yixian's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Black Mountain was an enormous demonkin planet. Unlike a bastion, it didn't even have a defensive formation. Even if Yixian did refine the star superbrain, he couldn't do what he did with the Black Wind. He couldn't seal off all of the demonkin and imprison them like he did with the Black Wind. In fact, all he needed was the Holy Sun trial spot on planet Black Mountain. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to refine their superbrain. All he needed to do was connect to their network and get some information. Once the decision was made, Yixian sent a command to the communication system to search for the star superbrain's frequency, then select the nearest channel to connect to the star network. Moreover, considering the fact that after the Black Wind battleship superbrain was successfully connected to the starry sky superbrain, before Yixian could react, countless information and data instantly entered his brain, almost causing his mind to become unstable. This time, after Yixian gave the order, he specially added a sentence at the back. There was no need to rush the transmission of all the information and data. If he needed anything, he could give the search conditions at any time. At that time, he could just search on the spot. A moment later, the sound of a system notification filled his mind. Ding! Beginning search for star network frequency. Search complete. Beginning screening. Ding! Screening complete. Connection successful. Network attribute. Low star network, Black Mountain. Superbrain grade. Normal damaged. Will you refine it? Or consume it? Refine it. Or consume it. Hearing the last sentence, Yixian was stunned for a moment. After that, a few black lines crawled out of his forehead. Could it be that he had led that immortal rank space superbrain fragment, astral projection, astral projection, astral projection, astral projection, astral projection, astral projection, astral projection? The last time he contacted the central superbrain of the Black Wind, it didn't give him such a notification. As the AI core of a communication system, it was not right for it to want to devour other superbrains of the star network. Why did he feel like he had encountered a bandit who had just left the mountain? Just as these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind and he was slightly stunned because of this, the system notification sounded again in an extremely unusual manner. Ding! Host, please confirm. Do you want to refine it? Or devour? What was going on? This time Yixian was completely suspicious. This was clearly not normal. He was just stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. At most it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. There was no need to be so anxious, right? A ravenous wolf that had just come down from the mountains after starving for 10 days was nothing more than this. With this thought in mind, Yixian immediately responded. His attitude was very clear. He would neither refine nor devour. Chapter 2731. Weeping Soul Beast. Soon, Yixian and Li Mosquito passed through a layer of gray-black atmosphere and entered the interior of Black Mountain Star. What appeared before them was a world with a black color. Whether it was the sea or the land, everything was black. Even the plants on this star were basically the same. Yixian immediately understood the origin of this star's name, Black Mountain Star, because at a glance, all he could see were continuous black mountains. The entire Black Mountain Star's land was basically not too vast and flat. In addition, everything on Black Mountain Star was not much different from the planets inhabited by the human race. There were also many cities, and the buildings and roads in the cities were similar. In addition, the demon dwellers that could be seen were completely no different from humans. Even their clothing was not much different. If it wasn't for the strong and strange aura emitting from the black-themed environment, Yixian would have suspected that he'd returned to the third universe and entered an administrative planet of the human race. The entire Black Mountain Star was extremely vast, but because most of the areas were undulating mountains, it was not suitable to build a city as a place to live. Therefore, there were not many cities on Black Mountain Star, only a dozen or so. However, there were only 300,000 to 400,000 demon dwellers on the entire Black Mountain Star. A dozen or so cities were obviously enough to accommodate them. Moreover, it seemed a little cold and cheerless. Yixian and Li Mosquito chose to go to Black Mountain City, which was located in the center of the continent. Black Mountain City was not only the largest among the dozen or so demon dweller cities, but also the largest area. It was the main city of Black Mountain Star. The leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Xiong Haizi, and the more than 10,000 demon dweller scouts under his command, who were equivalent to human soldiers, were all in Black Mountain City. Yixian obtained this information through his personal star communication system, from the star network of Black Mountain Star. With the level of that immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment, there was no way the other party could detect him invading this kind of cosmic network that used a low-level black sky super brain as its intelligence center. At this moment, while Li Mosquito was flying to Black Mountain City, Yixian once again issued a conditional search command to the communication system. This time he wanted to know the details of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet Saint. Less than half a minute after the command was given, the search of the communication system was completed. A large amount of data poured into Yixian's mind, allowing him to learn all the details in an instant. The trial period for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun was 3 months and 10 days, which was exactly 100 days later. However, since it would take some time to get to the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet, the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Huigulii had set a deadline of 3 months for the 10 Demon Emperor planets. Within 3 months, the 10 Demon Emperor planets had to send their chosen trial takers to the Black Mosquito planet. Being late means forfeiting. The final candidate who would represent the Black Mountain planet to the Black Mosquito tribe, and then rush to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Holy Sun trial would be determined in 30 days. However, the intense competition for this trial spot had already begun a month ago. Moreover, according to the data obtained by the communication system, a month ago, the number of Devil Cultivator rankers that entered the Weeping Soul Cave in a grandiose manner to compete for a spot was actually over 10,000. The Weeping Soul Cave was a vast natural cave that was thousands of meters below the surface of the Black Mountain planet. Its size was impossible to determine, and its entrance was located in the northern wilderness region of the Black Mountain planet continent. The reason why the Black Mountain planet had set this place as the place to compete for the trial quota was because there were a large number of Weeping Soul beasts wandering in this vast cave. Weeping Soul beasts did not have flesh and blood, but were incorporeal creatures similar to spirits. This kind of existence could only be captured with spiritual power. A month later, among all the competitors who entered the Weeping Soul Cave, the person who captured the most Weeping Soul beasts would be the holder of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet's Holy Sun trial. There was a reason why the Black Mountain planet's leader, Xiong Haizi, chose to use the method of capturing Weeping Soul beasts to determine the final trial participant. In order to successfully pass the trial and become the Holy Son of the Demon Emperor tribe, one of the prerequisites was to have a certain level of spiritual power talent. Otherwise, it would be useless even if one went to the Demon Emperor planet and was destined to fail. We seem to be late. I don't know if we can still enter the Weeping Soul Cave. After browsing all the information, Yixian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. His feet suddenly sped up, and soon landed in the Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito. They immediately rushed to the Black Mountain City's administrative center. Entering the Weeping Soul Cave was simple. The entrance to the cave was in the northern wastelands of the continent, and anyone could go there. However, if one wanted to participate in the trial quota competition this time, one must first register at the Black Mountain City's administrative center, and at the same time, obtain a space magic treasure used to store Weeping Soul beasts. This kind of space magic treasure was all made in a rush. After the applicant refined it, he could only stuff Weeping Soul beasts in it, but he could not take them out from it. In this way, there was no need to worry about the competitors in the cave using the method of killing and robbing to accumulate a large number of Weeping Soul beasts, because it was useless to rob them. In the end, it was impossible to bring a lot of space magic treasures to hand in the task, right? Feeling a little nervous, Yixian quickly entered the Black Mountain City's administrative center with Li Mosquito. After finding the processing window and asking, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Although he was late by a month, if he wanted to participate in the trial quota competition, not to mention now, he could even register one day before the deadline. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to register me. Although I'm a little late, at least there's still a month's time. With a faint smile, Yixian immediately requested to register. At the same time, he casually gave himself a name. Oh right, I'm Zhang Wuji. The demon race did not have a household registration system like the 10,000 Luo Federation citizenship, because they did not need to use such a thing to determine their identity. To prevent spies from sneaking in, the demon race's unique mental power was the best distinguishing feature. The staff at the Black Mountain City's administrative center quickly completed the necessary registration procedures. In fact, it was just a simple form to register. Then he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized pagoda-shaped magic treasure from a small cabinet, and motioned for Yixian to leave a mental imprint on it. This was obviously one of the methods to prevent people from cheating. Yixian immediately activated the mental power source core in his sea of knowledge, shooting out a mental imprint and branding it on the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure. Then the magic treasure was handed over to Yixian to use. With this pagoda-shaped magic treasure in hand, he had the qualifications to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to participate in the trial qualification competition. Considering that he was a whole month late compared to the other demon powerhouses, Yixian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately left Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito, and went straight to the northern wastelands of the Black Mountain Star Continent. Chapter 2732. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A pleasant surprise. Yixian and the Black Mosquito Master and Servant only used less than 2 hours to enter the northern wastelands and rushed to the entrance of the Crying Soul Cave that led to the vast underground world. The entrance was located between two giant peaks in the northern wilderness. It was actually just a huge abyss with a radius of a few kilometers. It was pitch black down there and nothing could be seen. No one knew how deep it was. The demon race's holy sun did not have any cultivation realm restrictions. Even the supreme beings of the Black Hole realm could participate in the Holy Sun trial. Therefore, among the more than 10,000 demon race experts in the cave below them, there were bound to be quite a few of them with profound cultivation realms. Even if there were no Black Hole realm experts, there were definitely many planet realm and even star realm experts. Therefore, Yixian did not intend to enter alone, and decided to let Li Mosquito accompany him. It was not that he was not confident in his strength, but the key was that he was determined to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. Therefore, he could not reveal his identity. In this way, when he encountered danger, many of his methods could not be used at all and would be restricted. He could only bring Li Mosquito with him. At this moment, as the two of them rapidly descended, their vision became darker and darker. When they reached a depth of about 300 meters, their surroundings were pitch black, and they could not even see their own fingers. Fortunately, they could still use their spiritual power to replace their eyes to identify the way. After a short while, Yixian and Li Mosquito, who had descended about 1,300 meters, finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The entrance to the Weeping Soul Cave was located on the wall of the abyss right in front of them. It was a cave with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. It was also pitch black inside, and there seemed to be some faint, sharp and strange cries faintly coming from it. Yixian immediately rushed into the cave and moved forward quickly. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. In the end, they could not even see the walls of the cave on both sides. It was as if they were in a vast underground city. At the same time, the sharp cries that could only be faintly heard before became clearer and clearer as Yixian and Li Wuyo went deeper into the cave. They were densely packed and continuously transmitted over from all directions. These cries are from those weeping soul beasts, right? Judging from the commotion, there are indeed a lot of them. Yixian randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and asked, "Have you ever come into contact with this kind of thing before? I've never even heard of it, let alone come into contact with it." After casually replying, Li Mosquito seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately explained. "Although we are all in the same demon domain, All the high-level demon beasts in the demon beast star that have developed intelligence cannot have any contact with the demon beasts. This is because in the eyes of the demon beasts, all the demon beasts in the demon beast star are just prey to be hunted. In fact, this is indeed what they do. After so many years of accumulated hatred, it has reached an irreconcilable point. Screech! Before Lee Mosquito could finish speaking, an extremely sharp howl suddenly sounded out without any warning. Moreover, the distance was very close, only a few thousand meters to the right in front. Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito immediately looked towards the direction of the sound. Although the surroundings were still pitch black, because they had gradually adapted, even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see things. Coupled with the assistance of the spiritual energy identification, at this moment, the weeping soul beast that was pouncing towards them at an extremely fast speed from a few thousand meters away was instantly seen clearly by Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito. This weeping soul beast was indeed not a life form of flesh and blood. Its entire body was completely translucent like a ghost. At this moment it was moving at an extremely fast speed with a violent howl. It was completely floating in the air, extremely strange. However, in terms of appearance, this beast was 90% similar to an ordinary monkey. The only difference was that it had a black horn that was about half a foot long on its head. Its eyes were completely red, and they were bursting with a bloody light that was filled with a murderous intent. It seems that its temper is a bit violent. It didn't even have a single word of disagreement. It directly pounced on us from a few thousand meters away? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and as he spoke, his figure flashed and moved forward. The spirit source core in his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly rotate, releasing a powerful spirit source core that was like a large net that quickly flew out. Screech! In the next moment, the weeping soul beast that was flying over at an extremely fast speed once again let out a shrill howl that resounded endlessly. Its body had already been completely wrapped up by the invisible net that was falling down from above. As it screamed, it continued to struggle, but to no avail. Ding! Discovered a spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? When Yi Xian activated his spirit source core and quickly pulled the trapped weeping soul beast in front of him, preparing to study it for a while before directly storing it into the pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure. At this moment, the notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned. This fierce monkey with a long horn on its head actually had a spirit source like the brain of a demon? As this thought rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was stunned for a moment, was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that a meat pie had fallen from the sky? How could he actually encounter such a thing? Before this, among all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had come into contact with, only the brain of a demon contained a spirit source. Even the demonic black crystal, which was used by demons to increase the level of their spirit source, did not contain a spirit source. Instead, it was a special kind of energy that stimulated a demon's spirit source core, causing it to vibrate and increase, thereby achieving the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit source core. To put it bluntly, it was actually a kind of stimulant for spirit source core. In addition to the demonic black crystal, Yi Xian had also tested the massive amount of resources that he had obtained from the third story of the Black Mosquito ship. All kinds of rare and strange resources and minerals were thrown to the devouring system, but in the end the system did not respond at all. This result almost made him give up hope. He thought that the only way to obtain a spirit source was to hunt demons and cut open their brains to obtain their cores. He did not expect that he would unintentionally make a new discovery today. After all, the brain of a demon was not a resource that could be obtained as much as one wanted. It was simply unrealistic to hunt a large number of them over a long period of time. However, this weeping soul beast was different. Not only could it be hunted wantonly, the key was that there was a large number of them. The entire weeping soul cave was filled with these beasts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Even the population of the entire demon race was less than a fraction of these beasts. In the future, as the level of Yi Xian's spirit source continued to increase, the amount of spirit source he would need would also increase. It was precisely because of this that when the search for a replacement for the brain of a demon ended in failure, this had become a hidden worry in his heart. Now, with the appearance of the weeping soul beast, there was finally hope for a complete solution to this problem. This made him extremely excited. With this kind of excitement, Yixian immediately ordered the devouring system. Absorb at full force immediately. Screech. Chapter 2733. Little Black Horn Screech. Screech. The weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yixian's spiritual energy continued to shriek in a shrill voice. At the same time, the incomparably familiar energy in Yixian's mind continued to flow into the spiritual origin core that was suspended in the air above his consciousness. Previously, Yixian had extracted the spiritual origin from the system by dissecting a large number of demonkin brains. Because the amount of spiritual origin that entered his mind in such a short period of time was too great, the impact on his consciousness was too great. As a result, the process was extremely painful. But now, even though the spiritual origin aura from the illusory body of the weeping soul beast was exactly the same and equally pure, it was slowly trickling into Yixian's consciousness. Not only was there no pain, there was even a warm and comfortable feeling, as if his consciousness was enjoying some sort of meticulous nourishment. The former was a large and broad knife that had immediate effects. It was like a great tonic that had strong medicinal effects, but it couldn't be used for long periods of time. Otherwise, it would leave behind some undesirable side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was warm and gentle, like a bowl of light millet after a serious illness. Even though it didn't cure hunger, it could use a small fire to slowly nourish one's consciousness, soothing away some of the minor side effects and nipping them in the bud. After realizing this, Yixian immediately made a decision. He had to capture a few more weeping soul beasts for future use. In the future, these two methods of absorbing spiritual origin could be used together. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this time, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yixian's spiritual energy had completely disappeared. All that was left was a small black horn the size of a thumb, still wrapped in Yixian's spiritual energy and suspended in the air. The beast's body was originally a form of energy. After it was absorbed by Yixian, it was impossible for any flesh or blood to be left behind. What was strange was that the half-a-foot-long black horn on its head was clearly an illusory energy state, but the small black horn that remained was clearly a miniature version of the half-a-foot-long horn on the weeping soul beast's head. Furthermore, it had actually transformed from an illusory energy state into a physical object. Yixian immediately activated his psychic power and took the small black horn into his hand. He felt its weight in his hand. Its weight and density were clearly not light, but he could not tell what material it was made of. It was neither gold nor stone, nor bone nor keratin. It was very strange. Although Yixian did not understand the purpose of this little black horn, or even how it was formed, he had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of use to him in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the little horn into his undying world. Then, he and Li Mosquito continued to search for other weeping soul beasts. Along the way, Yixian suddenly thought of a problem. Although this weeping soul beast was a good thing, it had only taken him 4 to 5 minutes to collect one. Furthermore, in the first minute or so, this beast had been howling mournfully continuously. Its movements could not be said to be small. Considering these circumstances, if Yixian wanted to catch a bento to collect in this weeping soul cave, it was obviously not a good time to show himself. Time was too short, and he would not be able to collect much in a month. That was fine, but more importantly, it was very likely that it would attract quite a bit of trouble. After all, there were quite a number of demon experts in this weeping soul cave, more than 10,000 of them. If someone heard the weeping soul beast howl and rushed over, Yixian could directly use his psychic power to envelop this strange beast and absorb its body as his psychic source. The secret would be exposed on the spot, and the news would spread very quickly. If that was the case, it seemed that he could only try his best to catch a few and bring them out of this place, leaving them for future collection. However, he did not know if this strange beast could be stored in a spatial treasure, or the undying world within his body. If not, wouldn't he have to stuff it into the small tower-shaped treasure specially made by Black Mountain Star? The key was that once it was stuffed in, it could not be taken out. Yixian did not have the authority to do so. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a little apprehensive. He could not wait to catch a weeping soul beast and test it out before he was satisfied. However, although the mournful howls of the weeping soul beast could be heard from afar, Yixian and Li Mosquito could only hear the howls and not see them. This made him very depressed. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, another weeping soul beast appeared not far from the right side. Yixian's spirit was aroused. This time there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. He impatiently went up to them and quickly caught them. First, he tried to throw it into the undying world within his body, but the result was a failure. He could not store it. The weeping soul beast's existence was very unique, so it was impossible to determine its level of strength. However, since it could not be stored in the undying world, it should be at least a little bit stronger than Yixian's star core realm. The reason why it was so easy to capture it was probably because his mental power was coincidentally the bane of this beast. However, although this beast could not be stored in the body directly, it was still possible to store it in the space fortress and then store it in the undying world. However, the size of the black wind and the black mosquito were simply too large, so it was obvious that they couldn't be placed in this crypt. Although Yixian had already refined it into a magic treasure, it was indirectly done through refining the superbrain. Therefore, he was unable to control the shape and size of the two space fortresses. He could only give up on this idea. Following that, Yixian took out a large number of spatial treasures from the undying world within his body. They were all different shapes and sizes. There were normal small spatial boxes, wine cups, treasure gourds, and so on. Some were made by the humans of the third universe, while others were made by the demons. Unfortunately, even after he tried all of these strange and bizarre space magic treasures, the result was still the same. Not a single one of them was able to store the weeping soul beast he had just captured. Damn! What's going on? Didn't that little black horn just now go in? And it was directly stored in the undying world. They both have the same origin. Isn't the difference a little too big? Yixian was dumbfounded. He muttered a few words to himself, but in the end, he could only store the second weeping soul beast to see if the little black horn would appear. After all, to analyze the cause, he had to at least confirm the basic situation. For minutes later, the second weeping soul beast disappeared completely as expected. All that was left was a little black horn. It was still the size of a thumb, slightly curved, and had a rough texture on its surface. Looks like little black horns are common. I wonder if this one can be stored in the undying world. If it can't, then it means that I'm unlucky to have encountered a strange creature when I caught the second weeping soul beast. But if it can be stored in the undying world like the previous one. At this point, Yixian's expression turned strange. Then this is really strange. You can't store it when it's alive, but when it's dead. The undying world is not a coffin. This is simply a scam. Chapter 2734. Level 4 Source Core. Yixian muttered a few words with a strange expression on his face. He ignored Li Mosquito, who had been watching him torment himself the whole time, and was now giggling with amusement. Then he tried again. In the end, he was completely at a loss. With a thought, the second horn in his hand disappeared into his undying world. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist in this world. There was no doubt about the result. There was no need to try again. This strange thing was born like this. When it was alive, it couldn't be put into a spatial treasure. But when it died, it left behind a small black object it could. Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly as if he had accepted his fate. The world was so big, and there were all sorts of strange things. Since there was a final result, the next problem was the most troublesome one. Since the undying world and all the spatial magic treasures couldn't be stored inside, then, could it be that he really had to stuff them into the little pagoda given out by the Black Mountain Star government? What was the difference between this and hitting a dog with meat buns? Something's not right. While he was at a loss, Yixian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Among the space treasures that I tried just now, many of them were refined by the demon race, but none of them could be stored. Since that's the case, how can this small tower be stored inside? The more Yixian thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. In the next instant, the pagoda-shaped magic treasure was brought into his hand. After carefully fiddling with it, Yixian still couldn't see anything strange about it. He couldn't even determine what material it was made of. He immediately put the object back into his body and threw it to the Devour system for identification. At the same time, he ordered the Devour system to search for information about the Weeping Soul Beast and the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's internal space network. Then Yixian fell into deep thought again. Although this kind of small pagoda-shaped space magic treasure was a special item, it was obviously not a precious treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to throw out more than 10,000 of them so casually. The reason why it was able to subdue the Weeping Soul Beast was clearly due to the special material used to refine the tower. Here comes the problem. Among the spatial artifacts that Yixian had tested before, there were more than 20 different materials. One must know that it wasn't easy to refine a spatial artifact with just any random material. The various treasures he had collected could be considered as an ocean of treasures. There were treasures from both the human race and the demon race. Even so, all the spatial treasures added together only had over 20 different materials. This was enough to show how rare the materials used to refine spatial magic treasures were. Under such circumstances, to find a material that could successfully refine a spatial magic treasure and also contain the Weeping Soul Beast, and it had to be a material that wasn't too expensive and had to be in sufficient quantity. With such harsh conditions, the difficulty could be imagined. What was strange was that no matter how difficult this matter was, it had already become a reality. In this Weeping Soul Cave alone, there were over 10,000 finished products. It was hard to say how much stock the Black Mountain Star Government Center had left. Was there a need to go through so much trouble just to select a demon dweller to participate in the trial of the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint? While he was analyzing, the results of the Devouring System's appraisal finally came out. Ding! Appraisal complete. Appraisal type: Spatial Magic Treasure. Grade Normal. State: Level 4 Spiritual Restriction Seal. Material: Unknown. Immediately after, the results of the communication system's search came back in time. Yixian checked the results and immediately frowned. There was no information about this pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's Starry Sky network. Although there were a few pieces of information about the Weeping Soul Beast, they were all vague and ambiguous. There was a faint hint of pretense and deliberate concealment. Sure enough, there's a problem. Yixian immediately sneered. Even the Devouring System couldn't identify the material. How could the small Black Mountain Star coincidentally find such a material that meets all the requirements? If I'm not mistaken, the real purpose is to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Using this to determine the qualification for the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint is just an excuse. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. That is to say, in a month's time, when the competition for the qualifications for the trial ends, Planet Black Mountain's big head, Tatar, and the guy hiding behind him will definitely use other excuses to distribute this kind of small spatial pagoda. The Weeping Star Beast has been targeted by someone. This is clearly the rhythm of hunting it all. After realizing this, Yixian immediately lost his composure. He originally planned to wait until the matter with the Demon Emperor planet was over before coming to Black Mountain Star to hunt for the Weeping Soul Beast. However, judging from the current situation, there was a high chance that this place would be completely looted before he could return. In short, if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Yixian only had one chance to capture the Weeping Soul Beast, and he had 1 month's time. F***ck. This result gave Yixian a headache. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. In the end, he took out the spatial pagoda again. Since he could not stop this, nor could he change it, the only choice was to take advantage of this 1 month's time to capture as many Weeping Soul Beasts as possible. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the so-called level 4 spirit restriction seal of the spatial pagoda in his hand no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. While playing with the spatial pagoda in his hand, Yixian quickly fell into deep thought. The lack of authority of this pagoda was obviously because it was sealed by the so-called level 4 spirit restriction. The so-called spirit restriction should be a restriction set up with spiritual power, just like how human experts use their divine sense to carve array talismans to form various restrictions. But what the hell was this level for? Could it be? As he thought about this, Yixian's mind lit up. He suddenly understood a little. Ever since the mind source core in his brain had been successfully condensed, it seemed to have leveled up twice. This sort of leveling up could be considered a type of metamorphosis. If the initial state of the mind source core was level 1, then after 2 metamorphoses, Yixian's mind source core should be level 3. Could the so-called level 4 spirit restriction be a restriction created by someone whose mind source core had undergone 3 metamorphoses? If that was really the case, then as long as Yixian's mind source core underwent another metamorphosis and became a level 4 source core owner like the other party, he might be able to get rid of the spirit restriction that the other party had left behind. At worst, he could just undergo another metamorphosis and try again when he was at level 5. As he thought about this, he immediately got excited. He turned to look at Lee Mosquito and blurted out, "Lee Mosquito, how many metamorphoses has your mind source core undergone? What level is it now?" Chapter 2735. Translator, Hinny Translations Editor. Hinny Translations, the third metamorphosis. What? Your spirit source core is only at level 2? Yixian nearly jumped up on the spot as he cried out in surprise. He stared at Lee Mosquito in shock. His mind was in a mess. He was only at the star core grade, yet his spirit source core was already at level 3. Lee Mosquito's cultivation base was at the black hole grade, so her spirit source core should be at least at level 17 or 18. How could it only be at level 2? How could it be lower than his? Level 17 or 18? How could you even think of that? As soon as Yixian voiced his doubts, Lee Mosquito laughed. Do you know what level the Demon King's spirit source core is? It's at level 6. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons was only at level 8. That was the Demon King. Level 17 or 18. What a joke. That doesn't even exist. Hold on. Let me sort out my thoughts first. When he heard Lee Mosquito speak so seriously, coupled with her status as a demon slave, Yixian finally realized that he had misunderstood. It seemed like he didn't know much about the demon's spirit source cores. As soon as he thought about this, he immediately sent a conditional search to the communication system. This time the search criteria were the level of the spirit source core. The results were quickly transmitted back. Yixian couldn't wait to check it. After a short while, he finally understood. Lee Mosquito was right. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons had been the Demon King, who had been at level 8. The current Demon King of the demonic tribe also had a source core of a grade 6. Legend had it that the highest level of spirit source core could reach level 9, which was related to the demon Saint Forbidden Land. The Demon King had obtained some sort of opportunity there, which had allowed his spirit source core to evolve to level 8. Ever since then, the demons had gradually grown stronger under his rule. Therefore, it wasn't completely unreasonable to say that the source of the demon's inheritance was the demon Saint Forbidden Land. However, this was just a historical fact of the demon's history. Thanks to the conditional search, Yixian had a better understanding of the unique spirit source cores of demons and demonic beasts. In general, the level of a demon's or a demonic beast's source core didn't have much to do with its cultivation base. The level of a demon core was equivalent to quality, while one's cultivation base was equivalent to quantity. When a demon core's level increased, it underwent a qualitative transformation. This sort of transformation was triggered by luck. The level of the Demon King's source core was only affected by quantity. When the origin source energy source core had reached a certain level, a demon's cultivation base, regardless of whether or not the source core had undergone a transformation. That was why Lee Mosquito's demonic core remained at level 2, even though she was already at the late stage of the black hole realm. Most demons and demonic beasts were. As for Yixian, he was obviously an exception. He wasn't even a devil cultivator, yet he'd condensed a devil core. If that was the case, then it wasn't completely unacceptable for the magic core in his brain to transform at a slightly faster and more frequent rate. Of course, there was definitely something wrong with this, but he definitely wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short period of time. He could only slowly study it in the future. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a great thing, so there was no need to be too anxious. Of course, no matter how high a demon core's level was, it was useless if it couldn't be accumulated. If a demon core with a grade 9 demon core was at the star core grade, he would be crushed if he faced a demon core powerhouse with a grade 1 demon core who was at the black hole grade. However, if this demon powerhouse with a grade 9 demon core was also at the black hole grade, the latter wouldn't even be considered a mosquito in front of him. At the end of the day, it could be summed up in one sentence. Although the grade of the magic core was important, it represented greater talent and greater potential. It meant a wider space for growth. However, one's cultivation base, or in other words the amount of accumulation in the origin of magic cores, was equally important. It represented the power that was right in front of one's eyes and within reach. F***CK. In the end we still have to catch the weeping soul beast. Feels more important than ever. We can't afford to lose it. After understanding everything, Yi Xian returned to the problem at hand. He muttered to himself for a while before coming to a decision. We only have 1 month. We have to catch the weeping soul beast and increase the level of our origin source core. Once we reach grade 4 we can try to remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda. It's really urgent. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around to look at Li Ji. From the looks of it, we can only split up and act separately. First we'll find a suitable area. Then I'll stay there and catch the weeping soul beast and absorb it. You, on the other hand, will use all your strength to drive all the weeping soul beasts here. This will make it easier for me to catch them. This will save us a lot of time. As long as we can remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda. Then, at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he laughed coldly. Humph, we can't leave a single one of the Weeping Soul Cave's spatial mini pagoda behind. We have to snatch them all. There are more than 10,000 demons. Even if we only catch 100 of them each, we'll have more than 1 million in total. The temptation of such a large number was shocking. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill and steal the treasures. 2 days later, in a remote corner of the Weeping Soul Cave. Ding! Discovered spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb it immediately? The familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. He immediately gave an affirmative answer. In the next moment, a weeping soul beast that was tightly bound by his mental energy let out a mournful howl that suddenly became even sharper. However, Yi Xian wasn't moved in the slightest. He and Li Mosquito had finally chosen this area after running around for half a day. There were almost no devil cultivator experts in the nearby area, but there were many weeping soul beasts. Therefore, no matter how loud this beast's howl was, he didn't have to worry. In the past 2 days, this was the 498th weeping soul beast that he had captured after the Li Mosquito had left. He was only 2 more away from reaching the 500th mark. Before this, Yi Xian had already absorbed quite a few spirit sources that he had extracted from the weeping soul cores of the demons. According to his calculations, the spirit source core in his knowledge only needed to absorb another 500 weeping soul beasts before the 3rd transformation of the source core would arrive. Right now, he was very close to the value he had estimated. The difference was so small that it was almost negligible. Because of this, as he absorbed the 488th weeping soul beast, the anticipation in Yi Xian's heart grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the spirit source core has increased. Current level, grade 4. You have obtained a spiritual power skill. Do you wish to activate it? Chapter 2736. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Suppression. When the familiar system beep rang out, Yi Xian's mind shook abruptly. The mind source core hovering above his mind started its 3rd metamorphosis. This metamorphosis process was actually very short. In just a few seconds, the weak throbbing sensation in his mind disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly felt that his mind power was somewhat different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately returned to his senses and started to check the situation in his mind. Soon, the demon's mind source core hovering above his mind was reflected in Yi Xian's probing consciousness. Compared to before, this mind source core had clearly changed quite a bit. The original purplish-black had become a purplish-black. In the past, there had been more black than purple, but now there was more purple than black. In addition, its volume had also changed. However, instead of increasing, it had decreased. At first, it had been the size of a thumbnail, but now it was only the size of a soybean. Its shape hadn't changed much, though. It was still elliptical and prismatic like a pigeon's egg. Its entire surface had countless refractive surfaces, making it look like a perfectly refracted purple diamond. Although Yi Xian was rather surprised that its volume had decreased instead of increasing, he quickly understood after thinking about it for a moment. Since this was a metamorphosis and its quality and grade had increased, its density and the power of the mind source core would naturally increase accordingly. It was just like compression. Under the circumstances, its volume would decrease instead, which was very normal. If Yixian wanted its volume to increase again, all he needed to do was accumulate quantity. This sort of accumulation was actually equivalent to an increase in Yixian's own cultivation base. After investigating for a while, Yixian's consciousness quickly retreated from his sea of consciousness. The reason why he was so anxious was because he was really looking forward to the mental strength skills that he'd obtained from the transformation of his source core. During the second metamorphosis, Yixian had obtained 4 types of mind power skills. All of them had been extremely useful secret techniques. If nothing unexpected happened, the third metamorphosis would result in even more mind power skills and even greater power. With this kind of beautiful anticipation, Yixian immediately gave the order to activate the system. In the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the mind power secret technique, mind suppression. That's it? After this short sentence, there was no response. Yixian waited expectantly for 4 or 5 seconds before he confirmed that he might have been wrong. He had only obtained 1 mind power skill this time. In an instant, an extreme sense of loss welled up in his mind. Indeed, the higher the hope, the more the disappointment. Was indeed true. That wasn't right. As Yixian sighed, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up once again as a thought flashed through his mind. If I remember correctly, the system beep didn't say that I would obtain a mind power skill. Instead, it said that it was a secret technique. If there wasn't any difference between the two, the system wouldn't have needed to change its explanation. This meant that the mind suppression he had obtained this time wasn't just a mind power skill. It had risen to the level of a secret technique. This was definitely a qualitative leap. As soon as he thought of this, Yixian grinned as if he had picked up a precious treasure. At the same time, his consciousness couldn't wait to check the details of the mind suppression secret technique. After some investigation, Yixian quickly understood everything. The so-called mind suppression was actually the same as the cultivation suppression aura of a human powerhouse, but it was more thorough and overbearing. When a human cultivator faced an existence with a lower cultivation level than him, if he deliberately released his cultivation aura to form a kind of pressure, although he could suppress his opponent, it would only be a suppression of his physical body. Even if the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the suppressed side would involuntarily start to tremble. However, compared to the mental suppression secret technique that Yixian had just obtained, it was still more than just a little bit inferior. This was because the latter directly suppressed the other party on the spiritual level. Furthermore, it was silent. If used skillfully, it could even be used without anyone noticing. Moreover, once the spiritual level was completely suppressed, it was equivalent to controlling the other party's thoughts and consciousness. Whatever the other party wanted to do, it would be done with just a thought. This kind of effect was on a completely different level from the cultivation suppression aura formed by a human powerhouse deliberately releasing his cultivation suppression aura. On the surface, this secret technique in Yixian's slave seal seemed to have the same effect and function, but in reality, this wasn't the case. The two of them weren't on the same level, so the slave seal was much weaker. First of all, the slave seal had to be condensed and shot out into the other party's body to control their brain. Only then would it be effective. The mind suppression secret technique was different. It required a slave seal to be condensed. When one wanted to use it, it could be completed in an instant. When one's mind power was extended, they could directly control the other party silently. Basically, as long as the conditions for suppression were met, there was basically no chance of failure. The so-called conditions for suppression were the second advantage of the mind suppression secret technique over the slave seal. If a slave seal wanted to control a demon powerhouse, it had to be of the same rank. For example, if one wanted to control a black hole grade martialist with an 8th grade cultivation base, they would have to condense at least an 8th grade slave seal. If the situation was urgent and they didn't have a ready-made 8th grade slave seal, they could only watch helplessly. Although the mind suppression secret technique also had this restriction, Yixian clearly had an advantage over the other party. There was only one condition for the mind suppression secret technique: the level of one's source core, which was also the level of one's mind power. Yixian's source core was currently at grade 4, which meant that he could suppress anyone below grade 4. Although he couldn't suppress anyone above grade 4, given his abnormal source core transformation speed, He might be able to in the near future. Although he could only suppress 3 grades of demon powerhouses, even if he searched the entire demon race, how many powerhouses with source cores above grade 4 would he be able to find? The Demon King was only at grade 7 after all. Of course, apart from the rigid restriction of source core grade, Yixian's mind suppression secret technique also had an elastic effect on the difference in cultivation base between the two parties. If this difference was too great, it would also affect the effects of the suppression. For example, when the secret technique was unleashed, the other party would only be stunned for a moment before they regained their senses immediately. This was the only thing that Yixian felt regretful about. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly felt relieved. After all, if he could ignore the difference in cultivation base and unleash suppression at will, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to suppress the Demon King if he transformed his cultivation base to grade 7 within a month? Chapter 2737. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Robbery. After obtaining the mind suppression secret technique, Yixian was looking forward to the 4th, 5th, and even more source core transformations. Not only would his mind suppression secret technique become stronger every time his mind source core transformed, but more importantly, he would obtain new mind techniques every time his mind source core transformed. No, it should be a secret technique or even a superpower. The first 3 transformations had all been techniques, but the third one had already given him a secret technique. Logically speaking, the 4th one would at least give him a secret technique, while the 5th one would at least give him a superpower. When the tide rose, the boat would rise. It didn't make sense for the boat to sink when the tide rose. A starry sky superpower. Plus, it was a mind power superpower. Just thinking about it made him impatient. After a short while, Yixian composed himself and took out the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure again. Then, he threw it to the devouring system for appraisal. The reason for this was that the grade of Yixian's source core had already increased, so the devouring system, which acted like a personal AI in his body, was naturally aware of this situation right away. Therefore, Yixian wanted to give it a try and see if there would be any other hints or instructions after the results of this appraisal were out. This had happened before. When Yixian hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, the notification hadn't appeared. This time it was even faster. In less than a minute, the appraisal results of the devouring system were out. Appraisal complete. Appraisal attribute, spatial treasure grade, normal state, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material. Unknown. Would you like to erase the level 4 mind restriction seal? Beautiful. When he heard the appraisal results, Yixian nearly cried out in surprise. Although all the appraisal results were exactly the same as before, after Yixian's source core had undergone the 3rd transformation and reached level 4, there was indeed an additional instruction at the end of the appraisal results. It seemed like his guess had been correct. If he hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, even if the devouring system had been able to do something about it, there wouldn't have been a single notification. Even if there had been a notification, it would have been useless. If he hadn't been able to do it, he wouldn't have been able to. What a pragmatic guy. It seemed like he would have to take out some important treasures in the future, and let the devouring system appraise them a few more times. It wouldn't be troublesome anyway, so he didn't want to make any mistakes. As he thought this, Yixian got ready to give the devouring system an order, and get rid of the level 4 mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yixian immediately stopped. A demon cultivator that could reach a level 4 origin core was definitely not someone from planet Black Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the high priest of the Black Streak tribe, Grayskull. This was because Yixian had already understood that existences like the high priest and the holy son of the tribe were all existences with extremely high innate talents in terms of spiritual energy. Therefore, the chances of their spirit cores transforming were much greater. If that was the case, did the word shamans leave a mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure, just to prevent the weeping soul beasts inside from being taken out? One had to know that Yixian had already left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him on this spatial pagoda. If he were to erase the level 4 spiritual restriction now, what if the other party left behind some other secret door? Wouldn't he immediately know that he was the one who erased his spiritual restriction? When that happened, Yixian was afraid that trouble would befall him when he took the pagoda to complete his mission. As he thought about this, Yixian broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like he couldn't use the pagoda. It would be best if he used it to complete his mission and obtain the Weeping Soul Beast qualification to enter the Black Mountain planet. As for the Weeping Soul Beasts he wanted to keep for himself, he would have to find a random demon powerhouse and rob them. He would snatch the pagoda and erase the level 4 mind restriction seal as well as his spirit imprint. This treasure would be his in the future. As he thought about this, Yixian was immediately moved. Although Li Mosquito hadn't returned yet, he didn't plan to wait any longer. If it was just a robbery, he was very confident. After all, he had the perfect vibration technique. After hiding all his aura and figure, he could quietly approach, rob and run. After making the decision, Yixian immediately activated the perfect vibration technique. His entire figure disappeared in an instant, not even revealing a trace of his aura. Then he rushed to the distant area. After all, where he was now, Li Mosquito would drive a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts over. He didn't want to eat the grass near his nest. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. Since his figure and aura were completely hidden, there wouldn't be any Weeping Soul Beasts along the way. Yixian wasn't in the mood to capture and absorb the Weeping Soul Beasts, so he kept running at top speed. After 4 hours, he arrived at a rather distant area. Along the way, he had encountered many demon powerhouses. However, what made him depressed was that there wasn't a single core grade being among them. The weakest was a satellite grade being, while the strongest was a star grade being of the 5th grade. Yixian wasn't confident that he could succeed in robbing these demon dwellers, so he could only give up gloomily. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Moreover, what was even more coincidental was that this fellow had just captured a Weeping Soul Beast. At this moment, he actually took out the small spatial pagoda in his body and was preparing to collect the Weeping Soul Beast. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yixian's and was a satellite realm 3rd realm being, Yixian didn't intend to continue. If Li Mosquito didn't see him when she returned, there might be other problems. With this in mind, he immediately approached quickly. When he got close, he didn't hesitate at all and directly released a wisp of mental strength. While the other party was unprepared, he suddenly took the pagoda in his hand. After withdrawing his mental strength, he turned around and quickly fled to the side. Huh? Who's there? Come out. Damn. This is a robbery. Xiongda was stunned at first. After all, there was no one around, and the pagoda in his hand suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be stunned. Then, in less than a breath, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out a wind blade of mental strength. However, what entered his eyes was an empty space. Even a ghost couldn't be found, let alone a person. Xiongda's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. He knew that he had been schemed against and had been targeted for a long time. Otherwise, why didn't they rob others but only him? There were more than 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts in his pagoda, and more than 90% of them were stuffed in by his father, Xiong Haizi.